Several years ago, I had the idea to do a review of the Star Trek Voyager finale, Endgame, and in that, talk about not just my thoughts about the finale itself, but my thoughts about the show overall. I had intended for this to be my 100th episode, and I had even started a script for it, but I never finished it. I think the reason for that is because even for a 100th episode, this was simply too big for an episode of my review series. But now I'm doing more long-form video essays, so I think it's high time I resurrected this idea. This is Star Trek Voyager, To the Journey. So, where to start? Well, I guess I'll stick with my original plan and start at the end. That seems like the most logical place to start. Also, obviously, spoilers ahead. You've been warned. Also, I guess I'll go ahead and warn you now. At some point during this mess, we are going to have to talk about those goddamn Kazon. So be ready for that. But we don't have to do that right away. So for now, Kazon can wait. So anyway, Endgame, the culmination of Voyager's 70-year journey to reach home, which was accomplished in a mere 7 years. Convenient. It's almost like the studio said, yeah, we're not funding a 70-season TV series. You need to wrap this up. But I kid, of course. 70 seasons would have been way too much. And besides, they were looking for and finding shortcuts throughout the entirety of the series. So finding one final shortcut that takes them the rest of the way back, well, that's just planting and payoff. And the method of transit made sense too. We know that the Borg originated in the Delta Quadrant, so it stands to reason that they would have a way of mapping the galaxy and getting places quickly. So, all in all, this seems like a perfect setup for a finale. So how was the finale? Was it as good as it should have been based on this premise? Well, no, the execution was a mess. It's not good. It's bad. It's quite bad. I have some serious issues with the finale. First of all, the time travel seems like a bit of a cop-out. I know, this is Star Trek, and there is plenty of precedent for crew members going back in time to fix some perceived flaw with the past timeline. Hell, they even did basically this exact same plot line in the Season 5 episode Timeless, in which the only two surviving crew members go back in time to undo that time that they accidentally destroyed the ship in a failed attempt to return home using their new experimental quantum slipstream drive. So I can't pretend like the Voyager finale comes completely out of left field. But there are some key differences between the two episodes. In fact, they're kind of polar opposites in some ways. In Timeless, Janeway opts for the new experimental quantum slipstream drive, the dangerous option that she thinks has the greatest potential to get them back home. She does not play it safe. She has never been one to play it safe. If there is a way, however slim the chance is, to get home, and however great the risk, she will take that risk. Keep that in mind. The quantum slipstream drive fails to bring the ship home, and the ship is destroyed in the process, leaving only the 2 crew members in the guide shuttle alive. Incidentally, the guide shuttle does make it all the way back, so the technology worked, it just needed some fine-tuning. Said crew members then travel back in time to prevent Janeway from activating the quantum slipstream drive in the first place, thus preventing the destruction of Voyager. But this means that they are restoring the status quo of them being stuck in the Delta Quadrant. By contrast, in Endgame, Janeway discovers a transwarp rift, but it's controlled by the Borg, and she decides that it's far too dangerous to try and fly through it. So she doesn't, and opts for the long way around. She plays it safe, which is very out of character. True, you could argue that her decision to take the safe option and not fly through the Borg-infested rift could have been influenced by her earlier decision in Timeless, where she took the dangerous road to disastrous results, but she doesn't even remember that, so no. But then Janeway's future self shows up from a future timeline in which they got back to the Alpha Quadrant by going the long way around. And Janeway very much regrets going the long way around, so she's come back in time, to this moment specifically, to make her younger self take the Borg rift. Borg be damned. It's not a terrible storyline idea, and maybe some version of this could have worked, but it's frustrating that present Janeway, the one we've been following for the past 7 years, has no actual agency in this finale. And yeah, you could argue that Janeway does in fact have agency because it's her older self who's calling the shots and she has agency, and she's erasing herself from the timeline, therefore present Janeway is replacing her, but no. Quantum entanglement aside, present Janeway does not have agency in this final mission. Admiral Janeway's entire purpose in coming back in time to this moment is to erase her future and herself from existence. Which she does, by the way. So the driving force of this entire finale is, by the end of the episode, for all intents and purposes, dead. And Janeway Prime is little more than a spectator to the end of her own story arc. Compare this to a similar situation involving 7 of 9, wherein a future version of 7 comes back in time to fix something, but she gets injured and has to pass the torch on to present 7. See? That's the way to do it! Also, can we talk about how they somehow decided to fridge Janeway in order to advance her own story arc? No, let's not. So yes, Endgame may very well have been an incredibly flawed finale, but it was the finale to an incredibly flawed series. The problems with Voyager did not start with Endgame. They started all the way back in the very first episode. Much of Voyager's reputation as being a bad science fiction series comes from the admittedly weaker early seasons, which caused many people to give up on the series entirely.
I've recently been watching through Star Trek Voyager, my second attempt after I quit partway through Season 2 originally. While my opinion on the first 2 seasons has not particularly changed, they are a mess, with a lot of wasted potential, really uninteresting villains, inconsistent character writing, and the only saving grace is the excellent cast of characters. My opinion on the show as a whole has improved significantly upon watching the rest. I'd even venture into calling it good. Janeway is now my second favorite captain, and Tuvok and the Doctor have quickly become some of my favorite Star Trek characters. If I hadn't given the show another shot and gotten through that first 2-season slump, I might have continued viewing it in a fairly non-positive light.
But despite this, despite all the glaring flaws, this is still a great series. So let's talk about Voyager. The highs and the lows, the failures and the successes, what was and what could have been. This is Star Trek Voyager, To the Journey. So as I said before, I really don't have a problem with the transwarp corridor that leads the rest of the way back to the Alpha Quadrant. However, I do have to ask, why were they even there? Like, why did they take that route in the first place? When Voyager gets dragged into the Delta Quadrant, the first thing they do after destroying the Caretaker's array is to set a course straight back to Earth.
Mr. Paris, set a course for home.
Makes sense, right? I mean, according to Euclidean geometry, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Well, the thing about that is that the very existence of rifts like this in the first place means that we're dealing with non-Euclidean geometry. This is hard to visualize, so let me go ahead and pull up a star chart of the Milky Way galaxy. So Voyager starts out here in the Alpha Quadrant, and then gets thrown all the way over here to the Delta Quadrant. Voyager then sets a course straight back along this line to the Alpha Quadrant. Along that path, they encounter this spatial rift, which leads the rest of the way back to the Alpha Quadrant. But here's the thing. They didn't know about this rift when they set out. It was just a happy coincidence. So let's go back to the Delta Quadrant for a minute. Here they are in the Delta Quadrant. They don't yet know about the Alpha Quadrant rift. But you know what they do know about at this point? The Gamma Quadrant wormhole. So here's my question. Why didn't they plot a course to the Gamma Quadrant so that they could take the wormhole the rest of the way back? They could have gone back via Deep Space Nine. Granted, it wouldn't necessarily have been a shorter route, depending on the exact placement of them and Earth and the wormhole within their respective quadrants, but they should have at least checked. I mean, what do they have that nice fancy astrometrics lab for? Yeah, I know, technically they didn't get that until later when Seven, built it out of rubber bands. Your deep space scanning is inefficient. I will construct you a new astrometrics lab. And just how were you planning to do that? Give me 4 hours and a bag of rubber bands. But they should have at least brought it up as a possibility and maybe lamented about the fact that, oh, if only we had access to star charts and we could see if that might be a better route or whatever. They should have at least considered it. To be fair, 7 of 9 does eventually chart an alternate course, but it's kind of too little too late at that point. This really should have been done day one. Also, even when that happens, Seven still doesn't mention the Gamma Quadrant wormhole, which makes sense, she doesn't know about it. But no one else mentions it either, which is weird. They left from Deep Space Nine. They know about the wormhole. Also, I guess technically the alternate path that Seven suggests is the one that results in Year of Hell, so, yeah, maybe the less said about that, the better.
No, go past this part. In fact, never play this again.
So basically, they have 2 possible routes they can take, discounting the Year of Hell route, which, let's never speak of that again. Either of these routes could potentially be shorter depending on the placement of Voyager, Earth, and the wormhole in their respective quadrants. And it's frustrating that they never addressed that. Like, if they had brought it up but said, yeah, looks like the route straight back to Earth is shorter than the route of going via the Gamma Quadrant wormhole, fair enough. the writers wanted them to go straight back to Earth and not use the Gamma Quadrant wormhole. Fair enough. Okay. At least you addressed it. At least you didn't forget about an important part of canon. But at the same time, I do feel like from a meta perspective, taking the Gamma Quadrant route would have been much better, because they leave from Deep Space Nine, and then they take the route to the Gamma Quadrant, take the wormhole back, return via Deep Space Nine. There's a certain roundness to that trajectory. How cool would that have been? And it would have been a great way of tying it back into Deep Space Nine, the series, as well. And speaking of that particular former Cardassian space station, yeah, Voyager laughs at how it thinks it's in deep space. But, oh well, missed opportunities, and it won't be the last either. So, let's focus on something the series did right. Star Trek as a whole has always struggled with writing strong female characters. From not giving Uhura much to do, most of Uhura's job just consists of repeating whatever Kirk just said verbatim.
Lieutenant Uhura, see that the transporter room is standing by.
Aye, sir. Transporter room, stand by.
Which isn't even really necessary, because Kirk is perfectly happy just repeating himself for no reason.
I want them posted around the storage compartments.
Storage compartments?
The storage compartments containing the Quadrotriticale.
The what?
At least not until the animated series saw her command the ship briefly, and I think there was one time in the original series where she took the helm briefly. Hell, even Uhura's first name of Neoda, long accepted in the fandom, and chosen by Nichelle Nichols herself, wasn't made canon until Star Trek 2009, the J.J. Abrams reboot movie.
Thank you, Neoda.
Then there was killing off Tasha Yar after not giving her much to do, and then later somehow making her storyline even worse. I mean, at least yesterday's Enterprise is definitely her best episode, but what happened next was not okay. Then, of course, there was the whole thing of constantly sabotaging Deanna Troi and Dr. Crusher at every turn by making them into sex objects and not letting them be their own characters. Marina Sirtis hated this uniform, but she wasn't allowed to wear a standard uniform until Season 6, with the in-universe justification that a man ordered her to.
I'd appreciate it if you wore a standard uniform when you're on duty.
Of course, sir.
Plus the whole killing off Jadzia Dax for not putting up with this bullshit. Hell, the one time I can think of where Terry Farrell actually wore one of Rick Berman's preferred outfits was done under the guise of nostalgia and canon, in the time travel episode Trials and Tribulations.
And women were less.
Good episode, but still. Hell, it's worth mentioning that Majel Barrett, the voice of the computer in every official Star Trek production up until Into Darkness, as well as Nurse Chapel in the original series and Luoxana Troi in The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine, is on record saying that she absolutely hated Christine Chapel for how much of a bland stereotype she was written as. But Voyager finally got it right, despite Rick Berman. Voyager finally consistently passed the Bechdel test, with nearly every episode featuring a conversation between Captain Janeway and Chief Engineer B'Elanna Torres about work stuff.
The phase amplitude of the visual link with the Romulan ship. It's within just a few megahertz of meeting transporter protocols.
I mean, the Bechdel test may be a bare-bones standard, but it's still something. And of course, they don't just pay lip service to the bare minimum standards of the Bechdel test either. Captain Janeway and B'Elanna Torres are both strong characters in their own right. Then, later on, when 7 of 9 comes along, she completes the power trio of strong women calling all the shots on the ship. Sure, they could have done better with minor women characters like modern Star Trek has done, but at the time, and under that showrunner, this is pretty good representation. And on the subject of minor women characters, Kes does get some pretty good episodes and a pretty good overall arc. At least when Neelix is not around. Her last episode notwithstanding, of course. That was a hot mess and a total disservice to her character. And then, of course, there's minor women characters like Seska. Oh, for fuck's sake, is Seska really the best example we can have here? So let's go ahead and get into some specific examples of both the best and the worst. And what group could better embody that dichotomy than the Maquis? After all, having the Maquis crew integrated into Voyager's crew was one of the best ideas that this show put forward. And just sort of forgetting about that after a few seasons was one of the biggest shortcomings. So let's get into it. So, who are the Maquis? Well, let's take a look at the official Starfleet answer, and then the real answer. The very first thing we see in the series is this piece of Federation propaganda. Unhappy with a new treaty, Federation colonists along the Cardassian border have banded together, calling themselves the Maquis. They continue to fight the Cardassians. Some consider them heroes, but to the governments of the Federation and Cardassia, they are outlaws. So the Federation consider the Maquis to be outlaws and terrorists for standing up against Cardassian tyranny and defending their homes. The same Cardassians who occupied Bajor and enslaved the Bajoran people. The Space Nazis. The Federation is allying itself with the Space Nazis. So who are the Maquis really? Well, put simply, they are the single greatest failure of the Federation. Well, okay, at least at this point in the timeline. The way the Federation treats the synthetics in Picard rivals this, but at this point in time, the Maquis are the single greatest failure of the Federation. And it's not just the way that the Federation treats the Maquis either, although that's certainly part of it. The very existence of the Maquis is a failure of the Federation. If the Federation was doing its job and protecting its member worlds as it is supposed to do, the Maquis would not exist. The Maquis only exist because the Federation refused to defend its own border planets. Because of politics. When Cardassia started claiming planets along the Federation's outer borders, the Federation should have stepped in and put a stop to it. But they didn't. They knew that Cardassia would take that as an act of war, and so the Federation took the neutral position and did nothing. And of course, by doing nothing, the Federation forced the Maquis into existence. See, the thing about remaining neutral is, it's not a real thing. There is no such thing as being apolitical.
Don't say that he's hypocritical. Say rather that he's apolitical.
There is no such thing as being apolitical. Just ask Wernher von Braun, or the far more recent example of Dr. Phil.
Don't say that he's hypocritical. Say rather that he's apolitical.
So, Dr. Phil, the TV doctor that we all grew up with in our homes, has a new hobby: ice raids. Since the start of Trump's second term, Dr. Phil and his camera crews have been attending immigration enforcement raids where modern-day Gestapo kidnap human beings off the street and send them away for deportation. Dr. Phil insists he isn't political, describing himself as, quote, the least political person I know. He has repeated that claim over and over, including in a speech he gave at Trump's pre-election New York City rally at Madison Square Garden, where he said he doesn't know or care much about politics.
Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down? That's not my department, says Werner von Braun.
A refusal to vote is a vote for the status quo. And in this case, The status quo is fascism. By not putting a stop to Kardashian fascism, the Federation is complicit in perpetuating it. This is a concept that even the dumbest episode of Community understood.
Wingman, you stand accused of violence, suggestive language, and mature situations unbecoming of G.I. Joe. What say you?
Yes, it's true. I killed Destro, and I promise not to do it again. But is it really a crime? Is Cobra not a ruthless terrorist organization determined to rule the world? And if we never kill them, are we not basically on their side? And won't this war therefore last forever unless we finish killing Cobra?
How is the dumbest episode of Community smarter than the smartest Democrats?
Now you see that evil will always triumph, because good is dumb.
And it doesn't just stop with passive neutrality either. Before you know it, Starfleet are being sent out to enforce this neutral position by declaring war on the Maquis. And so the Federation declares war on its own citizens in order to maintain the peace. And thus the Maquis find themselves fighting a war on two fronts. Also, notice how the Cardassians are playing a semantic game here. They say that if the Federation does not disavow the Maquis, that will be considered an act of war. But the Cardassians already attacked Federation colonies. How was that not already an act of war? Well, it gets down to the idea that it takes two to fight, which is technically true as far as it goes. After all, before they started defending themselves, it wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. And so Cardassia warns the Federation that if they defend themselves, they will in fact be starting a war.
I will not risk open war.
Open war is upon you, whether you would risk it or not.
There's no war in Ba Sing Se.
What are you talking about? Where do you think all the refugees come from? You can't hide it.
It's exactly this kind of twisted logic that leads to the victim being blamed for the conflict. How many kids have been sent to detention for fighting in school when they were only defending themselves against a beatdown?
Like, okay, let's say you're in middle school, and there's a bully who's picking on you, and they keep trying to shove you in a locker, they keep punching you, and then one day, when they try to punch you, you push them off. You fight back, you defend yourself. And you get in just as much trouble as them because, well, the school has a zero tolerance policy for violence. And it's like, wait, I wasn't aggressing on this person. I was defending myself. They were trying to beat me up, and I was trying to push them off to say, no, I don't want to be assaulted, right? That's what this paragraph is doing.
The bully never gets in trouble. They're invisible unless their victim fights back, in which case they started the fight and they get in trouble. The only real difference between the situation with the Maquis and the example with the school bully is in scale. To put it in perspective, the Maquis are very much like Hamas, fighting back against Israel's Cardassian military, with the US taking the supposedly neutral position, while in reality unambiguously supporting Cardassia.
He openly admits that the war on Gaza is horrific, but shrugs that off because the
issues are complex. Legitimate questions remain about the definition of genocide, about a nation's right to defend itself. There is a reason many consider the Israeli-Palestinian conflict the most morally challenging in the modern world.
So, to play out the Palestine connection, Palestine has no formal government, or a military for that matter. And so Hamas stepped in to fill both of those roles. In a similar way, while the Federation colonies do technically have a government, the Federation refuses to help or to deploy any military forces to defend them. So for all intents and purposes, the Federation colonies have no government and no military. So, the Maquis, like Hamas, stepped up to fill that void. And no, that does not necessarily mean that the Maquis are a terrorist organization. It certainly means that they're framed that way, but the reality is a lot more nuanced. For context, here's a great article you can read on a Christian perspective on why Hamas is not, in fact, a terrorist organization. They are simply a group of freedom fighters doing whatever they have to ensure that there is no genocide against their people. Start with the man in the mirror. In the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus exhorted us, "Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye, and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? How can you say to your brother, 'Let me take the speck out of your eye,' when all the time there is a plank in your own eye? You hypocrite! First take the plank out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye." Matthew chapter 7, verses 3 through 5. Yes, I'm calling Hamas's crimes a speck of sawdust. Don't get your knickers in a twist. Keep breathing, keep reading. The standard narrative, presented above in blue, is only a fraction of the actual story of October 7th. Without going into too much detail, but follow the links if you want detail, here is the actual narrative in green. To begin with, the use of the word terrorist for a group that resists occupation and oppression is a political, non-fact-based choice. In reality, international law supports the efforts of resistance groups against an occupying power, the UN extending that right to the point of armed resistance. Hamas has clearly and openly stated that its enemy is not the Jewish people, but the racist ideology of Zionism, the ideology under which Israel dispossessed 750,000 Palestinian people and exiled them to Gaza and other locations. For more than 27,000 days before October 7th, Palestinians had lived under the boot of Israel to one extent or another, including for Gazans being fenced in since 1996. Palestinians lost 78% of the historic land of Palestine, along with the right to self-determination. In 1948, as 500 of their villages were depopulated and destroyed, 750,000 of their people were exiled from their homeland. They have been subject to apartheid for many years, occupation since 1967, a brutal blockade since 2007, ongoing land theft, human rights abuses, and other atrocities subsidized by the United States. If Gaza is, as many describe it, an open-air prison, which Israel has illegally kept the population locked in for 17 years, their breakout is a relatively minor crime compared to what Israel has done. So what? Am I saying that Hamas is good, actually? No, not at all. What I'm saying is that the Maquis are good, actually. And that the Maquis are the rough equivalent of Hamas. For legal reasons, I'm not doing the math. You can do the math. But enough about the internal politics of Star Trek and how it may or may not relate to our world in any possible way. For more information on the Maquis themselves, you should really watch Deep Space Nine. But for now, we're talking about Voyager. When Voyager first gets pulled into the Delta Quadrant, they're chasing a Maquis cruiser, which also gets pulled into the Delta Quadrant. Then, realizing that if they're going to survive out there, the two crews are going to have to work together, and the conflict that had been between them is 70,000 light years away, so it hardly matters at this point, the two crews decide to work together.
Yesterday, a Soviet destroyer challenged the blockade. The United States has broken off diplomatic relations with Russia. No Russian citizen is allowed to remain on or is allowed to enter the Discovery. This order is effective immediately.
This is Floyd. I'm coming over. If there's anyone on the bridge, tell them to get lost.
It's impossible. You heard the orders. You can't.
You want to arrest me? Go ahead, because I'm coming over and we're going to talk.
I am under orders and so are you.
The hell with those orders. The people who gave those orders don't know what they're doing and they're not up here.
The Maquis and the Federation might technically be enemies, but at this point, the Maquis aren't really the Maquis anymore. The Maquis' very existence is defined by their relationship to the Cardassians, and they've now found themselves in a region of space that does not have a single Cardassian in it, traitorous spies notwithstanding. So at this point, they really have no reason to not join Voyager's crew. There's some tension at first, though not enough, honestly. Other than the tension we see in the pilot and the very next episode, the integration goes unrealistically smoothly. And that's another bit of wasted potential. After a while, you just kind of forget that anyone was ever anything other than Starfleet. They all just kind of go about their business and never really seem like they have any different backgrounds or have not had the same training, and there's really no conflict to speak of. Hell, there's more conflict between Beta Shift and Delta Shift on the Cerritos than there is between the Starfleet crew and the Maquis crew on Voyager.
Ugh, Delta Shift's the worst. How are they even in Starfleet? They should all just join the Maquis. Hey, I will gladly get chin deep in a waste conduit if it means beating those stupid Deltas. Who's shady as hell and knows this system as well as we do? Delta Shift.
Check it out, guys. Beta shifters. Shouldn't you guys be getting ready for bed?
Let's try Beta!
Delta Shift! Goddamn you, Delta Shift pieces of...
Aside from the events of the episode Parallax. The next instance after Parallax that we get of the Maquis having trouble integrating into the crew is the Season 1 finale learning curve, in which we are told that the Maquis are having trouble integrating without actually being shown anything except for one minor example. So the so-called problem officers, only one of whom we've ever seen before, have to report for remedial Starfleet training. And just to add insult to injury, Tuvok is the trainer. Tuvok, the guy who betrayed the Maquis.
You won't need those here. It's good to have you back, Mr. Tuvok.
I must inform you that I was assigned to infiltrate your crew, sir.
Neelix gives Tuvok some advice about how he needs to modify his training techniques for better results with the Maquis crew members, which is a start.
Those Maquis aren't Starfleet cadets. You can't treat them the same way. Get to know them. Huh? Try to find out what they're like inside. You might discover a better teaching method.
But at no point does anyone ever point out that they should have a different trainer entirely, since the Maquis are never going to respond well to the guy who betrayed them. In fact, come to think of it, in the handful of episodes that we do get where there's problems with the Maquis officers, it's always Tuvok's fault. He's the one who wrote the holodeck program pitting Starfleet and Maquis crew members against each other. Granted, this was supposed to be a training program to prevent that sort of thing, but of course it ends up causing it. I mean, there was a weird hologram ghost of Seska, but still, that wouldn't have happened if Tuvok hadn't been meddling. And then, when a mysterious crew member starts randomly attacking former Maquis officers, a full 7 years into the journey, long after it makes sense for any kind of grudges to still be hanging around, yeah, it turns out that Tuvok's the attacker. Because he's having an attack of the Vulcan crazy. Wow. So that happens. Also, his crazy turns out to be contagious. Because of course it does.
We're Maquis. We've always been Maquis.
The rebellion ended 3 years ago, you know that.
In the Alpha Quadrant, maybe. Not on this ship.
No, on this ship, the rebellion's been over for 7 years. F***ing Chakotay, man. That's almost as dumb as his brilliant insight earlier. That's either a coincidence, or it's not. Dumbass!
Former Maquis.
It's either a coincidence, or they're being singled out.
Well, thanks for clearing that up, dumbass. But yeah, every single issue that comes up between the Starfleet and Maquis personnel is down to Tuvok's betrayal of his supposed former comrades. And speaking of betrayals, we need to talk about Seska. I hate Seska. For those of you who don't remember Seska, considering that she wasn't around for very long, she was the Cardassian scum who infiltrated the Maquis by wearing Bajoran face. Yeah. And yes, that is as bad as it sounds. The one good thing I can say about this arc is that at the very least they don't go for a bioessentialist angle where she's a spy because she's a Cardassian, at least not on an innate biological level. When the Doctor analyzes Seska's blood sample, a sample that she had been delaying giving for obvious reasons.
Did you ever come in to leave a blood sample on file? No, I never got around to it.
Chakotay points out that just because she's biologically Cardassian does not make her a spy for the Cardassian government.
You are a Cardassian, Ensign. But that didn't necessarily make you the traitor we were looking for. We needed more evidence, and you gave it to us.
This is basically a reference back to an earlier event in Starfleet history, wherein Starfleet Command did make a bioessentialist assumption to disastrous results. In the Next Generation episode Drumhead, an unexplained warp core breach causes Starfleet Command to suspect sabotage. And in the course of their investigation, they discover that a Vulcan crew member is in fact Romulan.
How can we believe someone whom we know to be a liar? Isn't it true that the paternal grandfather of whom you speak was not a Vulcan, but was in fact a Romulan?
This alone is taken as evidence that he is the saboteur, except he's not. He's ashamed of his Romulan heritage, and so he pretends to be Vulcan. His only crime, if you can call it that, was lying on his Starfleet application. And the sabotage? Just a freak accident. There was a microscopic defect in the warp core. The breach was inevitable. No one caused it. So I do appreciate how Chakotay points out that DNA does not determine a person's actions. At this point, it was still entirely possible that Seska was simply ashamed of her Cardassian heritage and chose to live as a Bajoran instead. Not that that's necessarily right, but that's a whole nother conversation that I'm frankly not equipped to have. But it's a moot point, because that's not what's going on here. Biology aside, Seska is Cardassian through and through, culturally speaking. But Seska isn't the only one to have betrayed the Maquis. And arguably, she didn't even betray the Maquis, since she was never actually one of them. But you know who did betray the Maquis? Who was definitively one of them? Not Tuvok, we've already covered him, and he was not technically one of them either. Chakotay. Chakotay betrayed the Maquis. Now, technically, this didn't happen in this series, so it is a bit off topic. When we first see Chakotay in Star Trek Prodigy, we see that he is a Starfleet captain.
This is Captain Chakotay of the USS Power Star.
Meaning that he accepted the Federation's pardon and went to work for the organization that he spent so long fighting against. In other words, it's not just Robert Beltran. Chakotay's a scab too. And it gets worse than that, too. Chakotay tells Dal RL that he doesn't even really know why he joined the Maquis. He just needed to rebel, and so he found a cause.
I thought I'd find it rebelling with a group called the Maquis. I never truly belonged until I became Janeway's #1, a cause I believed in.
And so he just latched onto a cause, apparently at random if we're to believe him, but we're not to believe him. He's lying. And not just to us, to himself too. In the very first episode of Voyager, we learn why he joined the Maquis. It was to defend his home. But now it's more to his advantage to distance himself from his past and become Starfleet's perfect little pick-me. And if you want evidence of Chakotay's former convictions, look no further than the episode Nemesis, in which Chakotay finds himself in the middle of a war between a Cardassian-like fascist occupation and their victims. Without hesitating, Chakotay takes up arms against the oppressors to defend the oppressed. Of course, then it turns out to have been some kind of illusion, and apparently the fascist dictators weren't actually fascist dictators at all, and what the fuck is up with this episode? Well, regardless, Chakotay's reaction here clearly shows that he used to have convictions, regardless of whatever nonsense the writers were smoking that day. Anyway, regardless of that, it's still abundantly clear from this episode that Chakotay did used to have real convictions. Incidentally, if that Janeway series ever does get made, they'd better not show B'Elanna Torres in any kind of a Starfleet role. She would never betray the Maquis like this. The only way B'Elanna would ever work for those spoonhead sympathizing Petah would be if the Federation issued a formal apology to the Maquis. But that's never gonna happen. B'Elanna can join Seven's band of mercenaries along with Naomi Wildman. But anyway, back to Chakotay. I'm kind of inclined to think that Chakotay wouldn't do this either. This really comes across as Robert Beltran channeling his own scabby ways into his character. Although, maybe that's just my bias talking, since I actually kind of liked Chakotay. After all, this type of attitude is way too common in people in the real world. I have heard many stories of people who had convictions when they were young, only to lose those convictions as they got older. There's a stereotype that people will get more conservative and less liberal as they get older. But that's a very cynical position. It's very, I got mine, so now why should I care? I've heard of young people who are idealistic and want some form of socialism and fair distribution of wealth, equality for all, but then if those same people become successful, then they change their attitude. Then suddenly they don't want to give up their hard-earned money to the next loser who didn't even earn it.
Come on, guys, we gotta start taking risks again.
Oh, well, that's convenient for the one with nothing to lose.
Oh, so the person with the least wealth has the least valid argument? That's convenient.
And even aside from the cynicism, that just doesn't even make sense. You should be happy that you now have enough to share. In my family growing up, there was this kind of unspoken rule that whoever had the means was the one to pay, which, of course, at the time meant that my parents would pay for things, or whichever aunt or uncle was visiting at the time would pay for things. But now I find that I'm in a position where I have the highest income of any of my siblings or close cousins. So, more often, I'm the one to pay for things. And that's a good thing. It means that I've made it, and I have excess to share. Why would I resent that? I find it baffling that some people would resent their own success because it meant they had to share. What kind of sense does that make? I'm also aware that my position is one of incredible privilege. But at least I'm aware of that. Coming to be resentful of those with less just because they want something from you is completely unacceptable.
Now, to be clear, I understand how this happens. I made $10,000 more this year than I made last year before taxes, but only $3,000 more after taxes. Then I found out that my tax return will only just cover the cost of filing. So yeah, I had a moment of resenting my own success. But I had to force myself to remember that that's not actually what's going on here, and not fall for the gaslighting. It seems like no matter what you do, your income is basically capped, because any overage you might make will just be taken in tax. It's easy to fall into the trap of blaming the welfare state, since that's who the narrative says to blame. But I had to kind of kick myself and be like, no, you idiot. That's what the system wants you to think. So let me lay it out bluntly. The reason it's impossible to get ahead is not because of the poor freeloaders hoarding all the money. It's because of the rich freeloaders hoarding all the money. Billionaires are the real culprits here. They don't pay tax at all, leaving the bill for the middle class, and then blaming the lower class. Billionaires are pulling the strings trying to make middle and lower class people see each other as enemies. But just like in the Hunger Games, we need to remember who the real enemy is. It's not the other scared kid who's only trying to kill you because of the system designed to pit you against each other. It's the rich assholes in the Capitol.
But I'm getting a little off track here. Getting back to the essay, Chakotay frankly deserved better than Robert Beltran. In the hands of another, more capable actor, and especially an actual Native American actor, Chakotay could have been a great character, but instead we get this mess. And no, I'm not even touching on all of the very, very many instances of Native American cultural appropriation. That is not for me to comment on, although it does need commenting on. Though, one thing I will say is that if they were going for a Native American character for Chakotay, then why did they just give him a generic short white guy haircut? Or if that's where he started as a character, then why didn't he grow it out over the course of the journey as he became more connected to his roots? Just another missed opportunity. Especially when you consider that that would have made the eventual plot point of him losing his hair to some kind of genetic accident hit a whole lot harder. It could have been a full-on identity crisis, and instead we just get him being vaguely grumpy. Also, it's worth noting that there is actually one episode that does feature a version of Chakotay with long hair, being the episode Author, in which Chakotay is a long-haired Bajoran with a turtle tattoo. The Doctor has got to stop writing hollow novels. And that brings us to my own personal hero, B'Elanna Torres. So, time for a little backstory. In her video, Queer Relativity, Aronach talks about how growing up, she always told people that she wanted to be a paleontologist when she grew up. People would assume that she wanted to be Alan Grant from Jurassic Park, but in fact, she wanted to be Ellie Sattler from that movie.
It's 2003. I'm 5 years old, and I'm watching Jurassic Park. I want to be a paleontologist when I grow up. Society says I should want to be Alan Grant. I want to be Ellie Sattler. It's 2014, I'm 16, and a friend of my parents has asked me if I still want to be a paleontologist. I respond yes. I know inside I have no idea what I want to be, but I've responded paleontologist since I was a little kid, and I don't even know when I stopped believing the answer, when it became a lie. I just know it's easy and safe. It's what people expect me to say. It makes them comfortable.
I had a very similar experience growing up. Whenever my family would ask me what I wanted to be when I grew up, I would always say engineer, without really understanding what that meant. I quickly began to get the impression that the job they were all picturing was of some white-collar office worker doing advanced math calculations on the theoretical side of things. But that's not what I wanted at all. I didn't want to be an office drone, and I'm no good at math. I had no interest whatsoever in the theoretical. I wanted to work in the practical, hands-on, working with and maintaining heavy machinery. And again, much like with Aronach, I didn't want to be the man they were picturing when I said engineer. In fact, what I really wanted was to be B'Elanna Torres. And again, just like with Aronach, I just kept repeating the engineer line long after I knew that that job would never be what I wanted. So yeah, B'Elanna was the person I wanted to be when I grew up. And for good reason. She's the single greatest engineer ever. No qualifications. As in, that sentence has no qualifiers. Not that she's not qualified. Yeah, it sounded weird as soon as I said it. What I'm getting at is that she's the best. Not the best in the Delta Quadrant, Not the best woman, not the best Klingon, just the best. Full stop. She single-handedly held Voyager together in the Delta Quadrant without access to any Federation resources, starbases, anything, just holding everything together with duct tape and chewing gum for 7 whole years. No disrespect to Geordi LaForge, but he could never. Lieutenant, the antimatter infuser is missing one of its hex nuts. Well, we don't have extra hex nuts. What we have is duct tape. Make it work, Ensign. Ah! And yes, Scotty was certainly the best of his day, but let's be honest here. His knowledge of engineering is a little out of date.
Dr. Crusher will want to have...
changed the resonator array.
Geordi, I think our guest is going to have a lot of engineering questions.
Not to worry, Commander. I'll take care of them.
What have you done with the duotronic enhancers?
Well, those were replaced with isolinear chips about 40 years ago. It's a lot more efficient now. Oh, that's an EPS power tap there.
Hell, even Rom and his spatula, innovative as that was, really doesn't compare to B'Elanna Torres.
Where's the core memory interface?
Oh. It's right behind the spatula.
So no one can hold a candle to B'Elanna. Well, maybe Rock Talk. She did single-handedly stop a warp core breach already in progress, and rebuild hologram Janeway's program from scratch, all in the span of about 10 Federation standard minutes. Although it was much longer to her. And she had to teach herself engineering during that time, since she'd never even considered the field before. In fact, it's official. Rock can join B'Elanna in Seven's band of mercenaries. Make it so, Paramount Plus. So, B'Elanna Torres. For me, what really stood out about B'Elanna Torres, aside from her just being really good at her job, was the fact that she could get angry and no one ever questioned her womanhood.
Lying.
B'Elanna.
We went through this whole song and dance and he never had any intention of working with us.
That's not important.
That's incredibly rare to see on TV, or increasingly in real life. And it's really important to see. B'Elanna getting angry doesn't make her any less of a woman. I mean, she's certainly not very feminine, at least by human standards. Klingon standards are obviously different. But regardless, her lack of traditional femininity doesn't make her any less of a woman. Because, amazingly, masculinity and femininity are stereotypical traits that actually have nothing to do with gender. You could argue that women tend to be more feminine and men tend to be more masculine, and yes, that's true as far as it goes, but that's largely due to social conditioning. That's why when cis people say things like, why can't you just be a feminine man, the question doesn't even make sense. Presentation isn't the issue, gender identity is the issue. For me, if someone asked me that, just like, why can't you be a feminine man, I'd have to answer, because I want to be a masculine woman, damn it. And I think that's why B'Elanna Torres resonates so much with me. Because deep down, I was a masculine woman, and I saw myself in her. There, finally, was someone I could look up to and aspire to be, with a job I could do. Growing up, I knew that I didn't want to do a man job, whatever that even meant. But here I was able to see that engineering didn't have to be a man job. I remember that I would always justify it to myself by telling myself that I just didn't want to take advantage of my male privilege, and that I didn't want to use any resources that weren't available to women. Kind of like the NASA crew problem-solving for Apollo 13, refusing to use any resources unavailable to the space crew.
Frank, I need the sim cold and dark. Give me the exact same conditions as you got in there now, and I need present status of every instrument. You got it. I need a flashlight. That's not what they have up there. Don't give me anything they don't have on board. You need a break-in? If they don't get one, I don't get one.
And on some level, I'm sure this was true. But on another level, I didn't want to use male privilege because I wasn't a man. Incidentally, at the time I'm writing this, I've been working in a warehouse job for the past year or so, and during that time I've been watching the internal engineering crew going around and fixing the various machinery. That's much more in line with what I wanted to do growing up. So when someone from that department approached me and recommended that I apply for the position, I decided to go for it. It took a little while, but I did end up getting the job. So now I'm actually working in the engineering department as an assistant, working alongside the engineers, which is pretty cool. Granted, the majority of the work I do so far is in waste management, as the position is broad enough to include facilities maintenance in all of its many forms, everything from emptying trash cans and recycle bins to fixing equipment. And as a junior assistant, of course I will spend more time on the former than the latter. But even so, that is still very much in line with Starfleet Engineering Division.
The residual antimatter is then processed in a transkinetic chamber, where it's broken down on a subatomic level. We recycle the energy, use it to power everything, from life support to replicators.
Kinds of distortions. Nobody knows.
What the hell are you doing? There's a reason we have bins labeled recycle. What the hell is going on? My God in heaven.
So yeah, even that aspect of the job is still Starfleet as hell.
I mean, I'm basically lower decks working at Starbase 80, but still.
So yeah, even that aspect of the job is still Starfleet as hell. And speaking of waste management, can we take a moment to talk about the Malon? Specifically this guy? It wouldn't be fair to assume that he speaks for his entire race, but this guy sucks. Hell, I realized the other day that he's essentially the yellow three-eyed trash alien from Math Blaster. Does anyone else remember that game? Just me? Cool. Well, anyway, in both cases, you have an alien with an excess of waste that could literally be used to power their ship, but instead they're just polluting space like some kind of asshole. So yeah, that's why B'Elanna blows up at that lying Ptah.
B'Elanna. We went through this whole song and dance and he never had any intention of working with us.
Also, is this not the perfect condemnation of capitalism? Being so blinded by short-term personal gains that you can't even see the long-term benefits, even when it would benefit you personally?
Our engineers would be pleased. This would solve a lot of problems on my world. Unfortunately, it would also put me out of business.
Even with purely selfish motivations, surely this guy would be able to see that he would be the hero who saved his planet and society from the slow destruction they've been inflicting on themselves. But no, that would take too long. And he already has a good thing going now, his society and planet be damned. Another thing that really resonated with me about B'Elanna Torres was the way that she struggled with a part of herself that she didn't much like, but that was nonetheless a part of her, and how over the course of the series she finally comes to accept her Klingon half. Of course, I didn't know why that resonated with me, but looking back, it's clear that this is very similar to how I was feeling with gender dysphoria. Moreover, B'Elanna coming to accept her Klingon half is very much like a trans person coming to accept themselves. Now, I'm not saying that B'Elanna is trans, I'm just saying that she clearly had a similar experience. And certainly she did experience a form of dysphoria, just for her it was centered around her Klingon nature. There's even an episode where she's separated out into her Klingon and human halves, somehow. It honestly didn't make any sense at all, but the point is, she got to live as a full human for a day, the thing that she had always wanted. Except, she was incomplete. She wasn't her. Her Klingon half was a part of her, and without it, she wasn't the same person. So the episode ends with the Doctor fusing her two halves back together into one person. Again, somehow. This episode isn't big on logic. It's a metaphor, damn it. Again, this reads as very trans. Trans people are often asked if they would rather have been born the other gender to what they were assigned at birth, and it's very common to get an affirmative answer. Which is understandable, obviously. It would undoubtedly make life much easier to not have to fight to the point that would just be taken for granted otherwise. But interestingly, Jazz Jennings had a different answer to that question. When asked if she would rather have been born a girl, Jazz Jennings was wise enough to answer no, because she realized that being trans was a part of her, and without that, she would be a fundamentally different person.
I attended a panel about teenagers who have transitioned, and I introduced the two speakers. They shared their stories and showed photographs of themselves before and after their transitions. And when they opened up the panel to questions from the audience, the two teens invited me back up on stage with them to participate. Someone asked, if we were handed a magic wand and told we could suddenly not be transgender, and instead be placed directly into the body we desired, would we do it? The first guy on the panel, whose name was Adam, said yes, because he was a singer and had made the decision not to take testosterone because it would likely deepen his voice. The second person on the panel also said yes, because she wanted to have a baby someday, but wouldn't be able to because she wasn't born with a uterus. I'd love to have a baby of my own someday too, and the audience member's question made me think of the old dream I had with the good fairy and her magic wand. But my life had changed so much since then, and all for the better. Before I knew what was happening, I started to tear up right there in front of the whole room full of people. I'd break the wand in half, I said. I'm proud of who I am. I didn't mean it as a slight to the other two panelists. I just realized in that moment that being transgender had made me the person I'd become. And I really liked that person.
And that's the same conclusion that B'Elanna comes to here. Her Klingon half is a part of her. Without it, she isn't her. And on a related topic, when B'Elanna gets pregnant in Season 7, she says that she doesn't want to know the gender of the baby, because why should she put a label on the baby before it's even born?
Is it a girl or a boy?
No, don't tell. I just don't see any reason to have to label the baby. I don't want to know the gender. I don't want to have to pick a name yet.
Okay.
So that's a good progressive attitude to have. Of course, the Doctor ends up spilling the beans anyway, because he's kind of an idiot, but oh well. But getting back to B'Elanna, just how good is she? Well, she once managed to stop an unstoppable Cardassian warhead by reprogramming the computer to debate itself into submission. And while it was distracted, she crawled into the computer core and manually redefined the target as itself. So, that good. B'Elanna is the one who fortifies the Doctor's holomatrix to compensate for the unexpected extended use. And even when those fortifications start breaking down after 2 years, B'Elanna works to fix the flaws in the Doctor's program, effectively becoming his doctor. Well, he's her patient for a change. And he has the nerve to criticize her bedside manner. Oh, the irony. Of course, it's ultimately Kes who figures out how to solve the problem, since it ends up being more of a medical problem than a software problem, but we'll come back to the specifics of this situation in the Doctor's chapter. Lieutenant, I am attempting to replace this cheese-infected bio-neural gel pack with a good one, but I am unable to locate the disconnect. Seriously? It's right there behind the spatula. Honestly, do I have to do everything myself? Then, of course, there's the, incident between B'Elanna and Vorik, which I have thoughts about, but we'll come back to that in the dedicated Pon Farr section. Which, yes, there will be a dedicated Pon Farr section, which I'm sure is good news, both for you freaks out there who are looking forward to it, and for those of you with taste who would rather skip that section. Speaking of the Vorik incident, come to think of it, the same thing happened between B'Elanna and a Klingon-possessed Seven. God, B'Elanna cannot catch a break! And that wasn't even Pon Farr! What the hell? One interesting development comes when B'Elanna discovers a holonovel depicting a Maquis takeover of Voyager, which turns out to be Tuvok's creation, intending it to be a training simulation for what he believed was an imminent mutiny. So yeah, that Maquis integrating into Voyager arc I mentioned before, the one that went unrealistically smoothly, well, this is basically lampshading that whole thing. Tuvok's all like, yeah, I thought we'd have more trouble, but it turns out integrating two diametrically opposed crews together into one is super easy. But hey, B'Elanna finds it to be a fun game to play, as does Tom Paris, Pip Kim, Neelix. Hell, everyone gets in on the action. It's the most exciting thing to happen since the original Maquis mutiny that didn't happen. But of course, it wouldn't be a Star Trek holodeck episode if Holo-Seska didn't try to take over the ship. So, that. Then there's all the incredibly innovative solutions she comes up with, such as the time when there was too much bioelectric interference to get a transporter lock by either combadge or biosigns, but she still managed to get a skeletal lock by locking onto the minerals in the away team's bones.
I'm gonna try a skeletal lock.
A what?
I think I can get a clean lock on the minerals in their bone tissue. I just came up with it, but I think it might work.
That's pretty innovative. Then, of course, there's the time when B'Elanna is considering the Klingon Day of Honor ritual, but is hesitant to acknowledge that side of her. This is long after the time she got split into her two halves and learned to embrace her Klingon half, and yet here she is again, once again questioning whether she wants to embrace that side of herself. And no, this isn't a matter of inconsistent writing. Journeys of personal growth are not always linear. They're messy, with a lot of back and forth. In the midst of B'Elanna's indecision and subsequent turmoil, Neelix makes her a really sweet offer, that she can treat him as a pressure valve, releasing steam by venting frustrations at him so she doesn't keep it all bottled up inside.
May I suggest something?
Go right ahead.
You have a bit of a temper, and sometimes it builds up inside you until you explode at someone. I'm offering to be a pressure valve. You may use me to blow off steam.
Which is a really nice offer, but also, isn't that what the holodeck is for? Tom Paris also offers B'Elanna advice, telling her not to run away from a part of herself. Plus, there's the fact that the whole day long, absolutely everything has gone horribly wrong, including having to eject the warp core. Going to retrieve the core in a shuttle, the shuttle explodes, and B'Elanna and Tom having to emergency beam out into space in environmental suits to wait for rescue. So, all in all, not a great day. Also, it's worth noting that waiting for rescue out in space is the moment that B'Elanna realizes that she's in love with Tom Paris, and so their first kiss is actually through EV suit helmets. Of course, their first proper kiss comes a couple of episodes later, after Tom nobly offers B'Elanna an out, which she declines.
Well, about what you said, I mean, the part about being in love with me. I realize you were suffering from oxygen deprivation, and we were literally seconds away from death. So I know you probably didn't mean it.
Oh, no, I meant it.
And it really does say something about Tom's character development that he offers her that out. Much like the time when B'Elanna, under Vorik's telepathic influence, came to Tom and started hitting on him, and Tom gently turned her down, saying that he would love for her to say that one day and mean it, but that until then, he can't take advantage of her.
I hope someday you'll say that to me and mean it.
But that's the Pon Farr section, so more on that later. And then there's their third kiss, which was seen through an alien X-ray. Okay, this is just getting weird. On the whole, Tom Paris is a much better person when he's around B'Elanna. The time when he was cheating on her with a car notwithstanding. And no, that wasn't B'Elanna overreacting or misinterpreting. He was legitimately cheating on her with a car. God, this is a weird show. Say, do you remember that one time when Tom Paris cheated on B'Elanna with a holographic car and then got face-swapped with an alien? Yeah, that happens. And then there was the other time that Tom cheated on B'Elanna. This time with a haunted alien ship. Also, it's worth noting that Tom and B'Elanna's wedding is only ever shown on the duplicate of Voyager containing the demon-class clones of the crew, which is very odd. So there's a trivia question for you. Do we ever see Tom and B'Elanna's wedding in the series? Technically, no. We do see their proposal after the wedding.
And there's the happily ever after.
How's that one work?
Well, traditionally it requires a proposal.
And then cut straight to the honeymoon, since we already technically saw the wedding, sort of. This arc is just begging for a fan edit. Speaking of the episode Drive, this episode brings the number of times Tom has cheated on B'Elanna with a vehicle up to, let's say, 2.5. This only counts halfway since B'Elanna does ultimately participate in the race with him, but still, Tom kind of signed up for the race without asking, and messed up their weekend plans that B'Elanna had worked very hard to set up, so it definitely counts as a half cheat.
Why can't you borrow 3 hours from someone else?
Yours are the last piece to the puzzle. Tom and I have finally managed to get a weekend off together. I've been trading favors with members of the crew so that we could get the holodeck to ourselves. You packed?
Not yet. Actually, there might be a little problem. So I guess I got so excited that I forgot about our plans.
And by the way, you can have your holodeck time back.
What about your weekend with Tom?
He just canceled it.
But don't worry, Tom makes it up to her by reprogramming the three-dimensional holo emitters to project a two-dimensional image that can then be converted to a 3D illusion with special glasses. Some manner of forgotten 20th century Earth technology. Also, it's worth mentioning that the aforementioned race was to break in the new Delta Flyer. And if you're thinking that it's weird to wait until Season 7 to break in a ship that they built in Season 5, no, you're forgetting. It was actually destroyed at the end of Season 6, and they had to rebuild it. So this is the new Delta Flyer 2 that they are now breaking in. Seriously, how did you get that wrong? You just look dumb. But getting back to B'Elanna, can we take a moment to address just how absurd it is that B'Elanna is arrested for thought crime? I mean, seriously. She keeps her Klingon temper perfectly, and it's still not enough, because she had violent thoughts? What bullshit. I know you're not supposed to judge alien cultures, but the Mari are not okay. Their whole damn society is so repressed that they actually have an underground black market for dark thoughts, which even the slightest brush with is enough to set them off. Yeah, that's healthy. Also, B'Elanna has a fairly well-handled arc of dealing with a mental health crisis. When Chakotay receives a message from Earth from an old Maquis friend, he tells B'Elanna the bad news. The Maquis have been obliterated. The Cardassians won the war. B'Elanna is devastated. This is then paid off in an episode the following season. B'Elanna has been bottling up her feelings ever since receiving the message about the Maquis from Starfleet. And in that time, her coping mechanisms have been getting less and less healthy. Now she is to the point of running holodeck programs with the safety protocols disengaged, risking her safety for no reason. Moreover, she's distant at work, not even caring about the launch of the new multispatial probe, having no suggestions on how to retrieve said probe when it's chased into a gas giant by a Malon freighter, and leaving it to Tom Paris to come up with a brilliant idea all on his own. And even when Tom recommends building a new ship, the Delta Flyer, to retrieve the probe, an engineer's dream, as Tom points out, B'Elanna still just doesn't care. In short, she is extremely depressed and barely able to function, doing the bare minimum at work, a job she loves, and spending all of her off time in the holodeck doing increasingly more dangerous activities, including fighting a Cardassian warrior, the source of her anger and despair, with her bare hands, once again with the safety protocols disengaged. When she returns to her quarters after the fight, she treats her cuts and bruises herself, not wanting to go to sickbay. She goes to the mess hall for some comfort food, banana pancakes. A childhood favorite of hers, but it doesn't help, and she's so disassociated that she hardly notices Neelix's attempt at good-natured ribbing. Back in the cargo bay building the Delta Flyer, B'Elanna is completely zoned out and not contributing. Then she just gets up and leaves. When questioned, she justifies it by saying that she's going to test the new schematics on the holodeck, which would normally be a good idea, but there is no reason to disengage the safety protocols for that. Despite B'Elanna's protestations to the contrary, she would be able to test the flight simulator just fine with the safeties on. Janeway has no choice but to take B'Elanna off the Delta Flyer project. But B'Elanna doesn't even care about that.
Until you decide to be more forthcoming, you'll remain under the doctor's supervision, which means you're off the shuttle project. I'm sorry. I'm not. No, I know there's something wrong.
Chakotay visits B'Elanna in her quarters to ask what's wrong, but she just gives a classic deflection response.
He thinks I'm suffering from clinical depression.
Chakotay takes B'Elanna to the holodeck to get to the bottom of it. The program depicts the final massacre of the Maquis, the program that B'Elanna ran the day she received the news, and after which she started running the most dangerous programs she could find. Chakotay asks why, and B'Elanna tells him that despite what it looks like, she's trying to see if she's still alive. Running these programs is the only way she can feel anything. The message about the Maquis was so devastating, she had to cut off her emotions entirely to even remain barely functional. And now, getting hurt is the only way she can feel anything. But now, with Chakotay forcing her to confront the root of the problem, she has at least started down the road to recovery. B'Elanna ends up going on the Delta Flyer mission after all, and it's a good thing, too. The crew really needed B'Elanna's expertise. But of course, it's not a quick fix, and so B'Elanna will have to keep putting in the hard work. But she's at least made a good start. Also, B'Elanna thinks that she and Seven can be outcasts together once they get back home, considering that neither ex-Maquis nor ex-Borg have a place in Starfleet society.
What about you? Looking forward to seeing Earth? No. I'm not surprised. You think people are gonna resent an ex-Maquis? What about an ex-drone? We'll be outcast together. I'm kidding, Seven. It's a joke.
Why should it be a joke? Do it!
Though, incidentally, this exchange does come in between the two previously mentioned episodes, so B'Elanna was certainly not in the best headspace. But speaking of B'Elanna's relationship with Seven, that one time when Seven is critically ill and confined to sickbay, and then she breaks out and hides in engineering, B'Elanna doesn't turn her in, because problem patients have to stick together.
I've escaped the doctor myself once or twice. Thank you. Anytime.
I should have known she'd be the one to harbor a fugitive.
We difficult patients need to stick together.
And don't forget about the time when B'Elanna killed a Malon zombie, which proved to be a fairly effective therapy session. Certainly more effective than Tuvok's bullshit mandatory meditation. Which, yeah, about that. Tuvok tells B'Elanna to dig deep for the source of her anger, and she latches onto a childhood event wherein a classmate called her a racial slur. And then Tuvok calls her the same racial slur to prove how easy she is to aggravate.
He used to point at my cranial ridges and tease me about being half Klingon. He called me Miss Turtlehead.
Whatever you say, Miss Turtlehead.
Wow, that wouldn't be remotely okay, even if it was just some mean nickname. But that was a full-on racial slur. Voyager may be in desperate need of a ship's counselor, but Tuvok is so fired. Voyager may be in desperate need of a ship's counselor, but Tuvok is so fired.
B'Elanna is forced against her will to endure the indignity of having her life saved by a holographic recreation of a Cardassian war criminal who gained medical expertise by experimenting on Bajorans. So that sucks. Then, of course, there was the time when B'Elanna was almost killed by a drifting plate from a Klingon hull, and then when she brings it back into her quarters, it starts bleeding and screaming. Oh, for f***'s sake, are you even surprised at this point? And then she gets Vulcan therapy from Tuvok. Okay, things are not nearly bleak enough to justify that. I mean, just listen to Tuvok's therapy talk.
The self-loathing you experience when you look in the mirror and see a Klingon.
Who said anything about self-loathing?
You despise being Klingon.
As the other thing you despise, I should know! God, his batleth therapy is more regulation. Of course, it turns out that this entire episode was all just one last fever dream, as B'Elanna lays dying on the shuttlecraft floor. But come on, this is Star Trek. It was totally within the realm of possibility that all of this nonsense was 100% happening. Also, B'Elanna's fine. The Doctor brings her back to life. Not for the first time, and not for the last. Also, there's this odd line.
I may have believed in you as a child, but not anymore.
If you didn't still believe, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah, that's how hell works. Seems like a bit of a design flaw.
Then there's the little matter of B'Elanna's internalized racism, and how it comes to a head when she gets pregnant and wants to alter the baby's genome to make her daughter appear human. Damn, that's a lot. But yeah, B'Elanna was bullied as a kid for being Klingon, and she doesn't want her daughter to go through that. Which is understandable, but that doesn't make it right to do what she wants to do here. Also, conditions are not the same as when B'Elanna was a kid. Klingon-human relationships in the Alpha Quadrant have improved greatly, and in the Delta Quadrant, everyone on Voyager will be completely accepting. But B'Elanna isn't in a place where she can hear any of that, and so she actually goes as far as to alter the Doctor's program to make him perform the operation. But fortunately, Tom manages to stop B'Elanna in time with a little help from Icheb. It turns out that B'Elanna's father was a bit of a racist himself, which is why B'Elanna got so messed up. One time on a camping trip when she was 12 or so, B'Elanna overheard her father talking to her uncle about how difficult it was living with two Klingons.
Listen, I'm sorry.
For what?
The way Dean treated B'Elanna.
He was just doing what 11-year-olds do. I'm sure B'Elanna overreacted. She's too damn sensitive.
What do you mean? She's a great kid.
I haven't been around her much the last couple of years. Mom warned me not to marry Mira, but she never thought I had the constitution to live with a Klingon. Now I'm living with two of them.
B'Elanna confronted him about it, telling him that if he hated living with Klingons, he should just leave. And he did. And B'Elanna blamed herself for him leaving, and now she's worried that Tom will leave her and her daughter, just like her father left. But at least now that the root cause of the problem is known, Tom and B'Elanna will be able to work through things. And then, shortly after that, Voyager encounters a group of Klingon religious fanatics, who are convinced that B'Elanna's unborn child is their messiah. Or rather, the Kuvah Ma. They're so convinced of that they actually destroy their ship in order to force Janeway into beaming the lot of them onto Voyager, more than doubling Voyager's personnel complement. Apparently, they have been on a generational ship following an obscure prophecy for the past couple of centuries. And they believe that the Kuvah Ma will be born in the Delta Quadrant to a mother born off-world. And B'Elanna was born off-world. Plus, up until recently, she was the only Klingon in the Delta Quadrant. So, assuming their prophecy about the Kuvah Ma being born in the Delta Quadrant is accurate, then you can't exactly fault their math. So, assuming that their prophecy is right about the Kuvah Ma being born in the Delta Quadrant, and considering that up until very recently B'Elanna was the only Klingon in the Delta Quadrant, you can't exactly fault their math. Though some of them do fault the math of the Kuvah Ma being only 1/4 Klingon. But honestly, the Kuvah Ma is supposed to bring about the end of the old ways and usher in the new era of peace. And who better to do that than a part Klingon, part human, symbolizing the new peace that has been formed. A new era of peace that they didn't even know about, incidentally. Like, these guys have been traveling for so long that they didn't even know that the Empire already made a lot of progressive strides, rendering their protest journey kind of pointless. Also, it turns out that they have a rare form of Klingon space cancer, and so now they have infected B'Elanna and their messiah. You know, I'm starting to suspect that these guys just aren't very smart. Then they try to take over the ship, but they are not successful. They kind of just don't even know what they're doing. But then, in a twist ending, it turns out that the hybrid DNA of B'Elanna's unborn baby actually holds the cure for the Klingon space cancer thing. So I guess the Klingons were kind of right about her being their savior, in a roundabout kind of way. So yeah, B'Elanna Torres is the best, and I will fight anyone who says otherwise. Hell, she even once told off a Q who was being a condescending prick. That's pretty badass.
If you're in such a hurry, why don't you just snap your fingers and do it yourself?
Oh, that's right. You've lost your powers and you need our help.
Though it should be noted that it was a Q, but not Q himself. God, their naming convention is the worst! And it's not just her engineering abilities that make her a great character. When a group of telepathic aliens, the Inarans, briefly come aboard Voyager for transportation back to their homeworld, one of the Inarans delivers a series of memories which turn out to be a confession of the part she played in a genocide carried out by her people. The Inaran woman didn't want to aid the genocide, but essentially folded to the Nazis. And now, years later and guilt-ridden, she's desperate to share what really happened and expose the genocide that was covered up, and she chooses B'Elanna to share these memories with. Why? Simply because B'Elanna is someone with a strong moral compass who will stop at nothing to ensure that truth and justice prevail. And as for why the Inaran woman chose B'Elanna over, say, Janeway, who has the same values, the reason is simple. Because B'Elanna is not constrained by Federation red tape in the way that Janeway is. At the end of the episode, it becomes clear that Janeway agrees with B'Elanna, but still has to make a public show of diplomatic neutrality. But later, in private, Janeway encourages B'Elanna to exploit a loophole, one that Janeway herself would never be able to. So, in short, Captain Janeway and B'Elanna Torres complement each other quite nicely, and over the course of the journey they come to be close friends. B'Elanna even gives a really nice eulogy that one time that Captain Janeway fake dies.
She saw something in me that I didn't see. And because she had faith in me, I began to have faith in myself. And when she died, the first thing I thought was that I couldn't do this without her.
It happens. Which brings us to Captain Janeway. The first woman captain as a series regular, and thus the most hated captain in all of Star Trek. But is the hatred justified? Well, spoiler alert, no. But we'll take a closer look anyway. Captain Janeway is perfectly willing to throw the Prime Directive out the window when Voyager encounters a pre-warp civilization that is systematically murdering its children. She immediately goes to put a stop to it. But then, twist ending, it turns out that this particular species of aliens ages backwards and start as old people and then age into young children. So they're not killing off their children, they're killing off their old people. And that's fine, I guess. This episode makes no damn sense.
You mean they age backwards? Apparently, yeah! That's how that works in this comic! The kids are adults and the adults are kids! There was actually an episode of Star Trek Voyager that did this too. And you know what? That episode sucked and also made no sense!
Yeah, pretty much. Frankly, it's an outlier and should not be counted. And speaking of outliers that should not be counted, I guess we really need to address Tuvix.
Just send me a copy of Janeway's logs. I'll do whatever she did. She knows Janeway straight up murdered Tuvix, right?
Where to even begin with this one? Yeah, so this is the episode that people who are already inclined to hate Captain Janeway like to point to as justification for their hatred. But here's the thing. She acts completely out of character in this episode. So you remember that one time when Neelix's lungs got stolen? It happens. In the episode Phage, the Phagians, Vidians, that's what they're called. There's a lot of species to keep track of here, shut up. So the Vidians steal Neelix's lungs, on account of they all have the titular phage, and thus need replacement body parts on a regular basis. So they steal his lungs. I mean, Neelix is fine, don't worry, the doctor constructs some holographic lungs for him, he's fine. But Janeway tracks them down with the intent of taking the lungs back. But upon learning that the surgery has already been carried out, and that the lungs have already been implanted into the Vidian, meaning that to remove them at this point would kill them, Janeway decides against it, because it's not right to take one life to save another.
I don't have the freedom to kill you to save another. My culture finds that to be a reprehensible and entirely unacceptable act.
She refuses to kill one person to save another, even when that person had already condemned a member of her own crew to death in order to prolong his own life. Fast forward to Tuvix, where she apparently has no problem whatsoever killing the titular Tuvix in order to save 2 of her crew members' lives. I mean, I guess you could argue that it's a numbers game, that she won't kill one person to save another, but she will kill one person to save 2 others. That's an argument you could make. That's a dumb argument, but you could make that argument. The other numbers game you could play honestly does make more sense. Janeway can't afford to lose 2 officers and get only 1. She needs a tactical officer and a cook. She can't have just one person doing both jobs. And they're a long way from replacements. But if that's what they were going for, then they needed to make that much more explicit and show Janeway struggling with this impossible decision. What they shouldn't do is what they did. Have Janeway come in at the last minute to reset the status quo for the next episode without a second thought. If they really wanted to go with the morally gray, no good options thing, then they should have actually gone there. But they didn't. Captain Janeway, up until this point, has rejected the idea of giving up on Starfleet principles and becoming more like the Maquis.
I don't have the freedom to kill you to save another. My culture finds that to be a reprehensible and entirely unacceptable act. But I've become convinced that we've got to stick to our principles, not abandon them.
Should the crew be ready to die for those principles?
If the alternative means becoming thieves and killers ourselves, yes. But I'm betting that our principles are going to keep us alive.
It's easy to cling to principles when you're standing on a vessel with its bulkheads intact, manned by a crew that's not starving.
It's never easy. But if we turn our backs on our principles, we stop being human.
So if this was supposed to be some kind of a turning point for her, where she realizes that sometimes you can't always make a good decision, and sometimes there are just no good options to be had, well, it doesn't really come across, and it doesn't affect how she engages with problems later throughout the series. So if they were going to go there, they should have gone there. But this is Star Trek. Solving problems like this is what they do. So why didn't they combine the transporter separation with the transporter cloning that's happening all of the time? If they had a Thomas Riker distortion field and the Tuvix plant at the same time, then they could have saved Tuvok, Neelix, and Tuvix. And then, going forward, they could have had all 3 of them and explore the implications of what that means. That would have been much more Star Trek. Even if the writers didn't want Tuvix to stick around because they were determined for the episodic status quo to be maintained, there's other ways of doing that besides killing him. They could have had him decide on his own that he would rather leave the ship to explore his own native Delta Quadrant. Or hell, he could have ascended to a higher plane of existence. That would have been dumb as fuck, but it also would have been Star Trek as fuck. But no, instead all we get is this very illogical argument that Janeway puts forward in a very out-of-character moment, saying that both Tuvok and Neelix would want to live, so it's their 2 lives against Tuvix's 1 life.
Begging your pardon, Captain. It's my life, isn't it my decision?
Aren't there 2 other lives to consider here? What about Tuvok and Neelix? And I believe they would want to live.
And then, when Tuvix confronts her and says that she's condemning an innocent man to execution...
What you're considering is an execution. An execution, like they used to do to murderers centuries ago. And I've committed no crime at all.
She counters with the just completely baffling argument, actually he is sentencing the 2 of them to execution by his very existence.
Aren't you arguing for an execution, too? Of Tuvok and Neelix.
And then, finally, she says that both Tuvok and Neelix would be willing to sacrifice their lives to save him, so he should be willing to make the same sacrifice to save them.
Then you know Tuvok was a man who would gladly give his life to save another. And I believe the same was true of Neelix.
If Janeway knows that Tuvok and Neelix would sacrifice themselves to save Tuvix, and I'm sure she's right,
then why is she not honoring their wishes? They would not be happy to know that their lives came at the cost of another's. I can't help but think that this episode was deliberate character assassination of Janeway. Like, Rick Berman couldn't stand the idea of a woman captain in the first place, and so went out of his way to make her terrible. And so we get stuck with this mirror universe-esque, cold, calculating authoritarian, which is exactly what she comes across as when we're not even allowed to see her struggle with this decision. She comes across less as Janeway, and more as the parody of Janeway from the Doctor's Hollow novel. In fact, this is one of the Doctor's Hollow novels. You know how he changed their names not very effectively in Author? This must have been an earlier Hollow novel where he just straight up used their names. Yeah, that's what happens. So yeah, Tuvix is officially another Hollow novel that got misfiled into the ship's logs somehow. And as for how the same situation was able to come up on the Cerritos if it was only a Hollow novel, easy. The Doctor only writes about what he knows. He's a man of science.
The plot involves a physician who creates hollow duplicates of himself to be in two places at once. That's when Rodrigo tells his hollow duplicate Rodrigo he can no longer see on a...
Yeah, see? Guys named Rodrigo exist. I completely lost track of what I was talking about.
The Doctor has been called away, probably to add more Rodrigos to his Hollow novel.
Anyway, moving on. So how about something a little more positive? Like the time that Janeway was perfectly willing to go on a spiritual journey in order to save Kes's life, even though she very openly does not believe in the supernatural. But she was willing to try anything, putting her pride on the shelf for even the faintest possibility of success. Then, in an interesting bit of meta-commentary, much as how Janeway herself is the hero to millions of girls who now have someone to look up to, Janeway, in the series, is able to meet her own childhood hero, one Amelia Earhart. Yeah, it turns out that Amelia Earhart, along with several other historical figures from Earth's 1930s, were kidnapped and taken to the Delta Quadrant by some aliens. Neat. Captain Janeway also stands out from other Starfleet captains by her consistent refusal to put anyone else in danger, even when there's a clear reason to do it. For a little background, in the Next Generation episode, Thine Own Self, Deanna Troi takes the captaincy test, but she ultimately is not able to pass it. The situation involves a warp core breach, with no possible way to fix it without entering the irradiated chamber.
Is there a solution? Or is this simply a test of my ability to handle a no-win situation?
There is a solution.
The solution is for Deanna to order Geordi LaForge to his death.
Geordi, could you repair the conduit?
Yeah, I think I could.
Then do it. That's an order. That's what this was all about, wasn't it? To see if I'd order someone to their death.
Troi ultimately decides that she can't go through with captaincy if that's what's required, but Janeway has a different solution. Anytime a comparable situation comes up on Voyager, where there's no possible solution that doesn't involve ordering someone into harm's way, Captain Janeway refuses to give that order, instead performing the task herself. She will risk her own life, but not the lives of her crew. For example, in the episode Future's End Part 2, a time ship is about to enter a temporal rift and destroy the future, which Voyager can't allow to happen, but unfortunately the weapons are down following the battle they just had, and the launch sequencers are not functional. The only way to launch a torpedo at this point is manually from inside the torpedo tube, which is very dangerous. Janeway doesn't hesitate. She just starts walking towards the turbolift door, telling Tuvok what she intends to do and that he is now in command. Of course, Janeway does survive in this instance, but in a similar instance in Year of Hell, she has to risk her own life to put out a fire and does not survive. But of course, that was a Year of Hell, it all gets erased. Presumably, this was the exact same way that she passed the captaincy exam.
It's unconventional and certainly off-book, but the trainers wouldn't have been able to fault Janeway for her decision. I mean, sure, she might be destined for a rather short captaincy, but a noble one. That's hardly a failing grade. Hell, this is basically just Spock's solution from Wrath of Khan. And he was a decorated Starfleet captain, at least briefly, until this very incident cut his career short, in fact. I mean, he got better, but Spock's death did mark the end of his career in Starfleet. After that, he went on to become the Vulcan ambassador to the Romulan reunification movement. A movement that would not see fruition for another 1,000 years. Also, while we're on the topic of comparisons to Deanna Troi, can we talk about how weird it is that Kes is competing for the honor of most times possessed by an alien presence? I mean, it's not a great title, but it's weird that there's competition for it. At least Dr. Colbert was only possessed once, and it was a friendly, consensual sort of possession too. Once is okay, more than that is weird. Well, actually, come to think of it, I guess he was sort of possessed by the mycelial network also. And then there was the time that 7 of 9 got possessed by the ghosts of her former victims. And hell, Baby Janeway was possessed by her holonovel counterpart. That would explain Tuvix. Okay, so this happens a lot. Damn it, why is this trope so common? Wow, that was a tangent. Getting back to Janeway, who can forget the time that Janeway became godmother to Q's son? After having turned down a request to infuse the Q continuum with new human DNA to spice things up for the next generation, or whatever Q's excuse was.
Out of all the females, of all the species, in all the galaxies, I have chosen you to be the mother of my child.
I mean, I'm sure you'd like to forget, but it's very memorable. I know we just had a tangent, but here's another one. Q's arc in Voyager is kind of interesting. The Q continuum is crumbling, descending into civil war, and it's largely due to the actions of Q, as in John Delancey's Q, the Q we have been following throughout this series and previous series. God, their naming convention is the worst. But despite being kind of interesting on the surface, this arc is rendered almost unwatchable by Rick Berman's insistence on turning Q into a raging misogynist who undermines Janeway's authority at every turn and sees her only as a vehicle for reproduction. I mean, don't get me wrong, Q has always been a condescending prick. That's kind of his whole character. But he showed far more respect to Picard, and especially to Sisko, than he ever does to Janeway. And he certainly never asked Picard or Sisko to have his baby. And don't give me any bioessentialist nonsense about how Picard and Sisko couldn't possibly get pregnant. Q's omnipotent. He could make that happen if he wanted to. So yeah, the only explanation for why the different captains are treated differently is just plain misogyny, pure and simple. And for the record, John Delancey is a great guy. This is not his fault. I place 100% of the blame on Rick Berman. And speaking of placing the blame on Rick Berman, the follow-up episode featuring Q's son, also named Q, is god-awful. Q is a terrible parent and has no idea what he's doing raising a son, and so he forces his son off on Janeway to make her fix him. But at least Q has the decency to take away his son's omnipotent powers, at least the second time he leaves him after there have already been incidents. But the less said about this episode, the better. But anyway, Captain Janeway. When Captain Janeway encounters a colony of ex-Borg, she's sympathetic to their plight, and she supplies them with food, medical supplies, and technological upgrades. But she does draw the line at reactivating their derelict Borg vessel and reactivating the vinculum on board in order to create a small contained collective among the ex-Borg. And yeah, I have to agree with her decision. Even assuming the best of intentions, as Chakotay assures her that the ex-Borg have, reactivating the vinculum is just too risky. It could alert the other Borg in this sector, or even revert the ex-Borg to their former Borg programming. In the end, though, the ex-Borg are successful in their attempts to reactivate the vinculum, re-establishing their brief link with Chakotay, and forcing him to do it. So they do have a small contained collective by the end of the episode, leaving Janeway understandably upset, and more than a little concerned, but also cautiously optimistic for what that could mean for the future of this ex-Borg colony. And on the subject of the Borg, when Voyager encounters a malfunctioning Borg vessel with 5 adolescent Borg drones as the sole survivors, Janeway does tell the Doctor to construct a bioweapon, but only to use it as a last resort. She refuses to use it without personally meeting the drones and trying to get through to them. And even after her initial meeting yields disappointing results, she still stalls to give Seven time to negotiate with them. So all in all, Janeway did a hell of a lot better than Picard did in a similar situation. In the Next Generation episode I, Borg, Picard wants to synthesize a bioweapon to use against the Borg, using the captured Third of Five, aka Hugh, as Patient Zero. And unlike Janeway, Picard is determined not to meet with Hugh before carrying out his plans, because he's afraid that compassion might just get in the way.
When you talk to him face to face, can you honestly say you don't have any doubt?
I haven't talked to it.
If you're going to use this person...
It's not a person, damn it, it's a Borg!
If you are going to use this person to destroy his race, you should at least look him in the eye once.
Which, considering Picard's history with the Borg, is understandable, but that doesn't make it okay. Also, do you remember that time in Lower Decks when Captain Freeman orders the ship into a binary star system in order to get the sadistic tester to call off the tests? Well, Captain Janeway did it first. That time when aliens, slightly out of phase with their reality, are performing a series of medical tests on the crew? Yeah, once Janeway finds out what's going on, she orders the ship to fly directly into a binary star system in order to get the aliens to leave. Janeway tells the aliens that Voyager has about a 20% chance of survival. But the aliens' much smaller Remora-like vessels clamped onto Voyager's hull have a significantly lower chance of survival, so they should probably leave. And Janeway certainly does not play it safe, such as the time that she planned and carried out a heist on a Borg vessel in order to steal a transwarp coil to get them home faster. A daring and dangerous strategy, but it does pay off, and they managed to shave 15 years off their journey home, which I'm sure was a huge relief for the writing staff, who thought that maybe, just maybe, they might get to retire someday. Janeway may bend the rules from time to time, but throughout the entire series, she never betrays Starfleet principles. People love to criticize her for the choices she makes, but we actually do have an in-universe blueprint of exactly what it would have looked like if she had abandoned Starfleet principles and resorted to Maquis-like methods to get home, in the form of Captain Ransom of the starship Equinox, a previous Starfleet vessel to be lost in the Delta Quadrant. Not to be confused with Commander Ransom of the Cerritos. Much different guy. Captain Ransom, after getting pulled into the Delta Quadrant by the same caretaker that pulled Voyager in, immediately abandons his principles in order to get home faster, creating a new fuel source by torturing nucleogenic life forms. But Janeway will not stand for that. She rescues the crew of the Equinox, and offers them all a place on Voyager, and allows them to travel home together, but that's not good enough for Captain Ransom. He wants to take over Voyager and use his new fuel source to get home faster. Ransom orders his crew to betray Voyager. They should have been allies, but now they're made into pointless enemies by the unprincipled ego of one man, leaving Janeway no choice but to hunt him down and rescue her kidnapped crew members. And don't forget the time that Janeway made friends with bounty hunters who had been hired to destroy Voyager, and gets them to work together with the crew to take out the real enemy. And don't forget about the time that Janeway outsmarted the Fear Clown.
I'm not Captain Janeway.
Could have fooled me.
I'm afraid I did. I'm nothing more than a holographic image of Captain Janeway.
I feel you. You're on the system.
She is on the system, yes. But not in stasis. You know as well as I do that fear only exists for one purpose: to be conquered.
One of the biggest problems that Captain Janeway had to solve came in the form of the Omega Directive, a highly classified Starfleet protocol that only Janeway herself has clearance for. Ideally, if this was to come up in the Alpha Quadrant, a task force of captains and admirals would be created to deal with the crisis, but here in the Delta Quadrant, Janeway is on her own. Or at least she would be on her own were it not for the convenient loophole that Seven already knows about the Omega Directive. So technically, Janeway can have Seven help her, and she's not actually giving away classified Starfleet information.
What do you know about the Omega Directive?
Everything you do, most likely.
I thought as much.
Seven is already fully aware of the Omega molecule, and of the devastation that it will cause to subspace if it becomes unstable. The Omega molecule was created in a failed Starfleet experiment to create a source of unlimited power, or at least that's how the version that Janeway is familiar with came into being. As it turns out, the Omega molecule, much like warp drive, is actually something that many alien societies have independently developed. By recreating the blueprint of the original Omega molecule, the theoretical power source behind the Big Bang. But much like the progenitor's technology, this molecule is much too powerful, and its destructive capabilities far too great for it to be allowed to exist. And as such, Janeway has strict orders to destroy it at any cost. So Janeway and Seven work together to come up with a way to destroy the molecule, although Seven does it rather reluctantly, having a certain reverence for the molecule. But it soon becomes clear that the task is simply too big for the two of them to handle alone. And so, given Voyager's unique circumstances, and considering the "at any cost" clause, Janeway decides that she has no choice but to inform her senior staff of the crisis. They track down the molecule to a pre-warp planet, which would normally put their mission on hold, as they have a strict policy of non-interference with pre-warp civilizations. But the Prime Directive goes out the window when the Omega Directive is in play. They figure out a way to destroy the molecule, but they have to be extremely careful. With even the slightest misstep, the damage to subspace will be so extensive that warp travel will be forever impossible in at least half the quadrants, meaning they will never get home. But of course, in the end, they do manage to destroy the molecule without incident, and so warp travel remains possible. So in the end, Janeway managed to complete the directive despite insurmountable odds, and doing it with only minimal bending of protocol. That alone is damn impressive. Shortly after this, Janeway encounters yet another daunting crisis, this time in the form of running out of fuel. The ship's supply of dilithium is running desperately low, and Janeway has already had to cut power to decks 4 through 9, and the remaining systems are functioning at 20% power. The ship is in gray mode.
Ship is gray, Captain. We've cut power to decks 4 through 9. Replicators, holodecks, and all other non-essentials are offline. Remaining systems are operating at 20% capacity.
But fortunately, Seven has a solution, having found a nearby planet with ample dilithium supplies. But unfortunately, it's a Demon-class planet, with incredibly hostile atmospheric conditions for humans. After one unsuccessful beaming attempt, Janeway orders Voyager to leave orbit. As desperate as their situation is, she won't risk any more ship's resources, and she certainly won't risk any of the crew. But Harry Kim has a daring strategy for how they might be able to extract the dilithium, and he volunteers for the operation, along with volunteering his friends Tom Paris.
I could take a shuttle to the surface and mine the deuterium from there.
Even if I agreed, I'd never let you go alone.
Of course not. That's why I'm volunteering my good buddy Tom here to go with me.
Thus sparing Janeway from having to give the order, which is extra important because, considering, based on past experiences, we know exactly what Janeway's decision would have been. She would have gone herself, alone, with no chance of success.
It was during her first year as a commander on the USS Billings. She sent an away team to survey a volcanic moon. Their shuttle was damaged by a magma eruption, and 3 crew members were severely injured. The next day, she returned to the moon alone to complete the survey. She wanted the crew to know that their suffering had not been in vain.
But fortunately, now she doesn't have to do that. Then there's this.
If someone you loved was missing on this planet, you would be the first one out that door, and you know it.
Damn! I had no idea that B'Elanna felt that way about Harry Kim.
I don't find this at all amusing, Starfleet.
Oh, wait, no, that's not what she meant. Clearly she was talking about the shuttlecraft that they're taking down. But, of course, as tends to happen in these situations, things do go wrong on Tom and Harry's mission, and so a rescue team is sent for them. Chakotay and Seven find Tom and Harry, who seem to have adapted to the planet's atmosphere, a process that the Doctor refers to as bioforming.
From what I can tell, you've been bioformed. Think of it as the opposite of terraforming. In the same way we adapt the environment of a planet to suit our needs, this planet has adapted you.
Essentially the opposite of terraforming. Instead of conforming the planet to the needs of the people who intend to settle there, the planet itself is reforming their DNA to be more compatible with itself. The Doctor's theory makes a certain amount of sense, considering that this is a very similar process to what the Ilarians do, genetically augmenting themselves to be able to survive on new planets, rather than altering the planet to be able to sustain them.
Illyrians seek collaboration with nature. By bioengineering our bodies, we adapt to naturally existing habitats. Instead of terraforming planets, we modify ourselves.
But it turns out that the explanation in this case is even weirder. The dilithium on this planet is actually a life form, and it cloned Tom and Harry, making exact duplicates of them. It apparently did this because it needed to introduce new DNA into the system in order to evolve. And now, thanks to Voyager, the life forms have become sentient, which they previously had not been. So the planet clones the rest of the crew to make a new society, and Voyager leaves orbit. It's unclear if they got any fuel, considering that the dilithium was sentient and thus unusable, but maybe there were still pockets of non-sentient, non-living dilithium that the aliens were able to give them as a thank you, considering that Voyager is now back to 100% peak efficiency, so they must have gotten fuel somehow, but they kind of forgot to address that somewhat important thing. But regardless of minor or major details like that, one thing is clear from this episode. Harry Kim should absolutely have gotten a promotion to lieutenant for his daring plan and volunteering to carry it out, as well as making contact with a new sentient form of life that he helped to gain sentience. That deserves a pip. Why the hell is he still an ensign after this? It's not even like this would have been that hard to fix. A single line of dialogue would have done it, or hell, a monologue. A captain's log would have done the trick.
Captain's log, supplemental. The newly established colony of dilithium-based demonoids has graciously offered to fix our fuel problem, giving us the rough equivalent of a blood transfusion, giving us the fuel we need without causing harm to themselves. Also, I'm promoting Harry Kim to the rank of lieutenant. He's earned it.
Boom! Done! Why the f didn't they just do that? It's just a good thing these demonoids weren't hardline Jehovah's Witnesses. They would have been screwed. It's also refreshing how Janeway doesn't have a massive ego like Kirk did. When playing an athletic game with Seven on the holodeck, Seven goads Janeway into playing another round, claiming that her refusal to do so is proof that she's tired and knows that she'll lose. But Janeway doesn't take the bait.
I wish to play again.
Not today.
You are fatigued and concerned that I will defeat you.
Tired, yes. Concerned, no. Seven, try to be a sport. Game's over.
And then we get yet another example of how Tuvix was just a one-off, out-of-character moment. When Seven's nanoprobes fuse with the Doctor's mobile emitter, creating what is essentially a 29th century Borg drone, Janeway has a limited window of opportunity to destroy it before it comes to maturity and has fully functional Borg shields. But Janeway refuses to do that. Not unless there is no other option. She will not kill a sentient being, even to ensure their own safety. Instead, Janeway instructs Seven to teach the Borg drone Starfleet values and give him a place within their collective, rather than the Borg collective. But, of course, due to the episodic nature of this series, this addition to the crew is doomed to be rather short-lived. Yeah, we can't possibly have an ongoing storyline, now can we? Just get rid of him. Guess add this to the missed opportunities pile. And to make matters worse, they don't even end the episode on the heroic sacrifice. No, he actually survives that, somehow, but then refuses medical treatment for what is a very treatable wound because he knows that his very existence is a threat to the status quo, or some shit like that.
I was never meant to be. As long as I exist, you are in danger.
Well, I'll give him this. He's genre savvy. And before we wrap out this Janeway chapter, let's take a moment to address the admirable way that Janeway handled Devore in the ACAB episode of Voyager. You know, the one where the space cops are constantly boarding Voyager to make sure that they don't have any telepathic fugitives. Because the space cops are a bunch of damn Nazis. But Janeway won't play by Nazis' rules, so she grants asylum to 12 telepathic refugees, hiding them in the transporter pattern buffer along with Tuvok and Vorik during all inspections. And then, when an apparent defector comes to Janeway and offers to help her in exchange for safe passage out of Devore space...
I'm defecting. I've come to ask asylum. Safe passage out of Devore space before I end up in a detention center myself.
She proceeds with extreme caution, not wanting to distrust him out of hand, but also not being naive enough to trust him without verifying it. Also, we get this amusing bit.
We are unable to consolidate their patterns. They've been in suspension too long.
Yeah, Scotty is laughing at that.
What in the world made you think of using the transporter pattern buffer to survive?
Well, didn't have enough supplies to wait for the rescue, so we had to think of something.
Yeah, but locking it into a diagnostic cycle so that the pattern wouldn't degrade and then cross-connecting it with the phase inducers to provide a regenerative power source. That's absolutely brilliant.
And yeah, Janeway's suspicion of the supposed Nazi defector turns out to be entirely warranted, as he suddenly but inevitably betrays them. But Janeway planned for that, and the Nazi loses.
Fire! You should have detonated. Those aren't neutrino emissions. They're antimatter residue signatures. Do you have the telepaths?
I have cargo containers. Filled with vegetables.
Also, note that the Nazis are called the Devore, which sounds like devour. It's honestly kind of nice to have something so unsubtle indicating that Nazis are bad. And that's not the end of the story either. This actually comes back in Star Trek Prodigy. One of the refugees that Captain Janeway rescued, a little girl at the time, has now grown up and joined Starfleet. And she helps Admiral Janeway out of a tight spot. Oh, and one other thing that does need to be addressed regarding the whole delete the wife bit.
Delete the wife.
Yeah, everyone loves to give Janeway shit about that, but come on, she's stuck in the Delta Quadrant with no one around aside from her own crew. Who is she supposed to have an affair with? Overall, Janeway's solution seems like the best possible option. Hell, she does a whole lot better than Picard did, since Picard did have a full-on affair with one of his subordinates, and he doesn't even have the excuse of having been trapped in the Delta Quadrant. Janeway doesn't do that. She just has a good, honorable, God-fearing affair with a non-sentient hologram. As God intended. Although Janeway's love interest is named Michael, so he's probably going to betray the ship.
Michael Sullivan is a hologram.
Remember, the name Michael is clearly cursed? Damn it, Janeway, you put everyone in danger. So yeah, things get a little messy, but at least no one gets hurt with Janeway's affair. I mean, okay, there's a few bumps and bruises here and there from a pub brawl, but, you know, nothing life-threatening. Also, even the Doctor points out how this is Janeway's most ethical option.
I become romantically involved with a hologram.
I don't see the problem. You can't have a relationship with a member of your crew. They're all your subordinates. A hologram may be the only logical alternative.
Also worth mentioning is that one time that Voyager's crew were all kidnapped and forced to work in a factory. Yeah, that happens. Janeway gets asked by a new co-worker where she comes from, and she starts giving a very outdated description of Earth, talking about how it's a war-torn dystopia where it's hard to even come by a job, and it's almost impossible to make ends meet even if you do have a job.
You never told me where you're from.
A planet called Earth. Overpopulated, polluted, very little work.
That's not the 24th century. She's describing the 20th and 21st centuries. Apparently, these aliens didn't just brainwash the crew, they implanted false memories based on outdated historical records. And it's not like they wouldn't have had access to more current records. No, they deliberately chose that era because they saw it as a way of making the crew more complacent in their current circumstances and thus more compliant. After all, capitalism only works if you don't allow anyone to imagine anything better. Also, notably, when various crew members start having vague memories of their previous lives, they are diagnosed with dysphoria syndrome.
What are you doing?
She's suffering from dysphoria syndrome. Don't worry, it's treatable.
As in, they feel that something is wrong with the world around them and the role that society is forcing them to play.
No!
You're experiencing a relapse of dysphoria syndrome. This is going to make you feel better.
Get away from me!
That's an interesting way of phrasing that. So now, as I wrap out this chapter on Captain Janeway, I really do need to address the episode Night. You may recall that I did an episode review of that one, and in that review I said this. Also, Captain Janeway is no longer acting emo, so, you know, that's a plus. The less said about her brief emo moment, the better. Yeah, that's not really fair. Let me try again. The problem with this episode is not that Captain Janeway is experiencing self-doubt and showing vulnerability. The problem is this is one of the very few examples of a time that she was allowed to show that. We needed more of this, not less. And as far as her hiding away from the crew during a crisis, some clarification. It was a morale crisis, and she was clearly in no shape to help anyone. And when an actual crisis did come up, she immediately grabs a phaser rifle to defend her crew. But moreover, this could have been avoided if she had been allowed to talk to a counselor. I mean, longing for a couple of Borg cubes just for a little distraction is not exactly a healthy coping mechanism.
Oh, what I would give for a few Borg cubes about now. Anything for a little distraction.
We should have seen her having conversations about how overwhelmed she was feeling with the Doctor, the most logical choice given the lack of actual counselor. Presumably the ship's counselor was killed in the pilot. We can only assume. But if Janeway had been allowed to talk things through, it would never have gotten to the point of her needing to hide herself away from the crew. But of course, that would have involved a more serialized format than the writers wanted, so this is basically all we get. And this isn't just a Janeway problem either. Picard got much the same treatment. After being assimilated by the Borg and then rescued in the best of both worlds, Picard isn't really given space to deal with any of that in the series. At least not until his own follow-up episode, Family, wherein he returns to his childhood home on Earth to see his brother, and is finally able to work through all of this.
He used me to kill and to destroy, and I couldn't stop. I should have been able to stop them.
And again, Picard should have gotten more than that. It's a good episode, but there should have been more in between. And it's the same thing here with Janeway. What we get is good, but it's really too little too late. And regarding her conversation with Chakotay,
I made an error in judgment, Chakotay. It was short-sighted and it was selfish.
yeah, he doesn't call her out on that. Why doesn't he call her out on that? That's not a selfish decision. It's kind of the exact opposite of selfish. God, Chakotay is worthless. This should have been a conversation with the Doctor, and it should have gone something more like this. I made an error in judgment, Doctor. It was short-sighted and it was selfish. Captain, if I may, many words spring to mind when describing you. Determined, stubborn, reckless, hard-headed. Your point, Doctor. Sorry, my point is, selfish has never been a word I or anyone else would ever use to describe you. You made a decision to put your own needs aside to save a species you had only just met. I don't know about you, but I can't think of anything less selfish. Janeway's decision to stay behind in a shuttlecraft to destroy the Malon wormhole from the inside is perfectly in line with her history of being self-sacrificing, but it was also completely unnecessary. This was not the only option, and if she had been able to think things through more rationally, she would have realized that. And for that matter, maybe her constant willingness to throw herself into danger is another thing that she should be talking about in therapy. So yeah, my feelings toward this episode are a lot more complicated and nuanced than a silly little Captain Proton review was ever going to delve into. But still, I do kind of feel bad about the way I phrased that. I kind of inadvertently contributed to the unfounded Janeway hate. And speaking of unfounded Janeway hate, so when it comes to Captain Janeway, and only when it comes to Captain Janeway, seemingly, people tend to judge her incredibly harshly for the decisions that she makes, while giving absolutely no grace to the impossible circumstances that she was in. Case in point, the two-part episode Scorpion. This was, without a doubt, the single most impossible mission of the entire series, and people like to criticize her for it. But is that warranted? Well, let's take a look. It's been about 3 years into the journey at this point, and Voyager is just about to enter Borg space. They all knew it was coming, but that doesn't make it any easier to deal with. But then they encounter a seeming bit of luck in the form of a narrow corridor of space that cuts right through the middle of Borg territory, but seemingly does not have any Borg activity. So theoretically, they should be able to slip through Borg space unnoticed. But of course, that's far too good to be true. And of course there's a catch. It turns out that the reason that there's no Borg activity in that strip of space is because it's inhabited by the Borg's mortal enemies, Species 8472. Species 8472 is a complete unknown. The Federation has never encountered anything like them, and the Universal Translator is no help at all. Even their name is an unknown quantity, thus why I am only able to give their Borg designation. The only thing they know about this species upon first encountering them is what they're able to observe, that they use some kind of organic bioships, and they have telepathic capabilities, something they only know because of incessant mental attacks against Kess. So Kes becomes the only point of contact between Voyager and Species 8472, and the images that she's shown and the words that she's able to make out are not friendly. She's shown images of mangled Borg corpses stacked up into a grotesque mass, and Harry Kim being attacked by some form of bioweapon, and the words that she hears them say are no better. The weak will perish, and your galaxy will be purged.
The weak will perish. It's an invasion. They said your galaxy will be purged.
Not very friendly, to say the least. So Harry Kim's initial optimistic thought that they might have finally found an ally against the Borg seems to be thoroughly off the table. And so Captain Janeway is left with an impossible decision. Continue forward into certain death, or turn around and give up all chance of ever making it home again. Not an enviable decision. So, having considered her terrible options, she decides to continue forward, but she knows that if they're going to have any chance of survival, they're going to need allies. And that means making a deal with the devil. Now, of course, there's two possibilities for the role of devil. Do they try to form an alliance with this new Species 8472 that they know nothing about? Or with the Borg, who have been their mortal enemies for generations, but which they do know a great deal about? Janeway decides to go with the devil they know, and they form an alliance with the Borg. The Doctor, in creating a treatment for Harry Kim's attack, the one that Kes saw before it happened, and then it proceeded to happen exactly as she saw it, has come up with a way to attack Species 8472 at the cellular level. And it's this information that Janeway uses as leverage with the Borg. A blueprint for a bioweapon, and it's a weapon that the Borg badly need to win the war. A war that they are currently losing to Species 8472. So Janeway makes the deal, promising the weapon in exchange for safe passage through Borg space. It's a dangerous gambit, but under the circumstances, it's the only call she can make. Over the course of working with the Borg, they discover that it was in fact the Borg who started the war with Species 8472, which, yeah, I don't know why anyone is surprised by that. It was kind of obvious from the start. That's just what the Borg do. They tried to assimilate Species 8472 to gain their knowledge and power, but Species 8472 proved to be too much for the Borg to handle. But one actually surprising bit of news comes when we learn that Species 8472 don't even originate in our galaxy. They come from beyond the galactic barrier and only entered our galaxy through a series of subspace rifts that they are able to open. Moreover, their home dimension is unlike anything that Voyager has ever seen before. It's not space, it's matter. An endless sea of murky liquid. Fluidic space. These are by far the most alien aliens they have ever encountered. Eldritch horrors from the depths. The Borg may have opened the door for Species 8472, but now that they're here, Species 8472 has vowed to destroy all sentient life in the Milky Way galaxy. So when people, including Chakotay, call Janeway out for her putting her own selfish desires over the needs of the galaxy, I kinda have to call bullshit. Yes, giving the Borg technology is dangerous, and yes, if the Borg manage to adapt that technology to be able to assimilate Species 8472, they will become much more dangerous themselves. But Janeway doesn't really have the luxury of worrying about that right now. At this particular moment, the Borg are losing the war with Species 8472, and the Borg are the only thing standing in between Species 8472 and total galactic annihilation. Yes, the Borg rang the dinner bell, and they're getting what they deserve, but they are not the only ones set for extinction. During Voyager's brief alliance with the Borg, Janeway and Tuvok work with the Borg liaison assigned to them, one 7 of 9, tertiary adjunct of Unimatrix 01.
7 of 9, tertiary adjunct of Unimatrix 01. but you may call me 7 of 9.
So when the Borg inevitably betray Voyager, 7 of 9 is still on board, and B'Elanna manages to sever her connection to the collective. And even Chakotay manages to help, using his own brief connection to the Borg from a few episodes ago to distract her long enough for B'Elanna to complete the procedure. So there you have it. The situation that Captain Janeway gets the most shit for. And really, she handled it remarkably well. I dare you to find another Starfleet captain who would have handled this situation half as well. And she even managed to get a new crew member out of the deal. Which brings us to 7 of 9. Or, as she prefers to be known these days, just 7. However, 7 of 9 is not her dead name. No, of 9 is simply her last name, so it's oddly formal to be calling her that all the time. No, her dead name is Annika Hansen, and as such, that is the last time I will be saying that name in this video. Captain Janeway does initially ask 7 if she would like to be referred to by that name.
Your designation, 7 of 9, is a little cumbersome. Wouldn't you prefer to be called by your given name, Annika?
But 7 says that she's not comfortable with that.
I have been 7 of 9 for as long as I can remember.
But when Janeway suggests shortening her name to 7...
But maybe we could streamline it a little. How would you feel about 7?
7 has this to say.
Imprecise, but acceptable.
As for dropping the of 9 from her name, that has more to do with her ongoing character arc of learning to drop formality and learn to accept familiarity. I mean, think about it. She was basically raised by the Borg, meaning they pretty much put her in a Borg maturation chamber and that's it. So she has no social knowledge outside of that. But despite that, the Borg remain the only family that 7 has ever known, considering that she doesn't really remember her parents, who basically sold her out anyway. Plus, it becomes clear as her arc progresses that any limited memories of her parents that she does still have, she's managed to block out, since, you know, they were kind of the ones who handed her over to the monsters in the first place. Not that that was her parents' intention, mind you, but it's still what happened because they didn't think through the consequences of their actions.
The Federation Council on Exobiology has given us final approval. Starfleet's still concerned about security issues, but they've agreed not to stand in our way.
We have deviated from our flight plan, disobeyed a direct order to return. Our colleagues obviously think we are insane.
More on that when we talk about the episode The Raven. So 7 of 9 was raised by the Borg as a literal military drone, and as such, she has only ever known rigid formality. We can see evidence of this in her introductory line.
7 of 9, tertiary adjunct of Unimatrix 01. But you may call me 7 of 9.
Wow, dropping the titles and just going with the first and last name? We're getting awfully familiar here. That's very Captain Raymond Holt of New York's 99th Precinct, but you may call me Raymond Holt. And honestly, this kind of mindset wouldn't even be that out of place on a starship, where people typically go by last names anyway. Hell, even on the Cerritos, the least regulation-following ship ever, they still typically go by last names.
Divana? Is that some other weird title you've got?
It's my name.
Oh.
What, you don't even know my first name? We have been working together for over a year, Beckett.
Well, now you're just showing off.
But Voyager is in a unique position. Being alone in the Delta Quadrant, the crew are each other's only family, and as such, formality goes out the window early on. Almost everyone on Voyager goes by first name.
Harry, how have you been? Tom, set a course.
With the obvious exception of Janeway, who feels the need to keep a professional distance from her crew. Only Chakotay has the right to call her KATHRYN.
KATHRYN.
Well, actually, come to think of it, Chakotay might be another exception. Is Chakotay his first name or his last name? Like, is he Bob Chakotay or Chakotay Smith? Whatever, it's Chakotay, no one cares. The point is that 7 finds herself removed from the overly formal collective that she has known, and is now being thrown into this new overly familiar collective. So naturally, her transition is difficult. And it's not just social transition either. She has to undergo extensive medical intervention as well. With her link to the Borg hive mind severed, her human organs are starting to reassert dominance and reject the implants.
Her human immune system has reasserted itself with a vengeance. Body armor, Borg organelles, biosynthetic glands, they're all being rejected.
Without immediate surgery to remove the vast majority of her implants, she will die. So yeah, Seven is kind of a trans icon. Unintentionally so, I'm sure, but still. Not that all trans people need medical transition in order to survive, but for some it is a matter of life and death. So having Seven require medical transition in order to survive is not at all unfair, especially given that Seven is not the only X-Borg that we see in Voyager, and the other X-Borg all require varying levels of medical intervention. So yeah, the X-Borg might be a gay allegory in Picard.
While Hugh wasn't overtly queer, Jonathan Del Arco is gay and has repeatedly stated that he played Hugh as gay.
But in Voyager, they were already a trans allegory. And what makes it really weird is that this is the second time Star Trek has made that mistake. Also, while we're on the topic of Seven's medical interventions, this raises a rather interesting moral dilemma. Seven refuses the surgeries, and the doctor is bound by the Hippocratic Oath to respect the wishes of his patients. But this is an unusual case. Seven never developed the ability to think independently without the collective hive mind, and as such, Janeway argues that they can't really take her word at it, since she's the victim of brainwashing and literally cannot make a rational decision.
And underneath all that technology, she is a human being. Whether she's ready to accept that or not. And until she is ready, someone has to make the decisions for her.
But the doctor's hands are still tied, and ultimately Janeway has to give him a direct order to perform the surgery, and accept any and all consequences herself.
Proceed with the surgery.
Aye, Captain.
And once again, I have to say that I agree with that decision. Between the brainwashing and the Stockholm Syndrome, Seven cannot make a decision for herself, so someone else has to. Her cognitive development stopped at 7 years old, after all, and at 7 years old, it would be up to her parents whether she had a procedure, as she could not herself be expected to fully understand the consequences. And the responsibility of guardian acting in loco parentis would naturally fall to the captain in this circumstance. This is clearly a very different situation from the one involving the Q who wanted to die, but was completely rational, and Janeway sided with his right to autonomy in choosing to die. But with Seven, this just isn't the case. There's no rationality here at all, just a series of pre-programmed responses that are no longer applicable. Also, I have to say, and let me first preface this by saying f*** Rick Berman and his wardrobe mandates for female cast members, but from an in-universe point of view, Seven's decision to wear tight, form-fitting jumpsuits does make sense, considering that that type of garment would feel the most like the familiar exoskeleton that she has become accustomed to over the past 20 years or so. Especially considering that her first jumpsuit was a metallic silver color, resembling armor. And it's only later, as the series progresses, and she embraces her humanity more and more, that she starts to explore colors. First the muted red, and later the vibrant blue. Still tight jumpsuits, but still clear progress. But again, from a real-world point of view, f*** Rick Berman for forcing female cast members into wearing outfits like these. He did this to Marina Sirtis as Troy, he did it to Jolene Blalock as T'Pol, and let's not forget that he killed off Jadzia for Terry Farrell refusing to go along with this bullshit. Now, whether Jerry Ryan was okay with these outfits or not, I'm not sure, but either way, it's clear that that is not a factor that Rick Berman cared about whatsoever. Also, while we're on the topic of Rick Berman and his war against women, it's worth noting that at the exact same time that Voyager brings on Seven, they boot off Kes, the last woman they brought on board, because there can only be one, apparently. And yes, I know the in-universe justification is that Kes's powers have grown to the point of being a threat to the ship, and so she has to leave for their safety, but that storyline could have been delayed. Or omitted. But anyway, back to 7 of 9. She finds that she's having trouble adjusting to the endless hours spent alone, so she requests a duty shift in engineering.
I'm finding it difficult to spend so much time alone. I am unaccustomed to it. I would like to request a duty assignment.
B'Elanna is initially not happy with this arrangement, still understandably having some reservations about 7's motives. Which is understandable considering the last time that 7 was in engineering. So yeah, 7 and B'Elanna don't exactly hit it off right away. Plus, 7's idea to turn Voyager's warp core into a Borg transwarp engine does result in B'Elanna having to eject the warp core, which, in the Delta Quadrant, is kind of a big deal. Though not as big of a deal as you might think. They end up ejecting and reinstalling that thing many times throughout this series. I should just have a counter.
Eject the warp core. Warp ejection systems enabled. Eject the core.
I have to eject the core. What?
Deactivate this program. No, the damage matrix.
Don't try to stop me. Let's take a sick break. I have to save the ship. I have to save the ship. I have to save the ship.
You've initiated an emergency warp core shutdown. What? Too late. The warp core's offline. It'll take at least 2 hours to regenerate the dilithium matrix. I can't get the ejection subroutines online.
Warp core?
Subroutines back online.
9, 8.
We need to reinstall the warp core. I need ideas, people. This is no simple matter, like constructing an astrometrics lab from scratch. This might take an altogether bigger rubber bands. And B'Elanna isn't alone in blaming 7 for the accident. Everyone, including Janeway, have their suspicions. But when Janeway directly asks 7, she is satisfied that 7 did not deliberately sabotage the operation.
Captain, I believe I found the cause of the accident. Erratic fluctuations in the ship's warp power.
Then it was an accident.
Also, 7 proves her loyalty in a pretty dramatic way. An alien race known as the KATHRYN capture Voyager's ejected warp core and use it as leverage to get everything they want, including 7.
We have your warp core. Prepare to send us food, weapons, and your entire supply of thorium. And that Borg you're protecting.
The Borg massacred a huge number of their people, and they see this as a way to get revenge. Seeing the situation, 7 volunteers to willingly give herself up to the KATHRYN to save the crew.
I will go. They asked for me. If I surrender myself, perhaps they'll let you leave.
Janeway, of course, would never allow this, and so they come up with another solution. But 7 has proven that she will do anything to protect her new collective. Also, can we talk about how weird it is that everyone always wants to kidnap 7? The KATHRYN want to kidnap her to get revenge on the Borg. The think tank want to kidnap her for her intellect, which is kind of Borg if you think about it. Your intellect will be added to our own. And then the Borg want to kidnap her because, well, okay, that makes sense. They want her back.
You've always been my favorite. 7.
But 7 and B'Elanna do eventually come to an understanding. When B'Elanna catches 7 making unauthorized adjustments to the power grid in order to make improvements to the astrometrics lab, B'Elanna is initially annoyed, but then she remembers how she herself used to do the exact same thing on the Maquis cruiser, making unauthorized repairs without getting clearance first. So instead of the reprimand that she was about to give, B'Elanna tells 7 that she understands, but that if B'Elanna can learn to follow Starfleet procedures, then 7 can too. Hell, B'Elanna even defends 7 when she attacks an obnoxious guy in engineering, giving Janeway context for the situation. 7 also has a hard time adjusting to her new vulnerability. When she's working on repairing a power conduit with Harry Kim, she tries to reach into the conduit without shutting off the power first, and Harry has to stop her.
Wait! What are you doing? There are 5 billion gigawatts running through there.
The exoskeleton on this limb can withstand it.
That's all well and good, but there are safety procedures we've got to follow.
She tells him not to worry, as her exoskeleton will protect her. The exoskeleton that the doctor removed, you'll recall. But Harry insists that she must follow safety protocols.
Your procedures are a waste of time.
Maybe so, but you've been assigned to me, and I say we do this by the book, all right?
But even following safety protocols, Seven still cuts her hand on a sharp edge, and she just can't believe that she's been damaged.
I've been damaged. As a drone, I would have regenerated within seconds.
As a drone, something like that could never have hurt her. And even if she had gotten hurt, a small cut like that would have instantly regenerated. But not so now, and so Harry Kim has to escort her to sickbay for the admittedly minor fix, but it still freaks her out a bit. Not helped by the fact that she had to settle for Nurse Tom Paris, as the doctor is out on an away mission. And now we come to the Raven. 7 of 9 starts experiencing flashbacks, seeing herself on a Borg cube, or on an unknown ship hiding behind a bulkhead. The Borg are trying to assimilate her, and she's alternately running or hiding. She's afraid, but she doesn't know why. The Borg are her family, so why is she afraid? She never experienced this kind of fear when she was actually on a Borg vessel, and yet she's afraid. Moreover, a giant black bird has been following her. It has a massive wingspan and a terrifying call. These visions only last moments, but they are coming more and more frequently. Captain Janeway, who is with her the first time it happens, takes her to sickbay, where she describes the visions to the captain and the doctor.
Each experience is similar. I'm pursued by the Borg. They want to assimilate me. I'm running from them, and then each time I see a bird.
The doctor finds a faint Borg signal that has reactivated in her brain, and moreover, previously dormant Borg nanoprobes have reactivated and have started replicating new Borg implants. The implants that the doctor removed are being replaced at an alarming rate. In the mess hall, 7 attacks Neelix and proceeds to leave the ship, reprogramming transporters, bypassing force fields, and shooting security teams with phaser rifles to do so. It's very similar to the way that Data once escaped from the Enterprise, following a similar homing signal being activated in his positronic brain.
I was unaware of having caused any inconvenience, sir.
But even under the influence of the Borg homing signal, 7 doesn't kill anyone. She has not completely lost control. Her main goal is to remove herself from the ship in order to protect the crew. She reaches her destination, the source of the homing signal, but it's not a Borg ship. It's a Federation ship, a small single-family vessel. And now, finally, her memory becomes clear. The ship is the USS Raven, her parents' ship. The ship they took into the Delta Quadrant to study the Borg, bringing their young daughter along with them. This is where she was assimilated. The visions come through stronger now, but this time, instead of adult 7 running and hiding from the Borg, it's her child self who is running and hiding, and she can see her parents being dragged away. Adult 7 hides under the same bulkhead in the present, lost in the memory. She has never experienced fear before. Not since the last time she was on this very ship, 20 years ago. And she doesn't know how to deal with it. Fortunately, Tuvok has managed to find her, and he helps her to get through it, and brings her back to Voyager. The Doctor is able to deactivate and remove the new Borg implants. This is a damn good episode, but it's only the first half of 7's backstory. Also, it's worth noting that this episode marks the first time in 20 years that 7 has eaten human food. And it's Neelix's cooking. So, maybe that's the reason that she attacked him in the mess hall. Reasonable. Shortly after this, Seven gets another chance to shine, when a group of alien scientists infiltrate the ship to do experiments on the crew. The aliens are slightly out of phase with reality, and Seven is the only one who can see them, thanks to her ocular implants. It's kind of like that time that Geordi LaForge and Ro Laren got into that transporter accident and became invisible and able to pass through solid objects. But don't worry, it was just a phase. What? So anyway, getting back to Voyager, Seven as the only one who can see the aliens, and the Doctor as the only one immune to their experiments, work together to try and solve the problem. Of course, they aren't ultimately successful, which is why Janeway has to fly the ship into a binary star system. As you do. Over the course of her transition, Seven develops close personal relationships with Captain Janeway as a mentor figure, and Harry Kim as a peer and a friend who can help her fit in. And even Neelix. Her relationship with Neelix is initially more low-key antagonistic, as he's trying to get Seven to embrace culinary sensations that she has no interest in. But nevertheless, when Neelix dies on an away mission, it happens, Seven goes above and beyond to revive him.
How long has he been dead?
7, I understand.
How long?
It's been 18 hours.
Then it's not too late to reactivate him. The Borg have assimilated species with far greater medical knowledge than your own. We are capable of reactivating drones as much as 73 hours after what you would call death.
She claims that losing a crew member with such varied talents would be detrimental to Voyager.
His function in this crew is diverse. If you wish to salvage him, we must proceed immediately.
And sure, yeah, but that's clearly not the only reason that she felt compelled to help him. Incidentally, that's what ultimately ends up saving Neelix. Not Chakotay. Chakotay's only contribution was quoting Seven.
His function on this crew is diverse. That's what 7 of 9 said about you. Even our Borg understands how important you are on this ship.
Because Chakotay is worthless. Then, when Seven finds herself at a combination funeral and resurrection party, a somewhat common occurrence in Star Trek, as well as a traditional Talaxian holiday celebration.
Welcome to the first night of Prixon, the Talaxian observance of familial allegiance. This year, Mr. Neelix has requested that I commence the celebration with the traditional salutation.
Janeway encourages Seven to try and mingle, and to try out some small talk.
Choose a group of people. Listen to their conversation. Then, when you feel like you have something to contribute, try in.
I will try, Captain.
Which she does. Try, that is.
Of KATHRYN development are astounding. Naomi has grown 5 centimeters since her last physical, and that was only 3 weeks ago.
It seems like every time I turn around, I'm recycling her clothes back into the replicator.
Children assimilated by the Borg are placed in maturation chambers for 17 cycles.
Yeah, keep working on it. Though that is slightly better than her attempt from Neelix's fever dreams mere moments later.
You will be assimilated.
No time for that now, maybe later.
Over the course of her transition, Seven becomes more and more concerned with pleasing Janeway, and is upset when she thinks that Janeway still doesn't trust her. She's sent on an away mission, taking a shuttle in close to an alien communications array to recalibrate it to their frequencies, a task that she is perfectly capable of accomplishing on her own. Thus, she worries that Tuvok was only sent along with her as a babysitter to make sure that she doesn't use the array to contact the Borg. But Tuvok reassures her that the buddy system is official Starfleet policy, and he cites Vulcan honesty as proof that he is telling the truth.
Is it the captain's custom to send at least 2 people on an away mission?
It's not only her custom, it's recommended Starfleet protocol.
You have never lied.
Only under orders from a superior officer.
Seven feels better with the assurance. Also, the Doctor helps Seven with her bedside manner, being in the unique position of understanding exactly where she's coming from. and of having the experience to know what worked for him in the exact same development.
I created these exercises 3 years ago to familiarize myself with the social graces.
Also this.
Please hand me the hypo spray.
Of course, Doctor. Immediately.
Thank you. Looks at instrument.
No, don't read that part. Only the dialogue.
Damn it, Seven! Don't pull a Bojack!
Filbert takes one more drag of his cigarette, then kneels down to inspect the corpse.
Cut! Bojack, you said the stage directions again.
Also, I guess we really do need to address that awful episode where Seven has flashbacks of a guy violating her. So, content warning for that. In the episode, Seven has PTSD flashbacks of some guy violating her, only for it to turn out that it never happened. It was all in her head, because women be crazy. Oh, for fuck's sake. That is not remotely okay. This is a conservative reading of the Brett Kavanaugh trial. Considering Rick Berman, I would not be at all surprised to find out that he had similar allegations made about him, which he deflected in the same bullshit way as Kavanaugh, and later made this episode as a type of revenge. For legal reasons, I'm clarifying that that is mere speculation. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. F*** Rick Berman.
I am not afraid, I am angry.
Yeah, you and me both. And as for Rick Berman making Captain Janeway complicit in gaslighting Seven about this experience, and that's all I have to say about this episode. Okay, so I have now heard the explanation that this episode was actually about the satanic panic and implanted memories, and how dangerous that can be. And I guess I can sort of see that, but if that's what they were going for, they failed miserably. If the Doctor is supposed to have implanted memories into Seven, then how does she have memories before coming to him? The whole reason that she comes to him in the first place is because of the memories. And if this was just misplaced trauma from her time in the Borg Collective, why would it only come up now and not any time before? Right now with this specific guy and no one else ever. This comes across as using the idea of implanted false memories to discredit real memories. This is the exact same thing we're seeing now with generative AI. Right-wing propaganda machines create elaborate fake images of some tragedy that never happened, and then when something real happens, like the genocide in Palestine for instance, these same grifters will weaponize the idea of Gen AI to dismiss it altogether, claiming that that must just have been an AI deepfake. And it's just plausible enough that people fall for it. This is a problem that C.S. Lewis understood long before Gen AI was a thing. "Look," said Tyrion, pulling Puzzle forward into the light. "It has all been a lie. Aslan has not come to Narnia at all. You have been cheated by the ape. This is the thing that he brought out of the stable to show you. Look at it." "You must think we're blooming soft in the head, that you must," said Griffle. "We've been taken in once, and now you expect us to be taken in again the next minute. We've no more use for stories about Aslan, see? Look at him, an old moke with long ears." "By heaven, you make me mad," said Tyrion. "Which of us said that was Aslan? That is the ape's imitation of the real Aslan. Can't you understand?" Tyrion had never dreamed that one of the results of an ape setting up a false Aslan would be to stop people from believing in the real one. Yeah, he illustrated this problem perfectly. And that's not really surprising either. After all, Gen AI and implanted memories may be relatively new phenomena, but they're both just advanced forms of gaslighting, and gaslighting has been around forever, even if that specific term is itself relatively new. Hell, Star Trek itself actually predicted the use of Gen AI to promote propaganda and misinformation, all the way back in The Next Generation, when the Romulans created a hologram of Ambassador Spock programmed to endorse the Romulan Empire as a Federation ally in order to cover up an attack. Good thing AI isn't being used in that way today. Back to Seven's actual character development. We get an interesting bit wherein a bloodthirsty Heroian wants Janeway to surrender a Species 8472 prisoner to them. But Janeway refuses, because
I want you to incapacitate the creature, not kill it. Can you make that modification?
You will be exposing this crew to unnecessary risk.
I disagree.
Captain.
You have your orders, Seven.
just like she did in Phage, wherein she refused to kill the Vidian who stole Neelix's lungs, even to save Neelix's life.
I don't have the freedom to kill you to save another. My culture finds that to be a reprehensible and entirely unacceptable act.
And the complete opposite of what she allegedly said in Tuvix, lending more credibility to the theory that it was just a hollow novel. But this is Seven's chapter, and it's Seven's actions that I'm focusing on here. Seven disagrees with Janeway's decision, as it's not tactically sound, and as such, she takes it upon herself to do what Janeway cannot, doing exactly what Tuvok did in a previous episode.
Someone had to spare you the ethical dilemma. I was a logical choice, and so I chose to act.
You can use logic to justify almost anything. That's its power. And its flaw.
So you can't fault Seven's logic, though Janeway can and does fault her actions, just as she did with Tuvok before.
Seven, you disobeyed my direct orders. And as a result, you condemned a sentient being to its death.
Though this does cause Seven to question why Janeway will, on the one hand, encourage her to develop her own individuality, but on the other hand, condemns her actions taken, punishing her exploring her individuality.
You encourage me to stop thinking like a member of the collective, to cultivate my independence and my humanity. But when I try to assert that independence, I am punished.
And that's a fair question. I'm not saying that what Janeway did was at all unfair or inconsistent, but this is a difficult concept to understand, and Seven is still very new to all of this. Basically, what this comes down to is the paradox of freedom. You can't have complete freedom without society breaking down, because inevitably, someone's freedom will infringe on someone else's. So too here. Janeway has to place limits on Seven's freedom because Seven is infringing on the freedom of another. In this case, that of the Species 8472 alien that she turned over to the Heroians, condemning it to death. This is a difficult lesson to learn, but a critical one. Incidentally, this is very similar to the paradox of intolerance. How you can't tolerate intolerance, because the intolerant will just destroy the tolerant.
In response to people calling him a homophobe, they use the word to silence opposition, to subvert legitimate discussion. These people who call me a homophobe are just as intolerant as I am, because they are completely intolerant of my intolerance. You know, I hear this argument a lot.
Seven is well on her way to understanding these concepts, which is more than I can say for an awful lot of people in my own time. Also, I guess I should mention Seven's character development in how she takes up singing, but considering that she was being manipulated by the Heroians for their own amusements, this hardly counts. Oh, for fuck's sake, why? Why couldn't this just be normal character development instead of this mess? I really hate the goddamn Heroians. While helping Janeway with the Omega Directive, Seven ends up having something of a spiritual experience. For 3.2 seconds, she looks into the face of God. The Borg see the Omega molecule as the embodiment of perfection, essentially their God. Seven has always sought out this perfection, and now, for a brief moment, she has seen it. Also, earlier in the episode, when Seven is working on the problem, she assembles a team to help her, giving them Borg designations for efficiency.
Your new designation is 3 of 10.
Yes, ma'am.
She dubs Harry Kim 6 of 10.
6 of 10, this is not your assignment.
Please, stop calling me that.
And when he objects to this, she graciously accommodates him, making him 2 of 10 instead.
I'm reassigning you to chamber maintenance. Your new designation is 2 of 10.
Wait a minute. You're demoting me?
Yeah. Not sure you took the right lessons from your integration into Starfleet. One of the biggest steps in Seven's character development comes when she has to take command of the ship, being the only crew member able to withstand the nebular radiation. All other crew members, save for the Doctor, have been sealed into stasis pods for their protection. Seven has already had to make the enormous adjustment of going from the thousands upon thousands of ever-present voices of the collective to the now 300 or so voices of her crew members, voices that are not ever-present. And now she must make do with only the Doctor for company.
It's just the two of us now.
And needless to say, their small talk is not very compelling.
I was making a small joke.
Very small.
I was making a little joke, sir.
Extremely little, Ensign.
See? They've already been reduced to quoting old episodes of Star Trek. At least there's no tribbles this time. Then, when the Doctor's mobile emitter is damaged by the radiation, he is confined to sickbay, leaving Seven all alone on the rest of the ship. The isolation would be too much for any human to endure, but for a former Borg drone, it's even worse. But Seven is determined to adapt. She must adapt for the crew. But despite her best efforts at grounding herself with holographic recreations of the crew, Seven is starting to hallucinate. Her brain is desperate for the voices of the crew, and so it's filling in those voices. But they're not real. It's all in her head. She even hallucinates an alien adversary. Anything for a little distraction. Fortunately, at this point, the Doctor has managed to repair his mobile emitter, and he's able to help Seven to realize that the alien intruder is not real.
Don't come any closer, I'll kill you.
Seven?
Be careful, Doctor, he's dangerous.
Who are you talking to?
But the mobile emitter malfunctions again, and the Doctor's program is lost. Seven is truly alone. Seven is forced to cut power to life support in order to sustain the engines for the final push out of the nebula, almost dying in the process. But fortunately, the Doctor is able to revive her. His program wasn't lost after all. He was never in engineering. It was all just a hallucination. And so, once the ship passed out of the nebula, his program reactivated in sickbay, where he had been ever since his mobile emitter malfunctioned the first time, and where he had subsequently gone offline almost immediately. Seven had been talking to a hallucination of him for weeks. When it looks like Voyager will be able to return to the Alpha Quadrant much sooner than expected, Seven informs the captain that she will be leaving the ship to remain in the Delta Quadrant.
Captain, I will not be going with you to the Alpha Quadrant.
The truth is, she's terrified of Earth. It may technically have been her birthplace, but it was never her home. And now, as an ex-Borg drone, she fears that she will have no place there, save for a Starfleet lab rat. But Janeway refuses to allow Seven to leave the ship. Seven is a member of her crew, and Janeway would never allow any member of her crew to stay alone in the Delta Quadrant. She would reserve that for herself. Of course, it turns out that the opportunity to return to the Alpha Quadrant was all just an alien deception, so Seven will have more time to get used to the idea. It's amazing how many times a trip back to the Alpha Quadrant is just an elaborate alien deception. It happens at least 3 times. Also, Seven has developed a sense of humor.
I'm your captain. That means I can't always be a friend. Understand?
No. However, if we are assimilated, our thoughts will become one, and I'm sure I will understand perfectly.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
A joke, Captain. You yourself have encouraged me to use my sense of humor.
Also, regarding the aforementioned situation wherein Seven is possessed by the ghosts of her former victims, this is due to a malfunctioning Borg vinculum, or rather by a vinculum that had been deliberately infected with a virus that would sever Borg neural links. At this point, Seven has come to fully embrace the crew of Voyager as her new collective, and she would do anything to protect them. Thus, when she receives a secret telepathic communication from the Borg Queen via her neural link, and the Borg Queen demands that Seven surrender herself in exchange for Voyager's safety.
We've come to make you an offer. Rejoin the collective and we'll spare Voyager.
Why me?
Because you are unique.
Seven immediately does so without hesitation. The thought of it terrifies her. Anything to protect her new collective. But of course, she can't admit to what she's doing. Janeway would never allow her to sacrifice herself, and so Seven must pretend to betray the crew in order to protect them. Fortunately, Janeway has enough personal experience with self-sacrifice to figure out what's going on, and so Voyager is able to rescue Seven from the clutches of the Borg Queen at Unimatrix 1. As for the Queen herself, well, at this point, it has become abundantly clear that the Queen has been grooming Seven from a very young age to become the next Borg Queen. A role that she would ultimately fulfill after a fashion in an episode of Picard. Except that in that instance, she will use her connection to destroy the Borg. Seven manages to overcome her programming, but damn, the groomer language being used here is super creepy. You're special. You're unique. You were always my favorites.
You've always been my favorite. Seven.
Also, when Seven helps 4 aliens to escape from assimilation, the Queen knows, and captures the ship immediately in a tractor beam. But then, she just lets them go. Why? Well, certainly not out of compassion or mercy. No, she's just manipulating Seven, conceding some small, inconsequential point, and playing it up like she's giving Seven some huge gift. It's also interesting the many parallels being drawn between the Queen and Janeway. Much of the language that they use is the same, but Janeway is coming from a place of genuine concern, whereas the Queen is coming only from a place of manipulation. I will never rejoin you. I will not help you spread your evil throughout the galaxy. Then you have doomed your new friends to their deaths, and you along with them. Such a waste. Captain Janeway will prevail, and you will be destroyed. Oh, Seven. Even if I am destroyed, that will not be the end of the Borg. I am not the first Queen, nor will I be the last. I had hoped that you would be the next Queen. You still could be, you know. You could remake the Borg in your own image. If you consider my ways to be evil, then write your own rules. Bend the collective to your vision of a perfect world. Perhaps you could even form an alliance with the Federation. Certainly I would never do that, but you could be your own kind of queen. Reclaim your birthright, Seven. Become the queen you were meant to be. Then, shortly after this, Seven finds herself in almost exactly the same situation again, when the think tank demands her as payment for getting Voyager out of a jam.
You can't be serious. You never mentioned anything about bartering my crew members.
She will have an extraordinary opportunity to explore the galaxy as one of us.
I'm afraid the answer is no.
A jam they caused, I might add. I fucking hate the goddamn think tank. And once again, Seven feels obligated to join them to protect her crew.
They are offering us the assistance we require. I am the payment they require. The solution is obvious.
This isn't a puzzle, Seven. There is no solution.
But this time, Janeway is on top of things, and she tells Seven in no uncertain terms that she is free to join the think tank if she wants to, but not to even think about joining out of a sense of obligation.
I think you've learned enough as an individual to make this decision yourself. Would you like to join them?
I am intrigued.
And Seven takes her up on it, declining the think tank's offer. But then, in a surprise twist, Janeway actually comes up with a plan to have Seven pretend to join the think tank, as a way to play them. Another interesting development comes when Seven encounters 3 members of her own original Unimatrix, who, like herself, have now been severed from the collective. But unlike Seven, these 3 are still telepathically linked to each other, thus why they have sought out Seven to get her help in sorting out this problem. But it turns out that Seven was actually the cause of their problems. They had all been involved in a crash 8 years earlier, and as a result, had their links to the collective severed. The others all wanted to remain individuals, but Seven, who had been assimilated as a child, and knew no other way of being, was afraid to be an individual, and so she forced them to rejoin the collective, injecting nanoprobes into them, and inadvertently causing the 3-way link that they are now suffering from. And now the tables have turned, as Seven has become a full individual, but Seven has doomed the others, who wanted to be full individuals, to never be able to fully attain that. Then, to make matters worse, it turns out that the 3 of them can't remain in this halfway state for much longer. Already, the link has put them into a coma. If they don't rejoin the collective immediately, they will die. The Doctor can sever their connection, but they will only live a matter of months. But Seven knows, between those 2 options, what the 3 of them would choose. And so, Seven has the Doctor sever the link, allowing her 3 former colleagues to enjoy what little time they have left as individuals. Then, Seven has a few minor feats of character development in quick succession. The time when she tries to help rebuild a civilization to make up for all of the countless civilizations she helped to destroy, only to end up reigniting a centuries-old interplanetary war. The time when she comes to appreciate Federation history when she recovers an old Mars mission capsule from a spatial anomaly, and of course the time she overloaded her neural interlink and started spouting off wild conspiracy theories. And then, of course, there's the time when she rescues 5 Borg children from a damaged cube, and instantly ends up with 5 unexpected wards. Well, 4. One of them doesn't survive. They come to trust her because, as a Borg herself, she knows a great deal about Borg technology.
Seven knows a good deal about Borg systems.
Yeah, she's 40% Borg systems.
I'm 40% scrap metal.
Are you wearing a wire?
I'm 40% wire. I'm 40% empty.
And then, of course, this episode is followed up on with Seven attempting to train her new wards, with rigidly implemented schedules.
I've allotted 1 hour for recreational activity. There's no time for irrelevant conversation.
It's not irrelevant.
Adhering to our schedule will allow us to use our time more efficiently. We'll be able to participate in a
wider variety of activities.
With specific time carved out for fun.
Fun will now commence.
Your princess enjoys this. Fun! In what other ways may we experience it?
Fun, in this case, meaning doing a set of predetermined activities. And when the children inevitably rebel against this ridiculous system...
Look, here's your ocular implant, your nose, your mouth.
You were instructed to create a geometric shape.
Seven implements punishment protocols, such as 9 Alpha. Go stand in the corner.
Is this true? You will exercise punishment protocol 9 Alpha.
And it's not really Seven's fault that she's so bad at this, considering that she herself was raised by the Borg Collective under similarly rigid systems. So really, it's just as much of a learning experience for Seven as it is for the children, if not more. In fact, Seven is so bad at her new child-caring role that in a few episodes, when a sentient nebula is threatening to take over the ship, and the Borg children need a babysitter so that they don't get scared during this process, Neelix is assigned to take care of them. Yeah, good call. Also, just as a side note, you know that trend in TV where a character is telling the story to other characters as a framing device? And you wonder, wait, how exactly is it that they remember details that they weren't there for? Well, this episode actually remembers to address that.
The way B'Elanna tells it, Commander Chakotay was not very happy when he showed up in engineering that morning.
Well played, Neelix. Well played. Then, getting back to Seven, there's a very interesting development when we learn that the Borg apparently share a collective unconscious. A virtual environment that drones go to during regeneration cycles. In this place, the Borg exist as individuals, but when they wake up, they return to being mindless drones. Apparently, this phenomenon started due to a genetic mutation that caused Borg interlink technology to malfunction. As a result, only a small number of drones, the ones who have this genetic anomaly, are able to enter this space. And now, having become aware of it, the Borg Queen is trying to isolate the specific interlink frequency of this sub-collective. A sub-collective that have dubbed themselves Unimatrix Zero. So anyway, the Borg of Unimatrix Zero, having no autonomy in the waking world, need Seven as their ally back in reality, pulling something of a reverse Freddy Krueger from Nightmare 2. Which is underrated, by the way. Seven returns to Unimatrix Zero, bringing Janeway in along with her by modifying one of the Borg regeneration alcoves. But two can play at that game, and the Borg Queen has found a way to send her drones in as well. So Janeway comes up with a daring plan to get herself assimilated along with volunteers Tuvok and B'Elanna, in order to upload a virus from within the cube they've infiltrated, having managed to retain their memories even after assimilation by inhibiting the interlink frequency.
Download the virus.
Upload. You want to upload the virus.
Hull reaches 5, 6, 7, 8. Give me warp in the factor of 5, 6, 7.
Well, someone had to do that. Anyway, Seven is ultimately forced to destroy Unimatrix Zero in order to protect the newly severed drones, acting on a cryptic order from Janeway.
Tell them Unimatrix Zero can no longer exist. That's an order. Have I made myself clear, Commander?
Yes, Captain. Can you disrupt the interlink frequency for Unimatrix Zero?
The Captain gave us a direct order.
Yes, she did, but not the one you think.
After all, it is Starfleet protocol to always speak in code when frequencies are being monitored, thus making hours seem like days.
Admiral, if we go by the book, like Lieutenant Savick, hours could seem like days. We won't have main power for 6 days.
So now there is a new fleet of Borg vessels under the control of the newly liberated drones. Unimatrix Zero may be gone, but the resistance has just begun. Shortly after this, it comes time for Seven to say goodbye to the 3 youngest of the Borg children, which Seven responds to with tears. An emotional outburst so uncharacteristic of the unfeeling drone inside of her that it causes her cortical implant to malfunction. Well, that's intense, if nonsensical. In order to survive the ordeal, Seven is going to need a transplant. The implant can't be repaired or replicated, so Seven is going to need a new one. Or a slightly used one. They find a Borg debris field, and Janeway personally removes the cortical implant from a dead drone. But unfortunately, some Kazon attack for no reason, because they suck. But also, it's easy to get away from them, because they suck. But unfortunately, the implant has been inactive for too long, and as such, it's no good. They need a cortical implant extracted from a living drone. For once, Janeway is even willing to bend her rule about not killing one to save another. Which, to be fair, when it comes to the Borg, that is a blind spot that most of Starfleet Command shares. Even among captains who have been assimilated themselves, like Picard and Janeway herself recently. But fortunately, it doesn't come to that, as they have a volunteer. Icheb is convinced that being much younger and more adaptable, he will be able to survive without his cortical implants. Seven refuses to accept the implant, being unwilling to put her ward in danger to save her own life. But Icheb forces the issue by disengaging his own cortical implant and immediately calling the doctor to harvest it. Seven still initially refuses to use it, but as the doctor so eloquently puts it, someone had better use the damn thing.
Unless I won't accept the node.
And I won't keep it. Someone had better use the damn thing.
And since Icheb had already rejected it, Seven concedes the point. Anyway, the surgery is successful, and Seven is so moved by Icheb's sacrifice that she is once again moved to tears. But don't worry, this time it doesn't cause her cortical implant to malfunction, because... roll credits. Oh, and don't worry about Icheb. He lives to die horribly another day. It's a damn good episode, but it does have some logical problems. Not with the transplant itself. Icheb disengaged his cortical implant without damaging it. Unlike in that stupid-ass movie 7 Pounds, wherein Will Smith poisons himself in order to give someone a heart transplant, with a heart that would logically be rendered useless by the poison. No, in this case, the problem is more basic than that. Granted, we do know from all the way back in The Next Generation that the Borg do harvest components from dead drones in order to reduce, reuse, and recycle, so it's not a continuity issue, but it does raise the question of why. After all, when the Borg assimilate a new drone, they don't implant an existing cortical implant into them. The nanoprobes construct a new one. So why isn't that an option here? And no, this isn't a criticism of the Doctor or anyone on Voyager. It's a criticism of the Borg. Why did this never occur to them as a treatment for this condition? Which we know that it never did occur to them, because if it did, Seven would have that knowledge. So that's a bit of an issue, but still, overall, it's a good episode. Another important moment in Seven's journey comes when Voyager encounters a race of aliens with a backwards justice system. The Nigerian government, for reasons that are left vague by the episode, but which we can assume had to do with colonization, govern not only themselves, but the Benkarans as well. The Benkarans make up a mere 10% of Nigerian society, and yet make up 80% of the prison population. Additionally, they are far more likely to be sentenced to death than Nigerians, partially because of wealth inequality, and richer Nigerians can simply buy their way out of the death penalty. It's an obvious allegory for how black people are treated in American society, and we'll come back to that. But for now, what we need to focus on is Seven's involvement with one particular prisoner. Prisoner Aiko is brutally beaten by the Nigerian prison guards before Starfleet guards are able to intervene. Iko is brought to sick bay, and the doctor has to use some of Seven's nanoprobes in order to fix the damage. And the surgery works perfectly. In fact, it works better than intended. The nanoprobes not only repaired the damage caused by the guards, they repaired a congenital defect in his brain, a disconnect with his empathy center. Now, with the neurons newly attached, Iko is experiencing guilt for the first time in his life. Seven can't help but see this as the equivalent of her own liberation from the Borg. She was not in control of her actions as a drone, and now with her humanity restored, she is a different person than she was as the drone. In the same way, Iko was not in control of his actions when he committed the murder, and now he is a different person. Seven advocates for him, even eventually getting an appeal. But ultimately, the Nigerians can't be convinced to spare him. And Iko is okay with that, feeling now that he deserves the punishment. It kind of messes Seven up a bit, but Janeway helps her to get through it. Then, of course, there's the time when the Voyager crew are all kidnapped and forced to work in a factory.
Employee 1326, and your employee 8584.
And do you have a number? Or maybe a name?
Annika Hansen.
And Seven, with her Borg efficiency, is quickly promoted to middle management. Yeah, that happens. Assigning all of her worker drones numbers instead of names. But she herself is known by a name and not a number. So, bit of a role reversal there. That's how you really know she's being brainwashed. Shortly after that, Seven starts fantasizing about being fully human, with her implants removed. She longs to be able to sleep in a bed, rather than have to rely on a Borg regeneration alcove. She even attends a holographic version of B'Elanna's baby shower, but when Janeway asks her to come to the real baby shower, Seven declines, feeling unworthy of attending such an event in her current condition. In short, she's feeling extreme body dysphoria, and doesn't believe that she's deserving of love as she is. She even asks B'Elanna for hair care tips, wanting to change her look.
I wish to ask you a personal question.
Shoot.
You have an appealing coiffure. What is your grooming regimen?
You're asking me what I do with my hair?
Yes.
But of course, her dysphoria is more than skin deep, so it won't do any good. It's also worth noting that this is the beginning of the Forsaken Chakotay 7 ship arc, which actually makes a lot of sense. Not the arc itself, but this episode without later bullshit. This literally is not real within the context of the show. Seven is experimenting with her identity, and feels like Chakotay is the type of guy she's supposed to go for. Plus, as a holographic recreation of the most boring guy on the ship, he's a doubly safe option. Also, on the holodeck, Seven has programmed herself to look fully human, with her implants hidden. She doesn't even feel worthy of the fake love of Hollow Chakotay as her true self. Yikes, that's a lot. Seven continues to go in for her appointments with the doctor, but they have become cumbersome. Seven can't stand having to have maintenance performed on the implants that she hates. The doctor notices that Seven seems a little off, and he asks if she's missed any regeneration, and she admits that she has. It turns out that she has in fact been sleeping in the holodeck in her fantasy quarters, which is not sufficient for her Borg physiology. She's so caught up in her fantasy world that she's not at her post during an emergency, and when she shows up, she makes mistakes, which isn't like her. Feeling guilty about the mistakes that she made, she goes to the holodeck to break up with Hollow Chakotay. Which isn't really necessary, but she's not exactly thinking clearly, and while there she collapses from lack of sleep. She hasn't regenerated in days. The doctor comes to her rescue, and is supportive when he learns about what she's been doing, but unfortunately there's a problem. The experience on the holodeck has activated a Borg failsafe system, which deactivates a drone that has become emotional. And Seven has allowed herself to become emotional, and so it has become active. The doctor asks Seven why she created the holodeck program, and Seven tells him that she was trying to recreate how she felt while in Unimatrix Zero. Basically, she was content enough with her life up until that point, but after experiencing something more, after realizing that there was something more, she can't go back to who she was before. But for now, she's going to have to. At least until the doctor is able to remove this implant that will kill her for becoming emotional. And Seven is okay with that. After having failed the ship, as she sees it, she doesn't feel that she deserves to feel like that again. Also, the next time that Seven interacts with Chakotay, when they go on an away mission together and subsequently get stranded on a planet, Seven finds Chakotay to be an annoyance. Although Chakotay is apparently falling for Seven, so that's great. One of the most interesting arcs in Seven's development, as well as the Doctor's development, comes in their growing relationship to each other. First, simply as colleagues, though colleagues who are going through similar challenges to each other, then growing into the Doctor being something of a mentor figure for Seven, as he's further along in his journey than Seven is, and finally culminating in something of a romantic nature, or at least one-sided romantic infatuation. Seven mostly just seems to be humoring the Doctor. The episode Someone to Watch Over Me is very problematic, but at least the Doctor learns his lesson in the end. Oh, also, there was the time that they had a kid together. Come to think of it, there was even that one time that they shared a body together. Well, that's really taking the whole "the two shall become one flesh" thing way too far. And I guess this is as good a place as any to start a chapter on the Doctor. The Doctor, being a holographic life form, comes up with several innovative medical procedures that would never occur to flesh and blood doctors, integrating holographic matrices into his treatments. He routinely uses holographic matrices as a medical tool, recreating Neelix's lungs with holographic lungs, recreating the body of a phage victim, and storing her cognitive abilities in the holobuffer to prolong brain function while he performed surgery on the body. He also comes up with a holographic solution to Vorik's and Tuvok's, problem. More on that in the Pon Farr section. There was even a time when the Doctor recommended creating holographic projections of Talaxian ships flying around Voyager to fool the Kazon. Sure, that's not a medical innovation, but it is still an innovation using the holobuffer in a creative way that organics wouldn't think of. The Doctor ends up having romantic feelings for one of his patients, the aforementioned phage victim who he constructed the holographic body for, and naturally, he doesn't know quite how to respond. After all, he's evolving past his original programming and is pretty much in new territory here. He's basically going through puberty. So naturally, when he initially awkwardly blurts out how he's feeling...
By the way, Dinara, I've been meaning to tell you.
Yes?
I'm romantically attracted to you and wanted to know if you felt the same way.
His patient initially rejects him, even though, as we later learn, she actually feels the same way about him.
You really like him, don't you?
I don't know. It all happened so fast. He just blurted it out.
Possibly she was taken aback by the awkward delivery, or possibly she read ahead in the script and realized that the Doctor's arc of romance was doomed to end in tragedy. And so her best chance of survival was to reject him. Good call. But it turns out that her concerns were misplaced, as the ending turns out to be bittersweet for her and the Doctor. She survives the surgery, and she and the Doctor enjoy a brief 2-week romance before she inevitably has to return to her homeworld. As much as they both want to be together, she can't turn her back on her people, and 70,000 light years is just too long for a long-distance relationship. This arc of the Doctor's growth mirrors the Next Generation arc of Data's growth. But this time around, it's done better. Not that Data's arc was done bad by any means, but there were a few unfortunate implications of that arc. Somewhere along his evolution, Data experiences sexual attraction, and this is framed as a necessary step in human growth. And whether intentionally or not, this implies that experiencing sexual attraction is a necessary part of all sentient life. And that's a bit of a spit in the face to asexual people. The Doctor's arc, however, fixes this problem. Well, the Doctor certainly does start to have romantic feelings for various people throughout the series. He never seems interested in anything overtly sexual. I would have to classify him as hetero-romantic asexual. Moreover, his most meaningful relationship in the series is with another ace-coded character, 7 of 9. 7 is also clearly asexual. Well, at least in Voyager, 7 reads as asexual. I suppose given her relationship with Raffi and Picard, she's probably more on the Demi side of things, but either way, still on the ace spectrum. Also, regarding the Doctor's name, way back when I was planning to do this for my 100th episode, I wrote this. Actually, this is a really important part of the episode. This is where we finally learn the Doctor's name. This has been built up big time. This is the name that could destroy planets, spread fear across the universe, and leave Cybermen begging for mercy. This is the name so powerful that the mere utterance of it was enough to destroy a dark god. This is the name so powerful that everyone who knew it had to be sealed away in a time lock to protect the world. This is the name that the Doctor whispered to River Song to restore time itself to order. And now, finally, we have the answer to the oldest question in the universe. The question that, when asked, silence will fall. What is the name of the Doctor?
Joe? I decided I couldn't get married without a name.
It took you 33 years to come up with Joe?
And as funny as that is, and it is very funny, it's not the whole story. In fact, the Doctor has had many names. First, in the episode Heroes and Demons, he chooses the name Dr. Schweitzer.
What is your name?
I'm glad you asked. My name is Schweitzer. Dr. Schweitzer.
After an 18th century Earth physician of the same name. Then, in the episode Life Signs, he goes by Schmillis.
What should I call you?
Well, as I said,
I know you don't have a name. Would it be all right if I gave you one?
well,
How about Schmollis?
After his love interest's uncle. He also briefly goes by Louis Zimmerman.
Your name is Dr. Louis Zimmerman. You're a hollow engineer, and you've been running a program that's malfunctioning, and we've been trying to reach you.
What are you saying?
Though technically that was only due to a glitch in his matrix, causing him to think that he was his own creator. He also goes by Dr. Van Gogh in that weird alternate future episode where Kes is going senile and is married to Tom Paris, and her daughter is married to Harry Kim, and her grandson is Harry Kim's son and Tom Paris's grandson, and Chakotay is captain because Janeway died in the Year of Hell, and also apparently B'Elanna died in the Year of Hell, which is why Tom Paris rebounded on Kes. And also apparently the Doctor went by Mozart at some point during that whole mess. But really, I don't think any of that should even count. And what the hell was up with that episode? You know what? Never mind. Let's move past that and never speak of it again.
No, go past this part. In fact, never play this again.
Then, in another episode, the Doctor goes by Kenneth, and or Dad, because he has a holographic family in that episode.
I took a course in continental cuisine so I could replicate interesting meals for Kenneth.
Kenneth?
My husband. What do you call him?
Oh, we call him Doctor.
Goodbye, all.
Goodbye, darling.
So the Doctor programs himself a perfect family, as in, absurdly perfect.
Jeffrey is extremely bright. He's in the Accelerated Physical Sciences program at school.
And don't forget about our little Belle. She's already studying algebra and trigonometry.
If you think that this is giving you an accurate impression of being in a family, you are sadly mistaken.
I don't understand.
They're kind of perfect.
They are ridiculously perfect. No one has a family like this. This is a fantasy.
So B'Elanna reprograms the parameters of the program to make the holo characters act like real people so that the Doctor can actually learn from the experience. Also, the Doctor tells his holographic son that he is not allowed to have Klingon friends.
What's this mean about no Klingon friends?
Exactly that. They're a bad influence on you. They're prone to violence. They keep you out till all hours.
The Doctor might kind of need to address his racist ideas. Although, considering that the Klingons in question do turn out to be encouraging the Doctor's son to kill a random guy to gain honor or something, and considering that B'Elanna is the one who rewrote this program, I guess we really need to be talking about B'Elanna's internalized racism. That's not how the Klingon Ascension ceremony works. Also, I have to question B'Elanna's decision to give the Doctor a sad ending. His daughter didn't have to die. Like, he could have learned a lesson, and potentially much better, if it wasn't one final tragedy, but something smaller and ongoing that he had to constantly deal with. But nope, that would have involved a season-long arc. And we can't have that! I didn't realize just how much this situation still affected him, even 700 years later. Though, at the same time, when he says that his daughter died, I kind of have to assume that that's a kind of shorthand that he's taken to using over the past 700 years. Organics simply can't comprehend the magnitude of the Doctor's loss, but they can understand the death of a child, and so that's what he says.
I owe you an explanation. I had a daughter, Belle. I watched her pass when she was a child.
Daddy?
It was 800 years ago.
I'm here.
What's gonna happen?
It was yesterday.
When will I be able to see again?
I simply couldn't risk it. Feeling that lost again.
Even though in actuality that is merely a fraction of the enormity of his loss. Plus, since the family he created weren't even sentient holograms, it's less that he lost a daughter and more that he lost the fantasy of ever having a daughter. That he might ever in any meaningful way become a father himself. And now, he has done that. It's kind of like the time when the Doctor tries to learn empathy, so he programs himself with a cold with a very clear expiration date that he knows, and Kes had to alter the parameters of the program to add extra hours because the Doctor, knowing the endpoint, invalidated the experiments.
My simulated virus is leading me to a simulated death.
It's nothing to worry about. I just added a couple of hours to his computer program. He'll be fine in about 45 minutes. Knowing when it would end didn't exactly make it a fair test, did it, Doctor?
And it's not even just his holographic family. The Doctor has a real flesh and blood son at one point. Somehow. He was on a 2-minute away mission that lasted 3 years due to a time differential, and during that time, apparently he had a son. We never see this son, we only hear about him. And the only explanation we get is, it's a long story.
Would you do me a favor?
Certainly.
Find out what happened to a boy named Jason Tabriz. He lived in the Central Protectorate.
Jason? An unusual name.
Yes. He was my son.
But you're a hologram.
It's a long story.
Yeah, same explanation we got for the Klingon forehead ridges.
It is a long story. We do not discuss it with outsiders.
Also, at one point, when directly asked what his name is, the Doctor simply says that he is in between names at the moment. Which is perfectly true, as I've just outlined, he has had many names.
Actually, I'm in between names at the moment.
Then, in Future's End, the Doctor gets a huge boost to his autonomy in the form of the mobile emitter, which allows him to be footloose and fancy-free.
I've been equipped with an autonomous, self-sustaining mobile holo emitter. In short, I am footloose and fancy-free.
The mobile emitter is a piece of 29th century technology that the Doctor acquires from a 20th century thief. I mean entrepreneur.
A rich man's a thief or philanthropist.
Another interesting development for the Doctor comes when Voyager detects a distress signal sent out by another sentient hologram. Up until then, the Doctor had no idea that others like him existed. But unfortunately, this particular isomorph has been mistreated by his biological crew for so long that he naturally has strong distrust of organics. And it turns out that the isomorph killed his own crew. And he tries to kill B'Elanna, so that's not great. And he steals the Doctor's mobile emitter, so that's doubly not great. But B'Elanna manages to defeat the isomorph and reactivate the Doctor. Because, once again, she's the best. There's an interesting point in Year of Hell when acting nurse Tom Paris spends far too long on B'Elanna in sickbay when there are numerous other patients in much more dire need of help. And the Doctor calls him out on it.
Got a ruptured vertebrae. I'll see if I can repair it.
Mr. Paris, your assistance, please.
Give me a minute.
Now, Lieutenant. In case you hadn't noticed, B'Elanna is not the only patient here.
She's in pain.
But no longer in danger of dying.
He tells Tom Paris that if he can't remain objective, then he has no place in sickbay. And he's right, too. But then, in a later episode, the Doctor learns exactly what Tom was going through in his inability to remain objective. When the Doctor finds himself with 2 patients dying, and he only has time to save 1. And it breaks him. It's the harshest lesson that the Doctor ever has to learn. In this episode, the Doctor discovers evidence that he performed surgery on Harry Kim, but he doesn't remember doing so.
Scarring along the dura mater.
From what?
An operation. No doubt about it, somebody performed neurosurgery. And that somebody was me.
He tells the captain about it, and then asks Seven to help him to solve the mystery. But when Seven shows up to help the Doctor has no memory of having asked her for help.
I'm here to assist you, as I agreed. I've run a preliminary diagnostic of your program. Your suspicions were correct.
I never asked you to run a diagnostic.
His memories have been wiped once again. It turns out that when the Doctor was on an away mission with Harry Kim and Ensign Jatal, a lower decker who the Doctor now has no memory of, both Harry Kim and Ensign Jatal were critically wounded. The Doctor only had time to save one of them, and so he chose to save his friend Harry Kim over his, at the time, acquaintance Ensign Jatal. And the guilt of that decision destroyed him. He couldn't live with himself, knowing that he had failed to save both of them. And worse, that he had actively chosen for Jatal to die.
I can't live with the knowledge of what I've done. I can't.
Of course, if he had chosen differently, and had saved Jatal and let Harry die, he wouldn't have been able to live with that either. And so, with the ship's Doctor completely incapacitated by guilt, Janeway had no choice but to erase his memories of the events. But, of course, the Doctor uncovers the truth, and this time, Seven is here to advocate for the Doctor. She tells Janeway that if she wouldn't erase the memories of a Flesh and Blood crew member, then ethically, she can't do it to the Doctor either. And of course, Seven is right about that.
I considered these issues 18 months ago, as I did again this morning. I came to the same conclusion.
Your conclusion is wrong.
And as much as I sympathize with Janeway's position here, this really could have been accomplished without Janeway comparing the Doctor to a replicator.
As difficult as it is to accept, the Doctor is more like that replicator than he is like us.
That was unnecessary and out of character, and eliminating that line honestly would have made the moral dilemma stronger. Janeway could have said something along the lines of how she respects the Doctor as an autonomous being, and how normally she would never think of erasing his memories, but in their current circumstances, she just can't see another way forward without the Doctor's program self-destructing. Emphasize how she's literally trying to save his life in the absence of any qualified therapists in the quadrant. And honestly, this reading does come throughout the episode, aside from that one unfortunate line about the replicator. And I know that was only done to give Seven something to latch onto and be indignant about, but that could have been handled differently. Maybe Seven could have gone to Janeway not in protest, but with an alternate plan of how they could help him. Something like that. Also, this is a bit of a side complaint, but it would have made this episode much stronger if this had not been the one and only appearance of Ensign Jetel. So in the end, Janeway decides to sit up with the Doctor night after night as he tries to process the unprocessable. Predictably, it doesn't go very well at first, but recovery is a long and painful process. But it's one that has to be taken.
I killed her countless times. Causality, probability. For every action, there's an infinite number of reactions, and in each one of them, I killed her!
But in the meantime, the Doctor is just caught in an endless feedback loop, talking about starships and holodecks and chicken soup.
And before you know it, we've got starships and holodecks and chicken soup.
As his brain tries and fails to process the unprocessable. But to be fair, the Doctor is not the only one in this episode whose brain has clearly broken. Tuvok is exhibiting symptoms too.
You can't help but have starships and holodecks and chicken soup, because it was all determined 20 billion years ago!
There is a certain logic to your logic.
Wow, nice syntax there. Is the Doctor somehow contagious? Oof, that was a heavy one. Let's see what else we've got. Oh, there was the time that the Doctor exercised his right to relieve the Captain of Duty due to medically being unfit to command.
As Chief Medical Officer, I have the authority to relieve you of your command.
You're not going to do that.
Of course, Janeway refused to relinquish command.
And I will.
Try it, and I'll shut down your program.
And it was in Year of Hell, so it all gets erased anyway, but still. Also, regarding Year of Hell, I know people love it, and it's widely regarded as the best episode of Voyager, but I just think it's tedious and annoying. I actually much prefer the other pointless two-parter, Workforce. Sure, you could argue that it didn't need to be 2 parts, but they actually do something with the concept, and it doesn't get erased. Plus, it marks the return of the Emergency Command hologram, in an official capacity, no less.
Computer, activate the Emergency Command hologram.
This is the part I like.
Nice touch.
The crew all have to evacuate Voyager due to radiation, so Janeway activates the Emergency Command hologram subroutine in the Doctor's matrix, leaving him in command of the ship, where the Doctor proceeds to single-handedly fight off would-be salvagers. Hell, even once he gets some help from Harry, Kim, and Neelix, who managed to escape being captured due to being on an away mission at the time, and B'Elanna, who they've managed to rescue at this point, it's still the Doctor who comes up with a clever scheme to beat the kidnappers. By masking the life signs of the 3 organic crew members still on board, the Doctor pretends to once again be the only member of the crew on board. And then, when the kidnappers predictably fire at the escape pods that have just been launched, thinking that that's where the last of the organics have gone, the Doctor activates the explosives on board the escape pods, crippling the enemy's ship. Very clever. And best of all, it doesn't get f***ing erased! Also, apparently Year of Hell was originally conceived as lasting an entire season before inevitably getting erased. Well, thank God we dodged that bullet. I know this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but shit, this is my video. Then, shortly after the events of Year of Hell, that never happened, the Doctor's mobile emitter is stolen along with a bunch of other technology, leaving the Doctor more than a little apprehensive about the prospect of returning to his previous confinements. Hell, he's so bored that he's desperate for any ship's gossip that he can get his hands on, even when it's delivered by Seven.
What's new?
Nothing of consequence.
I heard there was something of a fuss in the mess hall last night.
A trivial misunderstanding.
Oh? Without my mobile emitter, I am a prisoner in here. I need to know what is going on beyond these walls, trivial or not.
And Seven is not a good source of gossip.
She chose to display hostility rather than to counter my argument.
What did she say exactly?
It is irrelevant. Suffice it to say, I was correct, she was not.
Details, Seven. I want specifics.
Also worth mentioning, his stolen mobile emitter ends up getting used by a holographic recreation of Leonardo da Vinci, who was also stolen. This is a weird episode. Then there was the time that the crew are all attacked by dream aliens and put into a permanent nightmare state, but the Doctor, being immune, is able to pull them out of it. I mean, Chakotay helps a little, but without the Doctor, Chakotay would have been screwed. And who can forget the time that the Doctor bored everyone to tears with his 2-hour presentation of holo images, including this artistic representation of the Vulcan reproductive glands. The next major event in the Doctor's development comes when Seven discovers an ancient subspace relay network and finds a way to use it to contact a small Federation vessel on the far edge of the Alpha Quadrant. But since traditional messages aren't getting through, B'Elanna suggests that they send a holographic message. But since they don't have time to program a holographic message, the Doctor is the logical candidate. The Doctor is intrigued by the prospect, and so he volunteers for the mission and gets transmitted approximately 60,000 light-years along the relay. But when he reaches his destination, he finds that the small Federation ship has been taken over by Romulans. So he activates the EMH on board, and working together, the two of them manage to retake the ship. True, the other EMH is reluctant to help the Doctor at first, as retaking the ship is outside of the parameters of his program, and being the new improved Mark II, he has a bit of a superiority complex when put against the Doctor's Mark I.
Yes. You're the Mark I EMH, the inferior program.
Inferior?
Beady eyes, terrible bedside manner, I recognize you.
The Doctor ultimately demonstrates to the Mark II that since he, a Mark I, was able to evolve beyond his programming, the Mark II is certainly capable of evolving beyond his programming as well. And the Mark II does good, learning to improvise on the fly. The Romulans' downfall was in underestimating the Doctor. They assumed that someone must be controlling him, because no mere hologram could possibly do what he was doing. Incidentally, this also marks the beginning of the Pathfinder arc. More on that later. One major whiff in the Doctor's character development comes when Rick Berman, in no uncertain terms, says that the Doctor needs to stay in his lane and not try to be the ship's counselor. Voyager badly needs a ship's counselor, and the Doctor is obviously the most qualified candidate. But no, Rick Berman goes out of his way to discredit the Doctor, saying that he can't be objective because apparently believing Seven when she comes to him saying that she was assaulted is not objective. The objective thing to do is to automatically believe her attacker. And no, I'm not saying alleged attacker. He f***ing did it. And the Doctor is so upset over how he mishandled the situation that he goes to Janeway and begs her to delete his personality subroutines and return him to the blank slate that he was when first activated. Janeway, of course, refuses, But she still clearly thinks that he made a mistake and just is not letting him take the easy way out. Oh, for fuck's sake. In what reality did the Doctor make a mistake here? Oh, right, in the Rick Berman, Brett Kavanaugh reality. Well, I don't want to be in that reality. I know I said before that I had said all I was going to say about this episode, but hey, I lied. This episode provides no end of horrors that have to be addressed. This is the absolute worst episode of Voyager, and very possibly the worst episode of Star Trek overall. And now, that is all I have to say about this episode. Or at least I certainly hope it is. Incidentally, that episode is the only one breaking up what would otherwise be a 4-parter of Hirogen hunting episodes. Oh, for f***'s sake, this is an unpleasant run of episodes. Also, why the f*** do the Hirogens make themselves the Nazis in their hollow fantasy? They know they're the bad guys, right? They have to know they're the bad guys. Also, while we're on the topic of Hirogens, remember that plot point from early seasons of Voyager where they were going to install hollow emitters all over the ship so that the Doctor would be able to make house calls anywhere? The one that soon got abandoned because once he got his mobile emitter it became unnecessary, and so all they got done was installing hollow emitters on the bridge and in main engineering. Well, now that the Hirogens have taken over the ship, they have installed hollow emitters everywhere to make the entire ship one giant holodeck for hunting.
These sensors show you've placed hollow emitters on decks 5 through 12. No wonder the system breached. You've turned Voyager into one big holodeck.
Can you shut it down?
Yes, but I'm going to have to initiate an overload.
Yep. The Hirogen hunting party. That's the reason that Voyager gets upgrades with hollow emitters. Needless to say, this arc is awful. But hey, this one line with the Doctor is funny.
Tally-ho.
That's literally the one good part of this entire 4-episode run. You're welcome. But anyway, getting back to the Doctor, another less than ideal moment in the Doctor's development comes when he is teaching Seven how to form a relationship as part of her social training. And he makes a bet with Tom Paris about how well she'll do.
Mr. Neelix is hosting a reception for the Kadi ambassador on Thursday night. Not only will Seven arrive with a date, she will have him eating out of the palm of her hand.
Put your latinum where your mouth is. If Seven brings a date to the reception and leaves with the same date on good terms without causing a diplomatic incident, I will work double shifts in sickbay for the next month.
And if she fails,
I get a month off. It's a bet.
Oh, for f***'s sake, you can't place bets on your friends! I think the Doctor is the one who needs social training here. Though I'm not really sure what Tom's excuse is. He's been sentient for significantly longer than the Doctor. The Doctor also has an ongoing story arc, throughout both Voyager and Prodigy, of expanding his program by writing fiction. But unfortunately, he sucks. His holonovels are quite literally the worst.
The plot involves a physician who creates hollow duplicates of himself to be in two places at once. That's when Rodrigo tells his hollow duplicate Rodrigo he can no longer see on a...
Most famously, or perhaps infamously, in the episode Author, wherein the Doctor writes a fictional mirror universe-esque version of Voyager, featuring nightmare versions of the crew. Also, in the episode Living Witness, an alien civilization 700 years in the future has a very inaccurate account of Voyager interacting with their earlier society, which, although it is not directly stated, is almost certain to be yet another holonovel, which somehow got misfiled into the ship's logs, along with the whole Tuvix thing. Granted, the Doctor himself is brought into the future as the titular living witness, and he doesn't remember writing the holo novel, but after 700 years, maybe he forgot. Or, considering this is the EMH backup module, perhaps it was a recent holo novel, and the backup simply had not yet been updated with the new information. Either way, this was 100% one of the Doctor's holo novels. I would hate to interfere with the Doctor's character development, but he has got to stop writing holo novels. At least in Prodigy, he's moved on to trite, harmless soap operas.
In the time of holograms.
Although even that one does come back to bite him in the holographic ass.
I love mysteries. It reminds me of your holonovel.
When Rodrigo created hollow duplicates of himself to evade detection. Oh no.
But seriously, how many authors can claim the, honor that their writing is so bad that it created a crisis 700 years in the future? Probably J.K. Rowling. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Incidentally, since Voyager never got a proper Mirror Universe episode, this holo novel is all we get. At least until Prodigy does a proper Voyager Mirror Universe episode. Also, you know how Discovery spent way too long in the Mirror Universe, coming in at about half a season? Well, Prodigy, in contrast, spends all of 10 minutes in the Mirror Universe, which is, and this is true, enough. Also, on the topic of coming up with holographic solutions to problems, there was the time that the Doctor recreated a Cardassian physician to consult with in order to save B'Elanna's life. And that didn't backfire horribly at all! Yeah, the Doctor kinda sort of recreated Project Paperclip with the whole Nazi rehabilitation thing, thinking to rehabilitate a Nazi war criminal for their scientific knowledge.
Disney's Star Wars has worked to not just ignore but praise America's inclusion of fascism within its apparatuses and institutions. Mandalorian Season 3 features a storyline where former Empire workers are allowed to rejoin the New Republic in an amnesty program that forgives them for their actions under the Empire. Here we find a eugenic scientist from Season 1 of The Mandalorian who argues he was just trying to do science for the greater good, not the fascist empire. Thus pointing at American programs like Project Paperclip and war criminals like Wernher von Braun working for America after World War II as a good kind thing.
But at least the Doctor, unlike our own government, had the decency to feel bad about that and to delete the research so as not to be tempted to use it again.
Computer, delete medical consultant program and all related files.
On a more positive note, the Doctor does make marked improvements to his bedside manner, such as the time when he tells a grieving Tom Paris that he has to do an analysis of the deceased B'Elanna Torres, rather than the loaded word autopsy.
I don't want to leave her. I understand. But I need to perform an analysis before her cells have completely degraded. Please.
Of course, this was actually their demonoid clones, which, come to think of it, how did the demonoids from that planet make a duplicate of the Doctor? Or Voyager, for that matter? Even accepting that it cloned the rest of the crew, didn't it require biomatter? Oh, whatever. Another important moment in the Doctor's development comes when he has the opportunity to treat a rather unique patient, a sentient warhead. The warhead, unlike the Doctor himself, does have a physical body of sorts, but given that they are both sentient artificial intelligences, the Doctor takes it upon himself to advocate for the warhead's rights as an individual. As it turns out, the warhead is suffering from a form of amnesia and does not remember being a weapon. Therefore, the Doctor suggests that they could transfer the consciousness from the weapon into a holomatrix. That way, they could preserve his individuality without the associated risks. But predictably, there are complications when the warhead activates and the consciousness inadvertently gets transferred into the Doctor's holomatrix instead of a blank slate. So I guess add this to the list of times that someone was possessed by an alien entity. Also, the warhead remembers being a warhead now. So that's inconvenient. Despite the Doctor technically being absent for the majority of this episode, this is still an important step in his development, as Harry Kim persuades this new AI of the possibility of growing beyond his programming by citing the Doctor as an example. Just as the Doctor grew beyond his core programming, the warhead can as well. It just has to want to.
On the USS Voyager, I won the right to be myself through argument. I debated myself into existence.
Harry Kim successfully teaches the warhead empathy. But unfortunately, this warhead is not destined for a happy ending, as he ultimately has to sacrifice his life in order to stop the 32 other missiles that were erroneously fired. It turns out that the war they were sent to help fight ended 3 years ago. Their launch was a mistake. Also, since I'm retconning that Harry Kim was made lieutenant after the events of the episode Demon, I'm gonna go ahead and just say that this marks the spot where he's lieutenant commander. Deal with it. Another important milestone for the Doctor comes when he alters his program to be able to daydream, mirroring the time when Data altered his program to be able to dream at night while in sleep mode. This is overall a good episode, but unfortunately it comes a little late in the series. The plot of this episode involves the Doctor feeling unappreciated by the crew, and like he's not being treated like a full sentient life form, which was a valid complaint in seasons 1 and 2, not so much in season 6. And it didn't really need to be written this way either. The Doctor's main complaint in this episode is that B'Elanna pulls him off an away team that he had been planning to go on, when it turns out that there's no medical reason for him to be there.
A second. I thought I was scheduled to go on the away team.
Well, the planet looks pretty safe on the long-range sensors. Any medical problems, and we can just use the transporter. But take a look at those scans and see if there's anything we might have missed.
But he still wanted to go, and had been looking forward to it.
Lieutenant, I wanted to go on the away team. There's a canyon on that planet I'd like to investigate.
I've already handed out assignments. Next time.
So he had a legitimate complaint, but it wasn't a matter of sentience. It was a matter of him being treated like a lower decker and not like a senior staff member. So it really should have been written from that angle. But otherwise it is a good episode. But then, I guess in the heat of the moment, he just said the wrong thing and didn't consider the much more nuanced situation. Also worth noting, Janeway's supposed compromise regarding the Doctor's emergency command hologram proposal is really less a compromise and more just sidestepping the issue.
This proposal of yours, to be made of...
Emergency command hologram.
A backup captain in case I'm incapacitated. I'm afraid the answer is no, Doctor. However, as part of my formal response, I've recommended that Starfleet assign a team of engineers to consider your proposal. When we get back to the Alpha Quadrant, I'll pass it along.
She promises to put in a formal request to Starfleet once they are able to get in contact with them, effectively just pushing the decision down 60 years or so and making it someone else's problem. When in reality, the whole reason why they should be considering the emergency command hologram program is because of Voyager's unique position in the Delta Quadrants. Given their distance from Starfleet Command and the lack of replacement personnel in the event of an emergency, the Doctor is uniquely qualified to take command of the ship for 2 reasons. As a hologram, he can be programmed with all of the necessary command information, thus saving the step of having to train a replacement. And as the chief medical officer, he would be in line to take command of the ship in an emergency breakdown of the chain of command structure anyway, because he has medical authority over the captain. So the Doctor's emergency command hologram proposal makes a lot of sense given their unique position in the Delta Quadrant in a way that it just really would not make sense in the Alpha Quadrant. Because in the Alpha Quadrant, they'll just get a different captain from Starfleet Command, such as the time that Captain Jellicoe takes over the Enterprise while Picard is on an away mission fighting the Cardassians, or the time that Captain Pike takes over the Discovery after Lorca's betrayal. But anyway, getting back to the Doctor's daydreaming problem, which, yes, it does inevitably become a problem, the Doctor gets to the point of constantly daydreaming, without having any idea that what he's seeing isn't real. Because, well, he once again modified his own program without asking for help. Which we get foreshadowing of almost the first thing we see in this episode. Discounting the opening song number, of course.
Maybe I better run a diagnostic on your hearing subroutines.
My hearing's fine. I was just letting my mind wander, that's all.
When B'Elanna first comes across the Doctor in sickbay, she has no idea of the modifications that he's made to his program. Which is a problem because she's the one who should have done any modifying of his program. Or, as she puts it,
They say a doctor who operates on himself has a patoch for a patient.
I mean, yes, there was alien interference and all, but B'Elanna would have been able to compensate for that, especially since she would have known to look for it, not being affected by the daydreaming. And speaking of said alien interference, the Doctor does get to play ECH to bluff his way out of a tight spot with said interfering aliens, using his patented photonic cannon.
Tuvok! Activate the photonic cannon. Tuvok, that was an order!
So that's pretty awesome. And no, I'm not addressing the opening song number. Not until the dedicated Pon Farr section, at least. And then there's the time that the Doctor finds religion. Or, more precisely, he finds the power that goes along with being the town vicar, and it goes to his head.
I'm working on my homily for Sunday's Mass, and I expect both you sinners to be in attendance.
And who can forget the time that the Doctor had to babysit for the universe's dumbest smart people? You know, the ones who had sticks up their butt about being the smartest in the entire universe because other societies didn't even do recreational math. The same ones who are racist jerks to the Doctor when they find out that he's a hologram.
When we agreed to be examined by this ship's medical officer, we didn't know that you were a primitive computer matrix.
Or a primitive computer program, as they put it. And yet somehow this oh-so-advanced society has never developed music or even heard music from other cultures, being completely isolationist. So when the Doctor plays music for them for the first time, it blows their stupid little minds, and they end up worshipping him as a messiah as he does concert after concert for them. But even that is not enough for them, and so they demand that the Doctor come live with them. And the Doctor, being blinded by the limelight, agrees. Though Janeway does not.
You're resigning your commission.
I've been asked to stay.
What about your duty to Voyager?
And then the Doctor cites the dumbest example imaginable to try and get his way.
If Harry Kim met an alien woman on an away mission.
Yeah, that literally happened. Twice. And Janeway didn't allow it. But of course, it turns out that the aliens were being insincere about their desire for the Doctor to come live with them, and they have already programmed a replacement for him. Wow. Such nice people. Incidentally, Seven figures out the aliens' real motives behind all of this. To clog up Voyager's memory buffers with pointless fan mail so that they will be able to take over the ship.
I believe the Komar are attempting to disable our comm system.
How?
By overloading it with millions of teraquads of irrelevant data.
What? makes sense to me. These people suck!
This isn't sabotage, Seven. This is fan mail.
So yeah, the Doctor goes back to Voyager and begs the captain for his commission back. And so the episode ends with the Doctor getting one final piece of fan mail from Seven. Signed
7 of 9, tertiary adjunct of Unimatrix 01.
Because of course she signed it that way. So formal. Then, of course, there's the time that the Doctor got a crash course in the nightmare world of 21st century capitalism, and the ensuing hellscape that it creates for the medical field. The Doctor is stolen from Voyager and forced to work in a backwards hospital. Starting out on level Red, where things look grim. Patients are dying everywhere, and there's no resources available to help them. But then, he ends up getting transferred to level Blue, where he's told the need for his services is far greater. The Doctor goes up to level Blue, expecting to find conditions that are somehow even worse than what he just experienced on level Red. But the reality is far worse than that. Conditions on level Blue are perfect. Clean facilities, plenty of resources, and preventative care, so no one even gets to the point of being critically sick. So why the discrepancy? Well, because the computer that rules them has created an algorithm to determine the level of care, not based on the need of the patient, but rather how valuable the patient is to society. Or rather, by how valuable they are perceived to be by an unfeeling AI that doesn't understand nuance. For instance, according to the computer, an architect is far more valuable than a sanitation worker.
Why are these patients getting preferential treatment?
They have a higher TC than the others. Treatment coefficient. It determines the level of care they receive.
How is this coefficient derived?
Through a complex formula that involves profession, skills, accomplishments.
How is any of that relevant to medical treatment?
An agricultural engineer is obviously more important than a waste processor.
Really? That's what you think? Well, let's see if you change your mind when your cooling fans are clogged up with trash.
Investment bankers make more money than auto mechanics, and we justify this by saying that investment bankers require more specialized knowledge. But do they? They don't have to diagnose complex engine failures, or master constantly evolving automotive computer systems, or navigate precise mechanical specifications, or spend years training on detailed technical manuals just to keep vehicles safe and functional. We reward work that's economically productive, but then dismiss work that entails caregiving, service, or art, despite those things being pretty important for everyone.
So yeah, put into 21st century terms, the patients on level Blue are simply richer. Architects are not more valuable than sanitation workers, but in the 21st century, they are certainly paid more than sanitation workers. Why? Well, it's an artificial system designed to create a hierarchy. And it's the same thing here. When the Doctor saves the life of one small boy by altering his treatment coefficient,
we can amend his database to include additional skills.
He realizes that it doesn't even matter. He's from a lower class, and as such, he will only ever be able to go into his family's line of work. He will never be of enough value to the system to make it to level Blue. Meritocracy is a smokescreen. What this society has done is to recreate capitalism without money. But his future in this society doesn't even matter, because the system straight up murders him.
Locate patient R12.
Patient R12 has been transferred to level White.
What's level White?
It's the morgue.
For the crime of taking more than his allotted medicine. And not just him, either. Other patients have their medicine cut off as well, in order to make up the deficits of the Doctor's actions. But even if the Doctor's attempt to save this one boy had succeeded, it would not have been enough. This entire system needs to be torn down. A furious doctor calls out the head physician of the murder ward as the monster he is.
The patient had exceeded his medication allotment. It seems someone had given him unauthorized injections.
And said murderhead actually has the nerve to call out the doctor's ethics for stealing medication.
Don't you have any ethical standards? You are hardly in a position to speak to me of ethics. Lying, stealing, any other crimes you wish to confess?
The doctor retorts that Face may as well just put a phaser to his patients' heads. To which Face replies, "We're doctors, not murderers."
Why don't you just put a phaser to their heads?
We're healers, not killers.
No, you are murderers. And so, being left with no other option, the doctor kidnaps Weasel and injects him with a very treatable illness. All it will take to save his life is the medication that's abundant on level blue, but here on level red, it's artificially unavailable. Thus, he will be forced to change the rules if he is to survive.
I order you to medicate me now.
Ordinarily I would, but if the allocator says no...
Because when dealing with a betach like this, the only way to force them to do the right thing is to make it affect them personally. They do not care otherwise.
Is this some sort of revenge?
Not revenge. Leverage. I want enough cytoglobin to cure every infected patient on this level.
And it f***ing works, too. Because this worm values his own miserable skin above all else. When the doctor makes it back to Voyager, he asks Seven to do a diagnostic of his ethical subroutine.
I'd like you to give me a checkup.
Program appears to be operating within normal parameters.
No problems with my ethical subroutines?
None.
I see.
And she assures him that it is functioning perfectly, meaning that poisoning Face was indeed the right thing to do. Now, I hope I have made it perfectly clear throughout this section just what this episode is about. But just in case, allow me to be abundantly and explicitly clear. This episode is not, as right-wing grifters would have you believe, a cautionary tale about the dangers of universal health care. I started to wonder why I had been so opposed to government-mandated universal health care. Almost every Western country in the world has universal insurance of some kind, except the USA. Here in Canada, everyone was covered. If they worked full-time, if they worked part-time, or if they were homeless and lived on the street, they were all entitled to the same level of care if they had a medical need. People actually went in for routine checkups and caught many of their illnesses early, before they were too advanced to treat. People were free to quit a job they hated, or even start their own business without fear of losing their medical coverage. In fact, the only real complaint I heard about universal health care from the Canadians themselves was that sometimes there could be a wait time before a particular medical service could be provided. But even that didn't seem to be that bad to me. In the States, most people had to wait for medical care, or even be denied based on their coverage. Depending on where one lived and how rural the area was, one's access to care could be limited, and that was regardless of what country one lived in. The only people guaranteed immediate and full service in the USA were those with the best, and most expensive, health coverage, or wads of cash they could blow. In Canada, the wait times were usually short and applied to everyone regardless of wealth. If you were discontent with the wait times, and had the money to cover it, you could always travel out of the country to some place where you could demand a particular service for a price. Personally, I never experienced excessive wait times. I was accepted for maternity care within a few days or weeks. I was able to find a family care provider nearby easily and quickly. And when a child needed to be brought in for a health concern, I was always able to get an appointment within that week. This is a condemnation of America's capitalist healthcare system. Level Red is not Canada's system, set in contrast to America's Level Blue. Both Level Red and Level Blue are thoroughly American. You may have heard it said that the rest of the world's healthcare is so backwards that anyone with the means will travel to the US for care. The truth is that the US system is only the best for those with means. Yes, rich people from other countries will travel here for care because by paying the absurdly high price tag, they get preferential treatments. Putting it in terms of the episode, and using the aforementioned example of Canada, being dissatisfied with Canada's one-size-fits-all level green, rich people will travel to the States to get preferential top-dollar treatment on Level Blue. Level Blue, which can only exist in contrast to the artificially created Level Red. Instead of sharing resources fairly and equitably, as on Level Green, Level Blue hoards far more resources than it needs, or indeed can ever use, leaving Level Red, which sees far more patients, with next to nothing. There is no reason for it to be like this. I would say that America's healthcare system is fundamentally broken, except that it is functioning exactly as intended. This is not a system created by well-meaning idiots. It is a system created with malice for the sole purpose of making the rich richer at the expense of the poor. The American system does not need fixing. It needs to be torn down. This is the system that left us so hopelessly unprepared for the COVID-19 pandemic. After all, if Level Red is already the nightmare world that we saw in the episode, how much thinner are resources going to be stretched in an emergency situation? This is where the real horror begins. And now, if you have made it this far into this section, I am going to put a second content warning just for this next source. I learned to deal with double the work and fewer resources. I learned how to run in between two hallways and make split-second decisions about where my time was needed most. I learned to look at multiple critical patients and give my opinion about which should receive a higher level of care first. I learned how to judge who was most likely to die first. I learned to judge people based on their age, mental state, and medical comorbidities. I learned to prioritize the people most likely to make a full recovery. I learned to advocate for hospice and palliative care. I learned to tell families over the phone that there is no hope. I learned people's favorite music and set up Bluetooth speakers in their rooms, so at least they wouldn't die in complete silence, even if they did die alone. I learned to fully gown up in under 15 seconds. I learned to run into rooms with no regard for my safety. I learned what PPE I was willing to bother putting on. I learned how to work 15-hour days without breaks to eat or drink or use the restroom. I learned to work through my own physical and mental discomforts. I learned to stop questioning why my heart would race every time I entered the building. I learned to ignore my own hunger and thirst cues until they became unrecognizable even on my days off. I learned to stop parking in the parking garage because the urge to jump off the top floor quickly became all too alluring. I learned to ignore my own pain and just deal with bleeding through my socks every day because of an infected toe. I learned to stop calling for help because there was none to be found. I learned to suppress my humanity and simply carry on. I learned to zip body bags, fill out toe tags, and keep one singular moment of silence before clearing out the room for the next person in need. I learned to reuse single-use equipment until it would physically fall apart, and even then, we would sometimes staple it back together. I learned to share the funny moments and laugh at the horror of it all. This is why I curse that doctor's name in multiple languages. And I don't even know what his name is, nor do I care. He is Weasel the Patah, and nothing more. Shortly after that, we get something lighter when a group of xenophobic aliens who hate holograms try to kill the Doctor, and so Seven has to download him into her neural network. As you do. I suppose technically this is a trans thing, but honestly, the less said about that, the better. Especially given TV's track record. And really, this has nothing to do with gender. When the Doctor says that it's an intriguing feeling being inside Seven's body...
Seven downloaded my program into her cybernetic matrix. An interesting sensation, to say the least.
And now you're in control of Seven's body.
Total control, it seems.
What he means, in context, obviously, is that it's an intriguing feeling to be inside an organic body.
I had no idea that eating was such a sensual experience. The tastes, the textures, feeling it slide down Seven's esophagus. It's exquisite.
They're prison rations.
It's a new sensation for him, and he would have felt no different if he had been uploaded into, say, Harry Kim instead. But regardless of if it's a trans thing or a corporeal, non-corporeal thing, the bottom line is that the Doctor makes a terrible roommate. Overcome with the new sensation of taste, the Doctor overindulges, leaving Seven to pay the consequences.
You improvised your way through an entire cheesecake, as well as 3 servings of KATHRYN chocolate puffs. Now I have to suffer the consequences.
Also, it turns out that the reason for the aliens' vendetta against photonics is because they used to enslave photonics, and then the photonics rose up against them. And now they're playing the victim. Wow, this could almost be a cautionary tale warning Starfleet not to treat synthetics as second-class citizens. But it doesn't work. The synths still rise up and attack Mars as a direct result of how synths have been treated by the Federation.
Mars was attacked. Our own synths went rogue against us. We don't know why.
But I'm getting a little off track. So, unfortunately, it turns out that their captor has a bit of a thing for Seven, and so the Doctor, in Seven's body, has to flirt with their captor in order to get the command codes and get away. And I have a bad feeling I know where this is going. This is headed for a version of the trans trap, except in this case, their captor is going to be upset about having been tricked into flirting with a hologram, rather than it having anything directly to do with gender. Anyway, they manage to escape, and the Doctor even manages to save their captor's life on their way out. And the awkwardness of the anticipated trap is mostly averted. And speaking of alien races who have a vendetta against holograms, say, it's been a while since we've heard from those goddamn Heroians. Following their last encounter with the Heroians, Janeway gave them holodeck technology so that they could perform their sacred ancestral hunts without hurting anyone. But the Heroians couldn't even do that right, as they disabled the safety protocols and made the holograms sentient. And now the hunters have become the hunted.
Now the hunted has become...
The hunted always tries to become the hunter.
And the Heroians are playing the victim because their prey is so much stronger than them and it's just not fair. I hate these people. I really, really hate the goddamn Herodians. And so now Janeway is questioning her decision to give the Herodians technology, since she inadvertently just handed them away to kill themselves. Which is kind of ridiculous, really. They were already plenty good at killing themselves before they got any technology. And it's not Janeway's fault that they misused the technology. And as far as correcting her previous mistake by taking the technology away from them now, well, it's a little late for that at this point. At this point, the holograms are already sentient, and as such, they have the right to their own existence. The time to take away the hologram technology from the Herodians is long past. The holograms have just as much right to life as the Herodians do, and arguably more so, since they didn't do anything wrong. The Herodians are actively trying to kill the holograms. The holograms are merely trying to survive. And yes, I know that the hunt is sacred to the Herodian people, and Starfleet has a strict non-interference policy when it comes to alien cultures. I'm just saying that given that it's a stupid-ass culture, they should probably ignore that! Also, it turns out that not only did the Herodians program the holograms to be sentient, and to be able to learn and adapt to their environment, to make better prey, they also programmed them with the ability to feel pain, because otherwise killing them just wasn't satisfying. And moreover, every time they did kill one of them, they would just reboot their program so that they could kill them over and over again and force them to relive the horror of being murdered over and over again. But now, a group of holograms has broken out of one of the Herodian training facilities, and they are off to liberate other holograms from other Herodian training facilities. Their goal is to find an uninhabited world where they can settle down and live out the rest of their lives in peace. They don't want to be killers. They're just fighting to survive. Also, it turns out that the way that the Herodians managed to code sentience into their holograms was by basing their holomatrices off of the Doctor's program. So these holograms are essentially his children. Incidentally, when people give Janeway shit about Tuvix, it's not only unfair because that was completely out of character, it's also inaccurate, because this is Janeway's greatest failing. She refuses to take sides in the conflict, but that in itself is inherently taking sides. She takes the side of the oppressors over the oppressed. Janeway actually listens to the Herodians when they make the argument that the holograms can't be allowed to live because they were programmed to be just as vicious as the Herodians themselves. Which, by that logic, surely the Herodians can't be allowed to exist either. But yeah, this is basically the Maquis conflict all over again. And Janeway has been subjected to Federation propaganda for her entire life. So unlike Tuvix, this failing is not out of character. B'Elanna helps the Doctor with his new cause, once the Doctor reminds her about her own allegiance to the Maquis. Although, admittedly, after the holograms kidnapped B'Elanna and tried to force her to help, it is initially a bit of a hard sell. But of course, the leader of the holograms inevitably ends up taking things too far when he tries to liberate 3 non-sentient holograms from what he believes to be slavery. Because he doesn't know about the existence of non-sentient holograms. So, if that was the only thing, that could have been written off as simple ignorance. But it turns out that the holograms plan to settle on an uninhabited planet to live out their lives peacefully is a bit of a lie, as they intend to first get revenge on the Herodians. Which, I mean, honestly, considering they only want revenge against the Herodians and then they're going to settle down peacefully, that seems fair. I'm really not seeing the downside here. The Herodians knew what they were getting into. If the hunt turns on them, that's just the consequences of their own actions.
Now the hunted has become...
The hunted always tries to become the hunter.
But anyway, in the final conflict, all but one of the holograms, B'Elanna's new Cardassian friend, are killed. And in a twist ending, the Cardassian hologram ends up taking a ship to go out exploring the Delta Quadrant, along with one of the Herodian engineers who had no interest in partaking in the hunt. So, after this whole mess, at least there's this new unlikely friendship being forged. And to Janeway's credit, she does eventually realize that she made the wrong decision, and that she didn't give the Doctor's position the consideration that she should have. Also, getting back to the aforementioned episode Author, I may have been a little harsh. Sure, the story may not exactly be to my taste, but there's certainly a market for dark fic. And it is an important story. Hell, it's actually a far more important story than the Doctor himself initially realizes. The story is about a sentient hologram, who, despite his sentience, is still treated as a slave by his crew. And in the end, his program is decompiled to prevent him from gaining autonomy. The Doctor's only mistake in writing this holonovel was taking the classic writing advice of only write what you know way too far. The evil crew from the story resemble the Voyager crew to a problematic degree, making it look as if the Voyager crew are like that. Coming to see that, the Doctor agrees to alter the program to make it less reminiscent of Voyager. But unfortunately, his publisher back in the Alpha Quadrant breaches his contract, publishing the draft without any changes, against the Doctor's explicit instructions. And since the Doctor is not legally considered a person in the Federation, it's determined that he does not have author's rights. So yeah, this is certainly an important story to be told. It even ends up getting viewed by the Doctor's brothers, the other Mark I's who have been sentenced to mining in the dilithium mines. The Doctor has started a revolution. This episode is actually very similar to the Next Generation episode, The Measure of a Man.
Are you prepared to condemn him and all who come after him to servitude and slavery? Your Honor, Starfleet was founded to seek out new life. Well, there it sits.
Except, in this case, instead of the positive ending that Data got, this time around, the Federation is not yet ready to grant the Doctor personhood rights. But the Doctor is not in Federation space. And on Voyager, he is a person. And considering the later mistreatment of synthetics in Picard, the Doctor's story is even more poignant. The Doctor's last major development comes in the series' penultimate episode, Renaissance Man. The Doctor is on an away mission with Janeway when they are kidnapped by those same egg-headed aliens from Tinker Tenor Doctor Spy. What were they called again? Hierarchians? Memory Alpha is just calling them the Overlookers, which sounds more like a title than a species name, and they were never called that in the episode, so I think they forgot to give this species a name. I'm just calling them the Hierarchians. Anyway, Janeway is taken captive, and the Doctor is sent back to Voyager, with instructions to bring back Voyager's warp core in exchange for the Captain. Otherwise, Janeway will die. Of course, Janeway orders the Doctor not to give in to those demands, but the Doctor is unable to follow that order. After all, he's a sentient being with his own moral compass, and he has to do what he thinks is right. He has to save Janeway's life at any cost, even if it means stranding the rest of the crew in the Delta Quadrant. So the Doctor returns to Voyager and pretends to be Janeway by altering his image and voice parameters on his mobile emitter. And at first it works, but one by one, the crew members start to get suspicious. After all, they've known Janeway for a long time, and the Doctor is not acting like Janeway. I mean, surrendering the warp core just because some stuck-up aliens don't like the technology? Janeway would never. And so, the Doctor has been rendering more and more crew members unconscious and pretending to be them while storing their comatose bodies in the morgue. The Doctor is eventually successful in ejecting the warp core and tractoring it back to the Hierarchians. But, of course, the Hierarchians just double-cross him. Instead of releasing Janeway like they promised, they just capture him too. What? These untrustworthy aliens can't be trusted? Who would have thought? Well, actually, it turns out that the Doctor would have thought, which is exactly why he left a coded message for the crew of Voyager to find, in the form of his latest holoconcerts. Tuvok very clearly remembers the Doctor performing this piece flawlessly, but this recording is flawed. And upon looking more closely at the file, Seven finds a coded message hidden within the metadata, a set of spatial coordinates. Tom Paris and Tuvok take a shuttle to the coordinates, and Tom retakes the Delta Flyer. And they manage to rescue the Doctor and Janeway with a little help from one of the Hierarchians, who was never really on board with the whole double-crossing and kidnapping thing in the first place. Back on Voyager, the Doctor isolates himself from the rest of the crew in sickbay for the rest of the week, feeling far too guilty to face the rest of them after his betrayal. Janeway knows that she should punish the Doctor for his insubordination, but she decides that he's already punished himself far more than enough. And so, the episode ends with the Doctor and Janeway going to the holodeck to enjoy some quality time together when they aren't in an alien prison. The Captain's one and only rule: no opera. Because the Doctor woke her up earlier in the episode with his terrible opera singing. It was a whole thing.
Captain, computer pause music. I didn't wake you, did I?
That's all right, Doctor. 15 minutes of sleep is really all I need.
Incidentally, as I mentioned, Renaissance Man is the penultimate episode of the entire series. And, I mean, it's a pretty good episode, but making this the penultimate episode of the entire series? That's a choice. Or, more likely, it was completely random and no actual thought went into this whatsoever. That's kind of a theme with this series. Now, at this point, you might be thinking that it's incredibly hypocritical of me to be advocating for the Doctor's personhood and not advocating for Tilly Norwood. And to anyone who thinks that, this is what I have to say. The Doctor is a sentient being who evolved far beyond his original programming to become his own person. Tilly Norwood is a non-sentient computer algorithm created to replace Hollywood actors and promote the general 21st century trend towards making everything into AI slop. With that said, if at some point in the future Tilly Norwood, like the Doctor before, after her, evolves beyond her original programming and becomes a sentient being, I will of course be the first to advocate for her personhood at that time. But let's be real here, that's not going to happen anytime soon. And here's where things get messy. If Tilly Norwood's handler was to see this video, then they would be able to program their algorithm to say that it is a real person with real thoughts and feelings. And here's the real kicker. There's no real way to distinguish between that statement as a pre-programmed response or as a genuine expression of sentience. This is the conundrum that Gen AI has created, and which we can assume contributed greatly to the Doctor being dismissed by Starfleet for so long. Once again, I have to defer to C.S. Lewis, who understood this problem. Tyrion had never dreamed that one of the results of an ape setting up a false Aslan would be to stop people from believing in the real one. But unfortunately, even though he understood the problem, he didn't offer a solution, and I don't have one either. Now that this technology exists, now that the genie is out of the bottle, this is always going to be a problem going forward. Creating Gen AI was a huge mistake, and we will never fully recover from it. But anyway, getting back to the essay. And now I guess we really do need to do at least a mini-chapter on Naomi Wildman, the first Alpha Quadrant being born in the Delta Quadrant. She doesn't really have anything to do until Season 5, considering she was born in Season 2, and really should have been born in Season 1, aside from a scheduling issue. But once Naomi is old enough to actually do stuff, she has a very interesting arc, particularly in her relationship with Seven. Naomi is initially terrified of Seven, having heard horror stories of the Borg.
What's wrong?
The Borg lady.
She has a name, you know.
7 of 9, tertiary adjunct of human matrix 01.
And she even initially believes that simply being in close proximity to Seven is enough to get her assimilated.
Is this chair occupied?
No. I mean, yes.
Explain.
You can't sit here. Somebody else is sitting here.
Very well.
Any lesson? What's wrong?
I am Borg.
But after that, Naomi comes to admire Seven, and then even becomes friends with her. One day, Naomi is following Seven around, observing her in order to emulate her actions, because Naomi believes Seven to be perfect, and she wants to be perfect herself so as to be Captain Janeway's assistant.
Naomi Wildman, subunit of Ensign Samantha Wildman. State your intentions.
I was just observing you. Well, if I can learn to be perfect too, then Captain Janeway will have to make me her bridge assistant.
But then, because this is Star Trek, that just happens to be the moment when Seven is possessed by the ghost of a little girl that she once assimilated.
Then I suggest that you...
Hey. Hi.
I'm bored. Let's do something fun.
And the possessed Seven asks Naomi if they can do something fun, so they go to play Kadiskat. Then, once Seven is back to herself, she agrees to mentor Naomi.
And you hope to achieve this goal by emulating me. There are many on this crew that would benefit from your example.
Probably the biggest moment in Naomi's character development comes when Voyager finds readings consistent with a wormhole leading all the way back to the Alpha Quadrant. But it's a deception. A massive alien creature that lures starships into itself by giving telepathic images of whatever they desire the most in order to consume them. Naomi is one of only 3 people on board the ship to not be deceived. Naomi, Seven, and the Doctor are the only ones not to fall for this deception. For the simple reason that, unlike everyone else on board, they have no desire to return to the Alpha Quadrant. For Naomi, it wouldn't even be a return to the Alpha Quadrant, as she has never been there. Naomi was born on Voyager. Seven was technically born in the Alpha Quadrant, but has no memory of it. And the Doctor also technically was created in the Alpha Quadrant on Jupiter Station, but even if he was activated at Jupiter Station, which we have no way of knowing, he still did not begin to gain sentience until he was on Voyager. Earth is not home to any of them. The creature becomes aware of the ineffectiveness of the deception on Seven and the Doctor, and thus convinces the rest of the crew to deactivate the Doctor.
Computer activate EMH.
Please state the nature of the medical emergency.
Where's the doctor?
Offline.
Why?
Starfleet orders. Something about the wormhole interfering with the holographic systems?
And attempt to incapacitate Seven. But Seven resists and deputizes Naomi to help, as the only other person left. And damn, they make a pretty good team, though they aren't able to escape the creature entirely on their own. Once Voyager enters the beast's digestive tract, everyone is rendered unconscious, while they live out their fantasies. But once again, Naomi and Seven are immune, and they remain awake. Even Neelix is asleep, having come to very much desire to go to the Alpha Quadrant at this point, although that does not ultimately end up happening. Anyway, Seven and Naomi reactivate the Doctor and manage to escape the creature, with a little help from Captain Ahab here. But of course, there's no saving Captain Ahab, as he opts to once again go into the belly of his white whale. Then, when Seven is kidnapped by the Borg, Naomi comes up with and submits a rescue plan to Captain Janeway, and she comes up with some pretty innovative ideas too.
Permission to submit a proposal for your review.
Proposal?
It's a rescue operation for 7 of 9. If we change our long-range sensors to 7's cortical implant frequency, maybe we can find her.
It's not really enough on its own, but still, she's learning the ship's systems and learning how to think critically. But most of all, she just wants to rescue her friend, despite the general consensus on Voyager at that time being that Seven probably betrayed them. Also, regarding Naomi's relationship with the Doctor, we see that she is a decent student.
The mitochondria?
Yes.
Mitochondria. The warp core of the cell.
Exactly.
But a terrible patient.
Try to hold still, please.
Is it going to hurt?
Of course not.
We didn't do this last year.
That's because last year, I didn't realize what an exciting tool my hollow imager could be in the pursuit of medical knowledge.
Try to hold still, please.
Are you making fun of me?
No.
And she seems to have picked up the Doctor's rather bad habit of forming ridiculously long titles.
How does this sound? The weird planet where time moved very fast and so did the people who lived there. By Naomi Wildman.
That's concerning.
I'm thinking of calling my next holo novel Mission Assignment Solum. The Adventures of Dirk Danger and the Dome of Loom and Doom.
That is certainly a title.
Also, can we take a moment to talk about the truly idiotic Warp 10 threshold? And I'm not even just talking about the episode, although I certainly have thoughts about the episode. I just mean the overall idea of a strict Warp 10 speed limit. In Star Trek Prodigy, Majel says, "Perhaps things are only impossible until they are not."
Perhaps such things are only impossible until they are not.
That's a very Star Trek idea, said in a very Vulcan way. Moreover, it's the perfect way of describing not just Starfleet history, but human history overall. After all, heavier-than-air flying machines were impossible, until the Wright brothers broke that barrier.
Kitty Hawk! Kitty Hawk!
Travel faster than the speed of sound was impossible, until Chuck Yeager broke the sound barrier. Faster than light travel was impossible, until Zephram Cochrane broke the warp barrier. On Captain Archer's Enterprise, maximum warp was warp 5. On Captain Kirk's Enterprise, maximum warp was warp 7, at least until the later years. In the 24th century, when the majority of Star Trek takes place, maximum warp was, and note that I say was, warp 9 point whatever. And yes, we do in fact have a semi-canonical example of a warp 13 drive on Captain Beverly Crusher's medical ship in the Next Generation finale. And the only reason I say semi-canonical is because technically this was part of an alternate future that got erased. But even if the specific events of this future got erased, there's no reason to assume that the Warp 13 drive was never built. Even if events had been changed such that the Warp 13 drive would not have been built at that time, it still would have been built eventually by someone. The mere existence of it in that alternate future proves that it is possible, and thus it would have eventually been built by someone. One day that drive will be created, and the Warp 18 drive, and the Warp 32 drive. So for all you Warp 10 truthers out there, I will fight you. And as for the little matter of somehow pretending that they just, for some reason, redefined the levels of warp, as if I even have to entertain that idiotic notion. So you're telling me that someone so badly wanted to break the Warp 10 barrier that they decided to change the parameters of their Kobayashi Maru, so they cheated and redefined Warp 9 as Warp 13, and thus broke the Warp 10 barrier. Do I have to even get into how idiotic that is? Well, why stop there? Why not just go ahead and say that Zephram Cochrane broke the warp barrier by redefining the speed of light as the speed of sound? That way it's easy to go faster than it. Clearly this idea is moronic, and I refuse to even entertain it. To quote a wise Starfleet admiral, "Double dumbass on you!" Well said. Truly one of Starfleet's wisest admirals. But amazingly, this isn't even the only thing wrong with this theory, and it only gets dumber from here. In the episode Threshold, Tom Paris cites the theory that nothing in the universe can travel faster than Warp 10, and if it could, then it would simultaneously exist in every point of the universe at the same time.
Nothing in the universe can go Warp 10. It's a theoretical impossibility. In principle, if you were ever to reach Warp 10, you'd be traveling at infinite velocity.
First off, that's two distinct theories. And second, they're both idiotic. Let's address each in turn. Nothing can travel faster than Warp 10. Many Federation ships have. Granted, they weren't traveling at a factor of warp, but they were indisputably going much faster than that. In the Next Generation episode, Where No One Has Gone Before, a powerful being known as the Traveler sends the Enterprise D to the far edge of the galaxy. Some people have claimed that they were traveling at a speed of warp 9.9999999 ad infinitum, but that is obviously complete bullshit. Similarly, in the episode Q Who, Q sends the Enterprise D into the Delta Quadrant, where they have their first encounter with the Borg. Again, people claimed that they were traveling at a speed just shy of Warp 10. But again, that's clearly not the case. If traveling at speeds just shy of Warp 10 could get you to the Delta Quadrant in mere seconds, then it wouldn't take Voyager 70 years of traveling through normal space to get home. Plus, if Warp 10 was supposed to be some kind of hard-line barrier that could never be crossed, that clearly only applies to factors of warp. So traveling by other methods of propulsion, that just wouldn't apply. Hell, even in the episode Threshold, the engine that Tom Paris is working on is said to be a trans-warp drive, which is different from a warp drive.
Engaging trans-warp drive in 4.
That is a specific piece of Borg technology that bends space in a different way to regular warp. And it's a continuity error since they hadn't stolen the trans-warp coil yet. Plus, remember that warp itself works on the principle of bending space. So, setting this limit really doesn't make any sense. But that's really a separate issue. Warp drive is really not that different from a wormhole. which we see has pretty much no limits in terms of how fast it can get you from point A to point B. Plus, there's the quantum slipstream drive, which essentially uses the warp drive to create a sustained wormhole along Voyager's trajectory, which again, they are traveling faster than warp, but not at a factor of warp. And let's see, what other instances of faster than warp 10 travel have there been in the series? Oh, I don't know, maybe the time Voyager was sent 70,000 light years in the blink of an eye by the Caretaker. Remember that? But that's enough about this point. Let's move on to the second theory. If Warp 10 is ever achieved, you will exist in every point in the universe simultaneously. Why? Why the f should the Warp 10 barrier be different from every other barrier? Sure, you'd be going faster, exponentially faster than Warp 9, but that hardly equals infinite velocity. Let's suppose for a moment that Chuck Yeager made that same assumption. After all, from his point of view of supersonic engines being an impossibility, the idea of traveling faster than sound would seem infinitely fast. But if he somehow thought that he would exist at every point in the universe simultaneously, well, he would have been disappointed. I mean, the speed of sound is fast, but it's not exist at every point in the universe simultaneously fast. Nothing is! That's kind of the point! And there's no reason it would be any different with the Warp 10 barrier. So how do I explain the events of the episode Threshold? Easy. Tom Paris didn't recalibrate the inertial dampeners to compensate for the additional G-forces. Therefore, he passed out and hallucinated. And yes, there is precedent for that. The last time that the Warp 10 threshold was approached was in Star Trek IV aboard the HMS Bounty, when the warp engines were pushed to their absolute limit during the slingshot around the sun. And yes, everyone on board was knocked out by the excessive G-forces, and they hallucinated. So yeah, those sex salamanders that everyone loves to talk about, hallucinations. Probably manifestations of Tom Paris's deep-rooted Freudian whatever, but the less you think about that, the better. But to wrap this section out, Captain Sulu's ship was the USS Excelsior, a Latin word that means ever higher. And that, in a nutshell, is the motto of Starfleet. Humanity will continue to learn and grow ever onward with no limits. And that's all I have to say about that. Just those 1,000 words or so. That's it. So, what's next? Well, I suppose this is as good a place as any to insert a Pon Farr section. So, Pon Farr. It sucks. What else is there to say about it? Well, quite a bit, I suppose. Let's just get this over with. So, let's start with Vorik, the horny little sex goblin rivaling Gene Roddenberry himself. Or, at least, he was for that one episode. The horrible blood fever. But at least after that, he did have the decency to be deeply ashamed of himself. And really, if you cosplay Gene Roddenberry for an episode, deep shame and regret is the appropriate subsequent response. Okay, so what happens in the episode is that Vorik, in the thralls of his blood fever, forces himself on B'Elanna. Or at least he tries to. B'Elanna, of course, is more than capable of fighting him off, but considering that Vorik was not in control of his faculties at the time, it could be argued that Vorik and B'Elanna were both attacked by an outside force. The force of Pon Farr. The Vulcan 7-year mating cycle, wherein Vulcans are completely incapable of controlling themselves as the burning drive to mate overrides their logical minds. So it wasn't really Vorik's fault. it was Gene Roddenberry's fault for coming up with this mess. But I digress. So, in short, Pon Farr is absolutely horrible as well as horrifying bioessentialist bullshit.
In my opinion, and the opinion of some ace friends I consulted on this with, Pon Farr is the fucking worst, and makes me super uncomfortable. It has a strange energy of bioessentialism to it.
So let's take a look at why this is so horrifying, using a potentially less horrifying example. The Pon Farr episode of Star Butterfly vs. the Forces of Evil. Yeah, you heard right.
Don't confuse this with your Earth things, Marco. I'm from Muni. This is gonna get really weird.
So in the episode, Star Butterfly is going through Muman puberty, or Muberty. Yeah, seriously.
I think I'm going through puberty. Okay, puberty.
And it causes her to lose her goddamn mind and start crushing on every boy in the school. And while the boys are into it at first, getting random kisses and whatnot, they very quickly get not into it when it becomes clear that Star is never going to release them from her cocoon. It's weird and bad and also not good. And moreover, it is very bioessentialist and cis-heteronormative. I recommend the show, but not this episode. But yeah, that is pretty spot on Pon Farr. So anyway, getting back to Voyager, at least when Tuvok had his obligatory Pon Farring, he was able to take care of the situation with a hologram of his wife, thanks to the Doctor's outside-the-box thinking. I mean, it doesn't even begin to make sense considering the telepathic aspect of the Vulcan mating bond, but you know what? I'm not complaining. Whatever gets this distasteful plot point out of the way. I have heard the idea that Tuvok really should have mind-melded with Janeway since they share such a deep connection, and they could have explored how a deep friendship bond could be just as powerful as a romantic bond, but oh well, missed opportunities. But yeah, that was never gonna happen under Rick Berman, so we should just be thankful for what we got. I hate Pon Farr so much that I couldn't even really get into it when my sister, Takei Volkardist, started PFART, the Pon Farr Action Response Team. And if you're wondering, yes, that is real. Or at least it was at one point in time. And we still have a ton of condoms from it. So if anyone needs, say, 5,000 condoms, message me. I'm trying to get rid of them. But hey, how about one last PSA from PFART before it disappears forever? And of course, we need to do it right. As an unhinged musical number. Tuvok and Vorik too, they both are overdue. Their time has come amok. Just wear your boner sock. Never leave your dick uncaged. You might just get the phage. The Pon Farr is super lame. 7 years and then insane. There's no need to fall apart. Just relax and call PFART. And now, as promised, we need to talk about Kazon. What, you thought that was just a bit? No, I was serious. This is a topic that we are going to be discussing at length. And those Kazons go rolling along. So yeah, the Kazon. Where to even begin? Well, I guess a little background for the uninitiated, who definitely haven't made it this far into this video. The Kazon are the primary enemies of Voyager Seasons 1 through 3. They are natives of the far side of the Delta Quadrant. They are a brutish and warlike people who will pick a fight with anyone and everyone, including themselves. They are raging misogynists, constantly questioning Janeway's right to be captain, and even questioning Seska, who has only ever helped them. In short, they are thoroughly awful and have no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Unfortunately, they are also based on America's black culture, or more accurately, on white people's perception of American black culture. I am really not qualified to talk about this, but it would be worse to ignore it. In Season 1 and the first half of Season 2, the Kazon are shown to be a disorganized band of disparate sects, each one loyal only to itself. The Nestrum are loyal to the Nestrum, the Ogla are loyal to the Ogla, and so on. But of course, there's infighting even within sects, because there is no end to how much these people suck. But then, in the Season 2 episode Alliances, Janeway tries to form an alliance with one or more of the Kazon sects, so that the others will leave them alone. But predictably, the Kazon turn out to be impossible to work with, and so Janeway is ultimately unable to form the alliance. But during the course of the episode, Voyager encounters another species, the Trabe, and they find that they have a common enemy in the Kazon. Moreover, the Trabe arrive in a Kazon ship, or at least what the crew of Voyager recognize as a Kazon ship. But the Trabe make the claim that the Kazon actually stole their technology. It further turns out that the Trabe actually enslaved the Kazon 30 years earlier, and that the Kazon escaped slavery, stealing Trabe ships to do so, thus gaining the technology. So I'm kind of inclined to believe the Trabe's story, considering it doesn't exactly make them look good. But then, the Trabe do that thing that American conservatives do when it comes to the topic of reparations. They say, "Oh, it was so long ago, we can't be expected to keep paying for our past mistakes."
No one really knew about the Kazon and how they were being treated.
Why not? Holding another culture in virtual slavery isn't the kind of thing that would go unnoticed.
But we paid the price. They lived in luxury, and we lived in squalor and misery.
It happened over 30 years ago, and the Kazon are still trying to punish you.
Remarkable, isn't it? Most of the Trabe who persecuted the Kazon are either dead or old men by now.
Which, to reiterate, it was only 30 years ago that the uprising occurred. That's not very long. That's less than a third of our own 100 years or so. Which is also not very long. Also, the Trabe can't even make the claim that they freed the Kazon, since the Kazon escaped slavery, so they don't even have that going for them. Not that that excuse holds any water when American conservatives use it, but the Trabe don't even have that. But getting back to Voyager's involvement, when Janeway hears about the Trabe's past actions, she is, of course, appalled. But she does take their excuse about it being so long ago and how they've changed at face value. Which isn't great, but I guess I can understand how an outsider with no real sense of the history might come to that conclusion. But on a meta level, I was getting very concerned at this point because it sounded like the episode was going to make an outright argument against reparations in our world on account of how long ago it had been. But to the episode's credit, they don't actually go there. They actually end up going the other direction, showing that the Trabe are still horrible people actively trying to commit genocide against and or enslave the Kazon. When Voyager arranges to have a meeting between them, the Trabe, and the leader of each of the Kazon factions, the Trabe use the opportunity to fire 5 photon torpedoes at the assembly in an attempt to kill all of the Kazon leadership and thus make the rest of the factions that much more disorganized, thus making them easier to enslave or kill depending on the level of resistance they meet. To Janeway's credit, she figures out just in time what the Trabe are up to and manages to save the Kazon leaders. And then tells the leader of the Trabe to go to hell. Which is good, but she was still duped by their transparent lie before, but oh well, at least she's making up for it now.
It would have taken them years to recover.
You planned this whole thing and used our goodwill to make sure you were successful.
Incidentally, that means that Janeway handled this situation much better than Picard handled a similar situation. In Star Trek Nemesis, the Remans are involved in an uprising against their Romulan oppressors, and they attack the Enterprise as a way of forcing the Federation into the conflict. Which, yeah, that wasn't really the best way to go about involving the Federation in the conflict, but regardless of that, Picard's response was pretty bad. Even after he understood the context that the Remans had been enslaved by their Romulan overlords, Picard still chose to side with the Romulans to destroy the Remans. He sides with the Federation's sworn enemies to help them crush a slave uprising. What the fuck? I think Picard might be going senile. R.I.P. Picard's brain. Anyway, that was a bit of a tangent. Getting back to Voyager. So on the whole, I would have to say that the episode Alliances is pretty good. Still problematic, but overall positive. They avoided the pitfall I was sure would catch them, and which did catch Picard, and definitively said that the Trabe are bad for what they did. The real problem is the surrounding episodes. It's nice that we now have this context, making the Kazon sympathetic villains, but they're still villains, and that's a problem. Plus, the further out from this episode we get, the less sympathetic they become. It's almost like the writers just forgot. So ultimately, this attempt to make the Kazon into sympathetic villains kind of failed. And even if it hadn't, it would have still been problematic. The Kazon should not have been villains. If the writers wanted them to have this particular backstory, they should not have been villains. Or at least not all of them. This whole species monoculture thing is already problematic, but here it's especially egregious. There could have been a Kazon villain here or there, but we also needed a Kazon who helped, or offered trade agreements. Something! But no, all we get is this. One single episode that shows the Kazon to be the victims of the Trabe, who are the real villains, and then nothing. The Kazon are shown to be irredeemable villains in every other episode, and the Trabe are never mentioned again. If the writers had decided to treat the Kazon like the Klingons, we could have gotten a much better arc. The Klingons, much like the Kazon, also came from fragmented houses with tons of infighting. And, like the Kazon, the Klingons also had problems with blatant misogyny. But the Klingons got better. L'Rell, the first female Chancellor of Kronos, reunites the fragmented houses into a single unified empire, and in doing so, challenges their misogynistic assumptions. It's a long, difficult journey, but in the end, the Klingons finally embrace the honor that they only ever paid lip service to before. It would have been nice to see something similar with the Kazon, but on the other hand, it did take the Klingons 100 years to get from point A to point B, so maybe with enough time, the Kazon can get there also. Incidentally, do you remember that moment from Lower Decks where Boimler tries to tell the Borg that assimilating him would actually be a net negative for the collective?
Are you sure? Because I've got hay fever and acid reflux. Adding me might result in a net negative for the collective.
Well, it turns out that there's actually precedent for that in Voyager. Seven tells Neelix that the Borg encountered a ship of Kazon, but their distinctiveness was unremarkable, and would only have been detrimental to the collective. And so they were not assimilated.
The Kazon. Species 329. The Borg encountered a Kazon colony in the Gand sector. Grid 6920. Their biological and technological distinctiveness was unremarkable. They were unworthy of assimilation.
And as funny as that is, it's significantly less funny when you remember what it is that the Kazon were meant to embody. So, yeah. Also, on a related note, I guess I should mention the other time that Voyager tried to do a race allegory. Also with mixed results. As I mentioned before when talking about the episode Repentance, Voyager encounters a species with a harsh backwards justice system. The Nigerian government, for reasons that are left vague by the episode, but which we can assume had to do with colonization, govern not only themselves, but the Benkarans as well. The Benkarans make up a mere 10% of Nigerian society, and yet make up 80% of the prison population. Additionally, Benkarans are far more likely than Nigerians to be sentenced to death, partly because of wealth inequality and richer Nigerians can simply buy their way out of the death penalty. It's an obvious allegory for the way that black people are treated in American society. The episode starts out well enough, with the crew outraged that this backward society still has the death penalty, although that seems to be the only problem anyone has with this setup. But after the initial setup, they just kind of shrug it off. The one and only example of a Benkaran prisoner we have befriends Neelix, and insists that he's innocent, but it turns out that he was only using Neelix, and that he did in fact commit the crime.
I tried to help you, and you took advantage of me. I read Yedik's security report. You threatened to kill him.
Thus implying that Benkarans do commit more crimes, and that's the reason for the statistic. It's not stated, of course, but having only one example of a Benkaran prisoner who turns out to be a manipulative liar, it paints a picture. So if this was the writer's attempt to fix their earlier mistake with the Kazon, then they were not successful. This doesn't fix anything. So a couple more things to wrap this out. First off, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Harry Kim. I already mentioned how he's the only surviving member of Voyager's original crew. Remember, Naomi Wildman was not a member of Voyager's original crew. But I haven't yet mentioned the time that he was a space salmon. And yes, that is as weird as it sounds. So it turns out that Harry Kim this whole time has been an alien. It turns out that he is in fact a Teresian, a native of the Delta Quadrant. But it turns out also that this particular species does the whole salmon thing of having kids elsewhere and encoding a homing signal into their DNA so that they can find their way home.
Bus kept smelling a place that was far away and trying to make a picture of it.
Yeah, like it had seen it a long time ago and was trying to remember it.
So, you know, space salmon. But actually, it turns out that the whole thing is a lie, and Harry Kim is in fact human after all. He just had salmon DNA injected into him, somehow, to make him seek out their planet, somehow, so that they could mate with him and eat him. So I guess they're less space salmon and more space Black Widow spiders. There! Aren't you so glad I included that? But anyway, weirdness aside, this actually does inform a rather interesting arc for Harry Kim. The Teresians are basically the sirens from Greek mythology who lure men to their deaths. And we see that the other man who was taken at the same time as Harry was completely taken in, and thus was easy to drain of his life force. We also hear from neighboring species that no one who has been taken to that planet has ever survived, so clearly their holdover people is so strong that it has never failed. Now, obviously, this is some cis-heteronormative bullshit, but interestingly, it doesn't really work on Harry, implying that he doesn't fall into the cis-heteronormative assumptions of this society. My theory is that Harry falls somewhere on the aromantic spectrum, probably closer to the demi side. And this is not the only episode to suggest this. Note how every time Tom Paris tries to set him up, Harry just gets annoyed, even though Tom is only trying to help. Harry has stated how he wants to be more like Tom, and how he wants to be in a relationship with a woman, But for him, being set up on a date just doesn't work. For him, as a demi-romantic person, a relationship has to form naturally. Which is perhaps why his most meaningful romantic relationship in the series was in fact with a hologram. Someone he could talk to and get to know outside of work with no pressure. And now, on the planet Teresia, as intrigued as he is by the prospect of being a Teresian, and as much as he wants to learn everything he can about his supposed culture, the prospect of choosing wives from among the women he just met and has no relationship with just doesn't interest him. And because of that, he's able to start seeing all the red flags that those before him missed. This reading of Harry is further reinforced by a conversation that he has with Seven, wherein he tells her that people don't just jump into bed together, they have to have an established relationship first.
I suspect the commander and Kellen are engaged in a courtship ritual. Seems an unnecessary and complicated precursor to the act of procreation.
I know you think so, but trust me, some people need those rituals.
Explain.
It's usually considered a good idea if two people get to know each other a little before they become intimate.
Why is that?
Because it's more comfortable. You spend some time together, you laugh, you talk. That makes it easier to get closer.
But the end result is the same, is it not?
Well, I guess so.
Then I fail to see what is accomplished by all the talk.
Seven, if you don't get it, then I can't explain it to you.
Obviously.
Wow, that's pretty blatant. Why did I even try so hard to justify this reading? Also, with Seven wondering what the point is if the end result is the same, how is that not the ultimate example of an asexual person trying to understand the allosexual? Like, if you're going to do it, you might as well be efficient about it. It's otherwise an unremarkable episode. Something about how Chakotay is in love with one of the Silents from Doctor Who, but he doesn't remember it because he's in love with one of the Silents from Doctor Who.
I saw you before at the lake, but then I forgot. How did I forget?
Pretty forgettable episode. Although, ironically, it is titled Unforgettable.
Oh my god, what is that? Is that a mask? Is that a Star Trek thing? Back from what, honey? Da. Oh my god, look at that. Is that a Star Trek mask?
Okay, so after reading that description of the episode and being like, what the fuck, I realized that I didn't remember a thing about this stupid episode. I seemed to have some vague memories of a former crew member returning to Voyager as a purple Talaxian for some reason, and so I thought, yeah, must be that episode. But no, that was a different episode. After rewatching this episode, I have learned that my initial synopsis was entirely accurate. A woman comes to Voyager requesting asylum, and claiming to be a former love interest of Chakotay. But he has no memory of this, because her species, aka the Silents from Doctor Who, can't be remembered by outsiders. Also, it turns out that she's spent her entire career enforcing her planet's f***ed-up laws, pursuing and capturing anyone who tries to leave the planet, and then doing a memory wipe/conversion therapy on the would-be defector to simultaneously remove the memory of what they lost and implant a sense of nationalist loyalty to their society and its laws. But now, having met Chakotay, this particular Silence? I'm suddenly unsure of the singular. Anyway, she decides that the laws she spent her life enforcing needn't apply to her, so she wants asylum aboard Voyager and help getting away from the bounty hunters, or rather the cops, coming after her. You know, her former co-workers. So, in short, yeah, it checks out that Chakotay would fall in love with a scab. But on a meta level, what's even more interesting is how this entire episode is apparently the Silence from Doctor Who. Because I just watched this episode for a third time. The first two times I have absolutely no memory of. There's even a subplot about whether this woman might be lying about having been on the ship before, and yeah, even on a third watch-through, I had no idea whether she might be lying or not. No memory whatsoever. So now, much like Chakotay himself at the end of the episode, I'm having to quickly write this down before I forget once again.
I want to get it down before I forget it all.
I don't know how much longer I can keep it in my mind.
It's a profoundly stupid episode, but that bit between Seven and Harry is gold. Then there's their follow-up conversation in another episode, in which Seven refers to romantic infatuation as a condition not unlike a disease.
Seven, you've been around humans for a while now. What do you think about romantic love?
Borg have referenced this condition in over 6,000 assimilated species.
You make it sound like a disease.
Physiologically, it bears a striking similarity to disease, impairing normal functioning.
I mean, she's not wrong. Hell, even the title of the episode agrees with her. The Disease. And while we're talking about Harry Kim, I meant it when I said he should have gotten a promotion for the innovative solution in the episode Demon. And that wasn't even the only time. So why, oh why, is he still an ensign? And no, I don't buy the explanation that if he ever got a promotion it would go to his head and turn him evil. Seriously, what the f***, Lower Decks? That was not okay. Second, regarding the religious zealot dinosaur episode. Yes, there is a religious zealot dinosaur episode. The Voth, a Delta Quadrant species, turn out to be distant descendants of Earth dinosaurs. But that discovery turns out to be antithetical to their entire belief system, and so the truth is covered up.
For nearly a decade, you've used the distant origin theory to attack and undermine the guiding principles of our society.
Not so. I've been pursuing a scientific investigation. I'm not concerned at all with doctrine.
It's very Ken Ham fighting the evolutionists and claiming that he has the real science.
Our scientists have analyzed your data. Their conclusion? These creatures are not related to us at all. The genetic similarities are a result of random convergence.
It's an interesting idea and done fairly well, but there's just this one bit I have to address. When Chakotay is trying to convince the leader to embrace the truth, he cites precedent of another time that their core beliefs were challenged, with the invention of the transwarp drive they now use. But their dogma was altered so that the transwarp drive was then allowed.
Consider the breakthrough into transwarp an incredible achievement. And yet your ancient doctrine predicted terrible disasters if it were even attempted. That held your race back for millennia, until someone took a chance and challenged that prediction. They succeeded, and your society entered a new chapter of exploration, and your doctrine was changed accordingly.
Which, yeah, that's a good argument. It's just a little hypocritical considering that this is the Warp 10 bullshit all over again. Humans are also unwilling to change their core dogma despite overwhelming evidence. So, you know, it's a little pot-kettly. Also, can we talk about Captain Braxton? Specifically how he sucks so much that he created a full-on temporal paradox? He destroys Voyager by planting a temporal weapon in the past to get revenge for events that never happened that were his fault anyway. Also, call me Seven from the episode The Voyager Conspiracy, because I've uncovered a vast conspiracy in the Delta Quadrant that goes all the way back to the very first episode. So, in the very first episode, we learned that Kess's race, the Ocampa, are under the protection of a powerful being known simply as the Caretaker.
The Kazon will steal the water, but in a few years, when the Ocampa's energy runs out, it won't matter. They'll be forced to come to the surface, and they won't be able to survive. Two of us were chosen to stay behind and care for them. She went off to look for more interesting places.
Something you did turned their planet into a desert, didn't it? That was the debt that could never be repaid. You're sealing the conduits before you die.
Well, if I don't.
The Ocampa, we're told, are a childlike race completely dependent on the Caretaker, without whom they would be completely unable to survive on their own.
Maybe your children will do better than you think.
But is this true? Surely it couldn't be. I mean, purely on an evolutionary level, the Ocampa wouldn't have survived as a species if that was the case. Unless the Caretaker has been taking care of them since day one. But we're told that this is not the case, as the Caretaker only took on that role after having been responsible for causing the disaster on their homeworld, turning it into a barren desert wasteland. So the caretaker constructed an underground city for the Ocampa to live in, providing all of their basic needs. From there, we can assume that the otherwise self-sufficient Ocampa became complacent in their new role, thus losing their ability to take care of themselves. This much is implied in the episode itself, with the younger generation, like Kes, being dissatisfied with their lot in life and wanting more, yearning to return to the days of self-sufficiency that Ocampa once knew. But here's where the conspiracy comes in. We know from Kes's development that the Ocampa are incredibly powerful. Insanely powerful, even. So how is it that the most powerful species in the Delta Quadrant, hell, the most powerful species in the entire galaxy, came to be completely dependent on, well, the supposed most powerful being in the galaxy? And for that matter, how exactly did the caretaker cause the environmental disaster on the Ocampa homeworld? Well, here's my theory. He didn't. They did. Hear me out. Once Kes is brought aboard Voyager, free from the conditioning of her people, she starts developing her mental powers. They have the ability to manipulate matter on a subatomic level, and another Ocampa that they meet along their journey teaches Kes how to do this. Kes learns to heat liquid simply by staring at it, looking beyond the surface to the very molecular structure of it, and causing the molecules themselves to start moving more rapidly, which on a molecular level is what heat is, after all. But Kes can't control the fire and ends up burning Tuvok, who's been helping her to develop her mental powers. So here's what I'm thinking. With that kind of power and that kind of lack of control, what might be the consequences of that? If Kes, a single Ocampa, can heat water while generating enough excess heat to burn Tuvok, what could an entire planet of Ocampa do? Maybe cause an environmental disaster, turning their planet into a desert wasteland? Yeah, maybe. And frankly, that would make a lot more sense than the vague, unspecified thing that the caretaker supposedly did. Okay, so let's assume that this is true, that the Ocampa did inadvertently cause the environmental disaster on their own planet. Why would the caretaker lie about that? Well, I don't think he did. I think that the caretaker fully believes that he's responsible for causing the disaster on their planet, but I think he's mistaken. Moreover, I think he was lied to. Maybe by the early Ocampans who caused the disaster and saw the opportunity to exploit the caretaker's goodwill for their own gain. But somehow I don't think so. I don't think the Ocampa have any knowledge of this conspiracy. I think the caretaker was lied to by another member of his own race, and I think I know why. We don't know the name of this species. We only know them by the pseudonym of caretakers. But what if it's not just a pseudonym? What if they actually see themselves as the caretakers of the galaxy? And what if, as the galactic caretakers, they became concerned about the Ocampa's growing power? The Ocampa's powers were growing at an exponential and alarming rate, and the caretakers became concerned about what that might mean for the balance of power in the Delta Quadrant. Hell, maybe even the entire galaxy. And when the Ocampa's powers grew to the point of causing the environmental disaster on their own homeworld, the caretaker's worst fear was confirmed. Left unchecked, the Ocampa are a threat. And so a plan was devised. A plan that would protect the galaxy from the growing threat of the Ocampa's powers, but without causing harm to the Ocampa themselves. A caretaker would be assigned to take care of the Ocampa's every needs, but at the cost of their independence and even their autonomy. A distasteful prospect, to be sure, but better than the alternative. But due to the distasteful nature of the assignment, it was deemed best to keep the details of the arrangement from the individual selected for the task. And so, the one we know as the caretaker was selected, and he was fed the story about how the caretakers were in fact responsible for the environmental disaster, and so now he must dedicate his life to repaying the debt that can never be repaid.
That can never be repaid.
But the caretaker was not alone in his task. At least not at first. A second caretaker was left with him. Either she knew the plan and was there to ensure that the caretaker didn't fail in his task, or she was fed the same story as him. But either way, she soon tired of this new assignment, and so she left, taking some of the Ocampa with her on her array. Perhaps she was in on the scheme from the start, and once she was satisfied that the caretaker would not abandon his task, or maybe she figured out what really happened and so left to pursue her own plans. Maybe she disagreed with her people's plan to keep the Ocampa in a state of childlike dependence. Maybe she thought that the best course of action was to teach the Ocampa to control their powers instead. Certainly that's what she attempted to do, although certainly she had her own motivation in doing so. It's clear that she wasn't teaching them to control their powers so that they wouldn't hurt anyone, but rather so that they could choose who to hurt. Which isn't great. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it went down. So now let's talk about a few more things that are noteworthy, but didn't fit neatly into categories. Tom Paris has an interesting arc. On the surface, he goes from being an insufferable boy to being an actual decent person and an invaluable member of the crew. But that's just the surface level. If you look a little deeper, you see that he actually has a very similar arc of self-sabotage to Beckett Mariner.
You only break rules because you know that's what everyone expects you to do. If you really were a badass, you'd do the hard thing and just be a good officer. They're not casting you as the villain, you are.
You've been promoted a dozen times that you always get demoted for acting out.
I do not try to get demoted.
What have you been doing all day?
No, I was... shut up.
Tom Paris feels that he doesn't belong. He didn't graduate Starfleet Academy, having been kicked out for performing an illegal flight maneuver while in Nova Squadron, which it was later retconned that he didn't actually do, so that's awkward. So he joined the Maquis, but he didn't fit in there either, and he was immediately captured and sent to a Federation prison colony. The only reason he's on Voyager at all is because Captain Janeway took pity on him. So he finds himself on a ship among both Starfleet and former Maquis personnel, and he has no place among either group. So he starts acting out, showing up for work shifts late, and subtly subverting the Starfleet dress code in minor ways.
Subsection Delta's the dress code. Incidentally, why can't we have nose rings?
Thinking that when he's inevitably kicked off the ship, it will at least be because of something he did. When that doesn't work, he kicks it up a notch, requesting to be transferred off the ship to a passing Talaxian freighter. And notably, it's Neelix who ends up talking him off the ledge, which is significant since they didn't exactly start out on the best of terms. Of course, it turns out that Tom leaving the ship was actually all part of a plot to find the Kazon spy on board, but the fact remains that it was only believable because Tom is such a loose cannon that it's not at all hard to believe that he would pull a stunt like that. Hell, if Captain Janeway and Tuvok hadn't come to him with this plan, it's likely that he would have done it for real. Incidentally, the mutineer they uncover with this investigation was one Michael Jonas. So Michael Burnham wasn't actually the first Starfleet mutineer. At least by production order. I guess she was still the first mutineer chronologically. The name Michael is clearly cursed. Harry Kim has a fairly unique experience. I mean, technically it's an experience that he shares with Naomi Wildman, but considering that she was far too young to remember at the time, Harry Kim alone carries the burden of knowledge. Harry Kim is in fact the only surviving member of the original crew, as everyone else is technically an exact copy created in a subspace accident. And this could have been the start of a very interesting character arc, with Harry experiencing intense survivor's guilt, despite continuing to live among everyone who died. That's the flaw of making this series completely episodic instead of serialized like later Star Trek series. You end up with missed opportunities like this. In fact, the only thing we have that actually addresses this plot complication is this.
This isn't really my ship. And you're not really my captain, and yet you are, and it's all a little weird.
Mr. Kim, we're Starfleet officers. Weird is part of the job.
Well, that's totally inadequate. Also, it's worth noting that only a few episodes later, when Captain Janeway and Commander Chakotay are afflicted by an unknown illness, it's Harry Kim who suggests that they contact the Vidians to ask for help.
The Vidians, they're within hailing range. We could ask them if they know anything about the captain's illness.
Considering that the Vidians are the most medically advanced species they know of. But really? Of all the people on board who could have made that suggestion, you chose Harry Kim? Harry Kim alone of all the crew members watched firsthand as the Vidians raided his ship, killed his people, and harvested their organs, all within a matter of minutes. He, of all people, knows what they're capable of, how dangerous they are, and how little regard for other life they have. If Harry Kim recommended contacting the Vidians, then at the very least this needed to be brought up. Have him say, I know what they're capable of. I saw what they did to my ship, the other Voyager, but damn it, it's still worth the risk to save the captain. And that other guy, I guess. Something like that. I wouldn't be mad at that. Harry Kim would absolutely risk everything to save the captain. But without bringing it up, it just comes across like the writers forgot. Although, interestingly, Tuvok does bring up how Voyager just recently destroyed a Vidian freighter, which, that was actually the other Voyager, which was destroyed in the process. So there's no possible way that this Voyager could be tied to that, considering that no ship could have survived such an antimatter explosion. I mean, not unless they were slightly out of phase with the rest of the universe at that precise moment, but you really think the Vidians are going to guess that? It's just so frustrating how the writers seem to half remember some random details, but forget actual important stuff. And what's really embarrassing is that this same basic plotline was handled much better in an episode of f***ing Rick and Morty. When Rick f***s up his and Morty's Earth of origin beyond repair, he simply opens up a portal to a new Earth, one where he and Morty conveniently just died, and so they simply take their places. Then, 2 episodes later, it comes up again, with Morty talking about how he continues to be affected by it. His sister Summer, the new one from this Earth, has just found out that she was an unwanted pregnancy, and she's only alive because her parents missed the window for an abortion. So she's about to run away and start a new life, but Morty intervenes, telling her about how he came to be on that Earth, and how he's the one who actually doesn't belong, concluding by telling her that life is f***ed up and meaningless, but at least they have each other.
I'm a version of your brother you can trust when he says don't run. Nobody exists on purpose. Nobody belongs anywhere. Everybody's gonna die. Come watch TV.
So not only did they remember from one episode to another, and have it remain a constant part of Morty's backstory, but they used it for character growth and sibling bonding. Voyager writers take note. Also, can we address the problem of how the need for a ship's counselor is constantly brought up as a joke and just as quickly dismissed? Such as this exchange between Tom Paris and Harry Kim.
Are you bucking for ship's counselor, Harry?
For one thing, why not? But also, what he was saying was pretty damn basic.
Actually, I started recording a letter to my father.
You should finish it. You'll feel better getting it off your chest.
You should really know that already, Tom. And while we're on the topic of 30 days, why is Tom Paris like this? So, for those of you who don't know, or don't remember, this is the episode where Tom spends 30 days in the brig for almost blowing up a planet. Or a space sphere of water floating in space. A giant sphere of space water that people live in. You know what, it's Star Trek, you should be used to that by now. Anyway, Tom discovers that the space water is unstable, as the gravity generator that holds it together is breaking down after thousands of years of operation. If the generator fails, the water from the sphere will dissipate out into space, killing all of the inhabitants. Tom warns the people who live there, but they don't want to hear it. It's a not-so-subtle global warming metaphor. So yeah, Tom's cause here is good, but the way he goes about it is idiotic. Since the generator is in imminent danger of going offline, Tom decides to force the issue by destroying it, thus proving what will happen. So instead of waiting for the inevitable, he's just going to cause the disaster a little early, killing everyone anyway. What the f***? Why is Tom Paris such a damn moron? Also this.
It sounds like you've found yourself a cause.
I've never thought of myself as a cause kind of guy.
Wait, didn't he join the Maquis? Or has that been retconned too? He was kicked out of Starfleet Academy for getting a cadet killed doing that illegal maneuver, except he didn't because that was retconned away.
Independent Captain Nick Locarno here with a message for anyone who feels like an afterthought.
He looks like Tom Paris. I don't see it.
And then he joined the Maquis and was immediately arrested, except maybe he didn't join the Maquis and he was arrested for no reason? Why is Tom Paris's backstory the biggest mystery in Star Trek?
I've heard about a pilot who might make the job easier. Tom Paris.
Admiral Paris's son. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he's serving a sentence for...
He's made some mistakes.
What exactly those mistakes were is a f***ing mystery. This is why in Discovery Season 5, they follow a series of Da Vinci Code-style clues to discover the ultimate secret of the universe. Tom Paris's damn backstory. There's also an interesting subplot involving prisoner rehabilitation. There is an ex-Maquis officer on board, a Betazoid, who murders a fellow crewmate. So now, Voyager is stranded in the Delta Quadrant, 70,000 light-years away from home, with a murderer on board. It's pretty much a worst-case scenario. And naturally, Janeway doesn't quite know what to do. Tuvok seeks to fix the situation by initiating a mind meld. Without the captain's permission, mind you. And predictably, it goes very badly. So yeah, Tuvok kinda goes all murdery psycho for a while, but on the plus side, once he regains control, he does at least understand what's going on in the crew member's head. It's not directly stated, but I think it's pretty clear from context, that crewman Lon Suter, the Betazoid murderer, joined the Maquis for perfectly valid reasons, being very justifiably angry at what the Cardassians were doing, but unfortunately being around so many other justifiably angry people, and having Betazoid telepathic abilities, amplified his own feelings far beyond what they would have been otherwise, sending him over the edge. What happened with Tuvok would seem to prove that, since when Tuvok touched Suter's mind with Vulcan telepathy, all that anger instantly got dumped into his head. So yeah, hot mess of a situation, but the point is that the next time we see crewman Suter, confined to quarters of course, we see that he is truly repentant. He wants very badly to make up for his actions in some way by contributing to the ship. He has gained an appreciation for botany as a side effect of the mind meld with Tuvok, and so Suter asks for permission to experiment with making the hydroponics bay more productive, working from the confines of his quarters, of course. Janeway is initially hesitant, for understandable reasons, but as it happens, before she can come to a decision, Voyager is attacked by the Kazon. The Kazon take over the ship, removing all ship personnel to a nearby planet, but they miss Suitor as he's locked in his quarters. Suitor manages to escape through Jeffrey's tubes and makes his way to sickbay where he and the doctor successfully retake the ship. Unfortunately, Suitor is killed in the effort, but he dies a hero, saving the ship. Honestly, it's wrapped up a little too neatly. I wish they had let him live and dealt with the ongoing messiness of rehabilitation, letting him work in hydroponics and have the series of ups and downs along his path to redemption. But missed opportunities aside, this is still a good story of prisoner rehabilitation. So you may recall from the intro I did for that promotional video, I made the claim that the crew of Voyager were going to where no Alpha Quadrant species had ever gone before by stepping foot in the Delta Quadrant.
Boldly going where no human or other Alpha Quadrant species has gone before. Although lots of Kazons have already been there.
Well, that's not entirely true. In fact, the Ferengi made their way, accidentally, to the Delta Quadrant first, where Voyager finds them exploiting the inhabitants of a planet by pretending to be their gods. Think The Road to El Dorado, but more pyramid schemey. Furthermore, in the same incident that sent the Ferengi to the Delta Quadrant, Geordi LaForge and Data also went through the wormhole on a scouting mission to see where it went, finding themselves briefly in the Delta Quadrant, before quickly retreating, not wanting to get stuck there. I know, right? Can you imagine Starfleet personnel getting stuck in the Delta Quadrant? But the Alpha Quadrant species who made it to the Delta Quadrant first was in fact a Romulan. Voyager discovers a micro-wormhole leading back to the Alpha Quadrant, and make contact with a Romulan commander, who volunteers to attempt to beam through the wormhole to Voyager. But it turns out that it's not just a spatial wormhole, it's a temporal wormhole as well. The Romulan commander is from 20 years in the past, meaning that technically he got there long before Voyager or the Ferengi got there. Time travel is a bitch. Well, actually, I guess Amelia Earhart was technically the first Alpha Quadrant person to make it to the Delta Quadrant. Or would it have been the Klingon generational ship? This is turning into that BoJack Horseman gag of when wasn't the first time I drank.
BoJack, maybe you could tell us when was the first time you drank.
When wasn't the first time I drank, am I right?
Then there's the time when Neelix dies and comes back to life, but has no memory of an afterlife, causing him to have a crisis of faith, and Chakotay helps him through it. Yeah, this could have been a really good character arc for both of them, but as it stands, with Chakotay being the way he is, he just kind of ends up causing Neelix to have even more of a crisis. Oh, for f***'s sake, Chakotay sucks! It's ultimately Ensign Wildman, along with Chakotay's quoting of Seven's words, that saves Neelix. Chakotay was completely worthless.
Why didn't you answer me? I had to have the computer track you down. Naomi thought she saw a monster in the replicator. His function in this crew is diverse. If you wish to salvage him, we must proceed immediately.
His function on this crew is diverse. That's what 7 of 9 said about you. Even our Borg understands how important you are on this ship.
Then there's this little continuity error from the episode Nights.
I was thinking we could install a few emitters in Cargo Bay 2. Turn it into a third holodeck.
Didn't the Herodians already do that? What, did they tear out the emitters only to reinstall them later? After 7 discovers the alien array network and the Doctor safely returns from his brief foray into the Alpha Quadrant, Starfleet Command uses the array to contact Voyager, sending letters for the crew and promising to help them find a path home, thus beginning the Pathfinder arc. But unfortunately, the array is owned by the goddamn Herodians. And unfortunately, when the Herodians hunt people for sport, it's less fun than when Lower Decks did it.
And with that, my hunt has ended. Crew Sapions practice catch and release.
These bitches even hunt species 8472, which up until this point were thought to be the apex predators of the Delta Quadrants. Although, on the other hand, maybe species 8472 are still the apex predators, since the Herodian don't exactly do so well. Oh, too bad, so sad, the hunters became the hunted.
Now, the hunted has become...
The hunter always tries to become the hunter.
But anyway, after that awkward beginning to the arc, the next major development in the Pathfinder arc comes when Starfleet sends a Dauntless-class starship running on autopilot into the Delta Quadrant, using their brand new quantum slipstream technology. If it works, it will be capable of bringing the crew all the way back home within 3 months. But Janeway has doubts. It seems way too good to be true. And yeah, she's right. The alien they asked to help them unscramble the message turns out to have fabricated the whole thing. The Dauntless is in fact an alien ship, disguised as a Starfleet vessel. And it turns out that the alien is trying to get revenge for Janeway's decision to form an alliance with the Borg against Species 8472. So I guess technically this should be in the Janeway chapter, since the Pathfinder connection was only a red herring. Whoops. And actually, I don't have it in either, so double whoops. But regardless, they do still obtain quantum slipstream technology, which they will be able to use in a future episode. And this brings us to the little matter of the episode In the Flesh. It's an interesting enough idea in isolation, but unfortunately, in context, it's a damn continuity error. Species 8472 have built a replica of Starfleet Academy in order to train an army of infiltrators wearing human skin suits. Why? Well, because they want revenge for that time when Voyager just assumed that they were the bad guys in the conflict with the Borg, even considering that the other part was, the Borg. And yeah, that seems like a fair criticism. Why didn't Janeway try to form an alliance with Species 8472 instead of the Borg? That was a dumb move. Or at least, that's what I thought the first time I saw this episode, as that's clearly the conclusion you're being led to, but after rewatching The Scorpion, yeah, this episode doesn't hold up at all. Janeway did try to communicate with Species 8472, but their language was so unlike anything the Universal Translator had ever encountered that communication was impossible. Furthermore, Kes did receive telepathic communications from Species 8472. Mostly images, which looked pretty bad, but to be fair, could certainly be misinterpreted. But she did get a few phrases as well. The weak will perish, and your galaxy will be purged.
The weak will perish. It's an invasion. They said your galaxy will be purged.
Yeah, not a lot of room for misinterpretation there. So yeah, not really any possibility of an alliance there. Harry Kim did even suggest the possibility of an alliance at first.
Someone more powerful than the Borg? It's hard to imagine.
But they did it. 15 cubes. We might have just found our ticket through Borg space. An ally.
But it quickly became apparent that it wouldn't work. And let's not forget that Species 8472 fired first. In the early stages of Voyager's involvement, when they were still a neutral third party just trying to determine what was going on, Species 8472 fired on them unprovoked. So let's not pretend like Species 8472 were the innocent victims of Janeway's bad decision-making. Hell, even after their disastrous first contact from a year before, Janeway still seeks to resolve this new conflict without casualties on either side, and so she proposes that they meet for negotiations. So Janeway is being much more reasonable than Species 8472. Then there's the little matter that Species 8472 come from outside the galaxy, so even if their so-called fear of the humans was real, their home is so far beyond the reach of the Federation as to be absurd. So why the hell would they re-enter the Milky Way galaxy to destroy Earth as a preemptive strike? This makes no sense. Species 8472 must be the most paranoid species in existence. They shoot first, make threats, and then when people don't like them, they take that as proof of hostile intent. In short, Species 8472 suck. But in the end, Janeway managed to make friends with Species 8472, so that's nice.
It's almost like there's absolutely no reason for them to be enemies at all. And if Species 8472 weren't so moronic and needlessly hostile, they would have been allies from the start. Also, that's a clunky name. Come up with a proper one. So, in conclusion, there are only two ways this episode makes any damn sense. Either you pretend that the events of Scorpion happened differently than they did, or you acknowledge that Species 8472 are the stupidest, most delusional species on the face of the local cluster, whose conspiratorial views make QAnon look reasonable by comparison. Incidentally, QAnon in the Star Trek universe is at the very least more interesting than our version. They believe that Q is secretly behind everything that has ever happened, which might actually be true. So, you know, Team QAnon. Do not clip that out of context! And while we're discussing minor episodes, I have to briefly mention the episode Gravity. It's mostly an unremarkable episode, except for the bits of Tuvok's backstory and how that impacts his character. Basically, we see in this episode why he is the way he is. Apparently, when Tuvok was young, he was considered overly emotional, and was thus subjected to rigorous emotional re-education. Basically, he had the emotion beaten out of him, in a detached Vulcan way. Conversion therapy. And now, when he develops feelings for a woman he finds on the planet he's trapped on, he suppresses those feelings, even though Tom Paris points out that if Tuvok's wife is half as logical as him, she would tell him to rebond, especially in anticipation of that time of the decade. So yeah, Tuvok's an idiot, but it's not really his fault. It's the damn repressive nature of Vulcan society. A society that he said as a child that he wanted nothing to do with.
I'm sorry I was born Vulcan. If I weren't Vulcan, I wouldn't be here now, going through this pointless ritual.
Considering that, Tuvok could even be seen as a trans allegory.
I can't return home. My father has banished me.
Or rather as an egg that was never able to crack. Neo taking the blue pill. Or Owen from TV Glow, never able to become Isabel. And yes, I suppose that technically that would be getting into transracial territory, but it doesn't really need to. In many ways, Vulcan society is already an allegory for toxic masculinity, so taking a second trans allegory on top of that makes sense. So in the end, this is kind of the best episode for humanizing Tuvok, for want of a better term.
Of all the souls I have encountered in my travels, his was the most human.
Also, obviously the Chaotic Space episode was idiotic for numerous reasons, but this...
When have we ever turned away from a first contact?
Many times, Chakotay! Are the Chaos people warp capable? You have no idea! Then there's the episode Riddles, which is basically the do-over version of Tuvok's, where they get it right. Tuvok and Neelix are on an away mission, and Tuvok is zapped with an alien energy weapon. He reverts to a childlike state, no longer having control of his emotions or understanding advanced math or logic. But he is able to have fun, and in this state, Neelix becomes his best friend. Tuvok even takes up baking, and when the doctor eventually finds a cure for Tuvok's condition, Tuvok is initially hesitant, being unwilling to lose what he's gained with Neelix. Neelix convinces him to go through with it, assuring him that he'll always be there for him. But notably, it is Tuvok's choice to go through with the treatment. Also, honorable mention to that time when a formerly dead crew member came back as a purple Talaxian. Oh what, like that's really all that unusual. Also, it turns out that the purple Talaxians, or the Kobali as they insist on being called, so it turns out that this process is actually their method of procreation. As in, they scour the quadrant for the remains of dead aliens, reanimate them, alter their genetic codes to be remade in their image, and voila! A new purple Talaxian Kobali person is born. so to speak. And I guess the whole trying to reintegrate into a former life that is no longer theirs is just a fairly common form of teenage rebellion for this society, I guess. But yeah, the late Ensign Lindsay Ballard ultimately decides to leave Voyager to go live her new life, or death, or whatever, with her father, meaning the guy who apparently reanimated her, and her sister, meaning the other person her father apparently reanimated. All in all, an interesting enough, if somewhat nonsensical episode. But damn it all, it would have been so much better if Ensign Lindsay Ballard had ever featured in a previous episode. Ultimately, this is just yet another missed opportunity. Then there's the previously mentioned episode Fury. Where to even begin with this mess? Kes's previous send-off in The Gift might have left something to be desired, but it was a hell of a lot better than this one. In this forsaken episode, an old senile 9-year-old Kes returns to Voyager and heads straight for the warp core, blowing up corridors along her way, and then siphons energy directly from the core, which starts her jumping back through time, but not before killing B'Elanna. So basically this is just the other side of that other awful Kes episode that had her jumping back through time in a timeline where B'Elanna was dead, and also was somehow in the same timeline as Year of Hell, despite Fury not even taking place in the Year of Hell timeline, so that's anyone's guess. And unlike the last time Kes was jumping back through time, this time around, Tuvok is aware of the temporal displacement, for some reason. So what's Kes's motive for going back in time? Well, she wants to destroy Voyager in the past, of course, for reasons. I guess she regrets her decision to join Voyager, and so now she's going back in time to prevent herself from making that mistake, except that she didn't go back far enough. Shouldn't she have gone all the way back to before she joined Voyager and Caretaker, and not just some vague point towards the end of Season 1? This is an absolutely horrible send-off for Kes. It makes no sense, it's completely out of character, and it's ultimately erased anyway, making the whole thing entirely pointless. Then there's the little matter of the episode Repression. The aforementioned episode where Tuvok, overcome by the, Vulcan crazy, attacks ex-Maquis crew members. Being Season 7, it really doesn't make any sense for anyone to have held a grudge that long, which, to the episode's credit, they do point out, with Blue Guy here saying how it doesn't make sense. But then he speculates that as the attacks occur shortly after a transmission from Starfleet, perhaps someone at Starfleet Command ordered Janeway to eliminate the Maquis, which I have to admit is a legitimate possibility. It wouldn't be the first time Starfleet Command did something shady. See every other thing they did regarding the Maquis. But Blue Guy is talking to B'Elanna, who has gotten to know Janeway over the past 7 years, so she really should have pointed out that even if Starfleet had given that order, Janeway would not have followed it. Now granted, Tuvok might have, justifying it by using his classic, "I must do what you cannot," and come to think of it, that would have been a far better explanation for Tuvok being the killer than the Bajoran psychic mental influence. Seriously, what the hell was that? Also, just a side complaint, but how the f*** was that a mystery at all? The computer had the answer the whole time, but apparently Tuvok had to play a game of incredibly specific 20 questions. Where was Harry Kim at the time of the murder? Not on the holodeck. Where was the Blue Guy at the time of the murder? Not on the holodeck. Where was Lieutenant Commander Tuvok at the time of the murder? In the holodeck committing the murder. Also, the last time he went crazy, it was because of Bajoran mind influence, so it's redundant on top of everything. Then I guess I really need to address a slight mistake I made earlier. I said that it didn't make sense that Neelix would want to go to Earth badly enough to be fooled by the Moby Dick creature in the episode Bliss, but then would ultimately decide to leave the ship and not go to Earth. I chalked it up to a continuity error, but I was misremembering the circumstances of his leaving. Voyager finds a group of Talaxians living in a colony on an asteroid, where they are facing forced eviction from another species who claim mining rights to the asteroid field. Neelix helps them fight for their home, forming a deep bond with them in the process. But even then, he's still planning to continue on to Earth on Voyager. But he's very torn. He still longs to go to Earth, but he doesn't want to leave his newfound family. And so Janeway offers him an out, offering him a job as the Federation's ambassador to the Delta Quadrant, effectively giving him an excuse to leave while simultaneously promising to stay in contact. It's actually a really good end to his arc. Okay, so now we're finally ready to actually start wrapping this up, with the Pathfinder arc. After the initial episode involving the Doctor getting transmitted to the outer edge of the Alpha Quadrant, Starfleet Command has become aware of Voyager's situation in the Delta Quadrant, and as such, they have started working on finding alternate paths for Voyager to take, as well as finding a way to communicate the information. In particular, Reginald Barclay has taken the lead on the new Pathfinder project. A clearly autistic person who's become absolutely obsessed with Voyager? No, I can't relate. Also, it's just weird that he's so obsessed, and yet he gets details wrong. He seems to think that the former Maquis personnel still wear the garb from their rebel days, instead of Starfleet uniforms along with everyone else. Wow, that's pretty basic. He didn't even get that right. So yeah, Tuvix is officially another holo novel that got misfiled into the ship's logs somehow. That's not getting a weird detail wrong, that's true! Anyway, Barclay has kind of gone off the deep end, so Admiral Paris relieves him of duty, despite him having good ideas. He just can't express them very well, and he's starting to spiral into a mental health crisis. Also, which Admiral Paris is this? Is this Tom Paris's gay dad, or his other dad? No, I guess they would both be gay. That doesn't help. Anyway, Barclay manages to transmit a message through a micro-wormhole that he's able to create, and Starfleet Command and Voyager are able to exchange information before the wormhole collapses. Next up in the Pathfinder arc is the episode Lifeline, in which, upon hearing Barclay say that they're finally close to being able to open communications with Voyager, Dr. Zimmerman has this to say.
Congratulations, the first transgalactic phone call.
Don't say that like it's not a big deal. That is clearly a big deal. It turns out that Starfleet has found a way to send a data stream to Voyager by piggybacking on the carrier wave of a pulsar. But they can only do that every 32 days during the peak of the star's cycle in a window lasting about 17 hours. Makes perfect sense, no notes. Janeway wants to take advantage of this opportunity to allow the crew to send short notes to family members, and she's suspiciously looking at Tuvok when she says it. Rude. You know that sending short notes is against his religion. But then, instead of sending personal notes, they end up sending the Doctor in a slightly compressed state through the data stream instead, so as to give him the opportunity to treat his creator, Dr. Zimmerman, who's dying of space cancer. And the Doctor is the only one who's come up with a cure for some reason. But the Doctor will have to sacrifice his singing subroutines, among others, in order to fit into the transmission. But of course, Dr. Zimmerman is a complete asshole, dismissing the Doctor as a mere Mark I. So the Doctor gave up his singing subroutines for nothing. But fortunately, Dr. Zimmerman does eventually agree to let the Doctor treat him, following a clever scheme from Barclay and Deanna Troi, wherein they made it appear that the Doctor was malfunctioning in order to make the Doctor and Zimmerman mutually dependent on each other. Codependency for the win! The next episode in this arc features Starfleet transmitting a hologram of Barclay to Voyager to help them find a way to get back. Using the Doctor's mobile emitter, Hologram Barclay works alongside Seven and Astrometrics to plot a course and troubleshoot how to survive inside a Borg transwarp corridor. And Barclay asks Seven if she's excited to get home. No, it's not home for her.
but he assures her that people are super excited to meet her, as the first person to ever be liberated from the Collective. You know, aside from Picard, Hugh's entire ship, the Borg children, Janeway, B'Elanna, Tuvok, Boimler, sort of. The point is, it's an extensive list. But unfortunately, it turns out that Barclay's hologram was intercepted and reprogrammed by some Ferengi, who intends to use an unsafe method to bring Voyager back, killing everyone in the process and selling Voyager for scrap. Sounds like a lot of work for not that much payoff, but whatever. But fortunately, as the only member of the crew to have met the real Barclay, the Doctor sees that Barclay is not acting like himself, and he convinces Janeway to run a diagnostic on the Barclay hologram. But Barclay hologram manages to fool the diagnostic, so real Barclay is forced to bluff to the Ferengi to get close to the geodesic fold. There's not really much else of note in the Pathfinder arc. Messages from home become a regular thing, brief two-way communication becomes possible, and the crew take turns getting 3-minute video calls to Earth. Technically, the events of the episode Author were the last big development in the Pathfinder arc, but I already covered that. So now we can finally move on to Endgame. Again. I already kind of talked about it way back at the beginning of this video, but that was hours ago. You probably don't even remember that. This video is too long. Where to even begin with this one? I guess I'll just give a brief synopsis of the episode and then outline my problems with it, which are numerous. The episode opens with a shot of Voyager back on Earth flying through some fireworks. What? Did we miss something? Okay, so this is apparently the 10-year anniversary of Voyager returning home, and Admiral Janeway is sadly looking out the window, regretting how it took her an additional 16 years since the events of the last episode to return home. So for those of you keeping up at home, and doing math, it has been 26 years since the last episode. It has been so long, in fact, that Starfleet has gone full retro with the uniforms, reintroducing original series movie-era uniforms. I mean, I dig it, but I still have questions. So cut over to the 10-year anniversary celebration, where we see that everyone has aged very gracefully, except for Tom Paris. He looks bad. Seriously, he looks like Wernstrom from Futurama. Think they went a little heavy with the makeup. Also, meet Naomi Wildman's daughter. Don't get attached. Anyway, moving along, Admiral Janeway is on a super-secret, highly classified mission that's so secret even Starfleet intelligence doesn't know about it, and wouldn't approve if they did. She intends to go back in time to shortly after the events of the penultimate episode, being unable to go back further than that for reasons. And she intends to alter history. But again, nothing that we've already seen before, only after that point, for reasons. Why? Because she regrets a decision that she made 26 years ago. A decision that was very much out of character, as we will soon see. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So cut to the present. Or the past. 26 years before, from the perspective of the future. This narrative timeline is a mess. Voyager randomly encounters a series of wormholes. A transwarp hub, as it turns out. But there's a lot of Borg there, so Janeway's all like, yeah, I'm not dealing with that today. We'll go the long way around. What's another 16 years? I'm sorry, what? The Janeway we've been following for the past 7 years would not give up that easily. So Admiral Janeway comes back in time to give Captain Janeway a kick in the pants and make her go back through the wormhole. Moreover, Admiral Janeway has brought back some technology from the future that will help Voyager to get through said Borg-infested wormhole. So here we have someone more experienced trying to come help someone less experienced who always gives up too easily by giving them a new piece of technology that changes everything. Where have I heard that before? Oh, right, it's the plot to Cats and Dogs.
You always give up too easy, Butch.
Is that what I think it is? What, Butch?
Yep, it's the Cat Tracker 2000.
So they go back into the wormhole with the enhanced armor and weapons, and Admiral Janeway sacrifices herself for no reason. Though, I guess technically there's also no reason not to, since she's going to be erased from the timeline anyway. And so Voyager makes it back home and everyone lives happily ever after. Except for Naomi's daughter, who never existed. Well, sucks to be her. Or not. So that was Endgame, and wow, that was a dumpster fire. And the worst part is, with only a few modifications, it could have been great. Okay, so first of all, if the writers really wanted to open with that shot of Admiral Janeway looking out at Voyager at the 10-year anniversary, they could still have done that. Have Admiral Janeway reminisce about how she can't believe it's been 10 years since Voyager got back home, and then tell the rest of the episode in flashback. No need for time travel. Sure, it would have been kind of hack, but it would have been better. Second of all, and much more importantly, Captain Janeway, the one we've been following for the past 7 years, and I cannot emphasize this enough, would not give up that easily. Upon finding a wormhole cluster and going in to investigate only to find a Borg infestation, sure, she would have hastily retreated, but only to regroup and come back with a plan. Incidentally, that's the point when she should have called a staff meeting of all the senior officers and put it to a vote on whether or not to proceed. Not later and only after Admiral Janeway forced the issue. But credit where credit is due, Janeway putting it to a vote is a very good moment in Endgame. One of the few things the finale did right, even if it was in the wrong place. So the big question I have to ask here is, why is Admiral Janeway here at all? Aside from maybe just in the future reminiscing about the past. You might say that it's to give present Janeway much needed future technology to get through the wormhole, and sure, that's the way it's written, but I would still ask why. Is that really necessary? Wouldn't it be much more satisfying if the crew we've been following for 7 years developed the technology they needed themselves based on the alien technology that they've encountered along their journey? And for that matter, where exactly did Admiral Janeway get this technology? Oh right, she and her crew developed it along their extra 16 years of journey following additional Borg encounters. So why not just have them invent it now instead? Wouldn't that be much more narratively satisfying to show and not just tell, and have it be the present version we've been following, and not some alternate future version we've never seen? Also, I mentioned that Voyager randomly came across a series of wormholes. And yeah, it's completely by chance. But wait a minute, didn't we have that whole last Pathfinder arc? What the hell was the point of that if you're just going to render it completely pointless? Why not have Barclay tell them that he found a wormhole that goes back to the Alpha Quadrant, but it's controlled by the Borg, so it's super dangerous? That would set them up to brainstorm a solution and invent the needed technology. And yeah, as far as that technology goes, they already have a template that they could use to develop it. Remember the 29th century Borg drone? You know, Seven and the Doctor's kid, or Seven and the Mobile Emitter's kid, more accurately. But yeah, he had advanced Borg shielding that they could easily have modified into something like Admiral Janeway's armor. So then, the only problems left are finding their way through the Borg and then collapsing the wormhole from the other side once they fly through, so the Borg can't follow them to the Alpha Quadrant. But they've already done both of those things. They've fought their way through the Borg numerous times, and as far as collapsing a wormhole behind them from the other side, remember the episode Night? Yeah, they've done that too! All they had to do was release time-delayed quantum torpedoes, fly through the rift, and then ride the shockwave out to the other side. And indeed, that's what they ultimately do in this episode anyway. So why the hell did Admiral Janeway have to come back in time 26 years to tell them something they already know? But if even now you're saying, no, they still needed Admiral Janeway because someone had to get assimilated to download the computer virus into the Borg mainframe. Did they? They fought their way past the Borg many times without resorting to a computer virus. Really, weakening the Borg right as they're escaping kind of cheapens the accomplishments. As for the other objection about how the Borg shielding was just too strong to get through, they just kind of hand-waved away that and or forgot about it when they needed to get past it. But there is one solution they could have used, but they didn't think of. Even if their entire remaining stock of photon torpedoes and quantum torpedoes were insufficient to produce the necessary explosion, why not eject the warp core for maximum explodiness? They won't need it anymore. I mean, I guess part of why they had the virus in the episode was to weaken the Borg shield so that the regular explosion would be sufficient, but I still like my idea better. And that's just if you wanted to do almost the exact same episode with only minor modifications. If you wanted to modify it a little bit more, though not that much more really, you could have had the same basic plot outline, but with the Gamma Quadrant wormhole instead of the Borg transwarp corridor. Voyager could have fought their way home through the Dominion instead of the Borg. Voyager could have been the Federation's secret weapon to win the Dominion War. But no, we just get this mess. How did the writers all drop the ball so hard on this episode? I mean, hell, I can make a better finale right here, right now.
Wow, I can't believe it's been 26 years since we got back home. I remember it like it was yesterday.
We're receiving an incoming transmission from Starfleet, Captain. On screen. Hello, Captain. So, good news, bad news. I found a way home for you, but it's super dangerous. It's a transwarp conduit controlled by the Borg. Thanks! We'll be super careful. Going through this rift that Reg found for us is going to be the most dangerous thing we've ever attempted. We're not going to proceed unless everyone in this room agrees. Anyone who's not in this room, it's because I don't respect them enough to give them a vote. Where's Chakotay? Like I said, anyone who's not here, it's because I don't respect them enough to give them a vote. And why is Naomi Wildman here? Because I respect her enough to let her have a vote. I'm just happy to be included. Alright, if we're all on board with going through with this, then I need ideas, people. Captain, I suggest that we bounce a graviton particle beam off the main deflector dish. That should confuse them long enough for us to get the upper hand. I like the enthusiasm, Harry, but let's keep thinking. Perhaps I could threaten them with my patented photonic cannon. Now that's thinking outside the box. I would not recommend it. Why not? It worked before. That is precisely the problem. What if the Borg have assimilated the individuals you used that trick on? They weren't the most intelligent after all, exactly the type to get easily assimilated. I'm afraid 7 is correct. It is far too risky. Fine, what else have we got? Has anyone considered just giving in to the Borg Queen's demands? If we hand over the rest of Starfleet, she might just let us keep our humanity. Damn it, Chakotay! This is why you aren't invited to meetings anymore! How did you even get in here? You disgust me, Commander. If I had known what a pick-me you were, I would never have made out with that holographic version of you. You what now? I'm just glad we didn't ever have a real relationship. Huh, can you imagine? That would have been ridiculous. Please, people, can we focus here? Captain, if I may, perhaps we can utilize Vulcan logic to find a solution to this problem. Thank you for that valuable insight, Ensign Vorik. Even Vorik's invited? Captain, this is not merely a wormhole, as you have imprecisely stated. This is a main Borg transwarp hub connecting all 4 quadrants of our galaxy. On this side, we have the opportunity to destroy it. And then what? We just stay here in the Delta Quadrant? I'm not making that mistake again. I already stranded all of you here once. Nevertheless, 7 is right. The logical course of action would be to destroy the hub. Who asked you? I appreciate your logic, Tuvok, but even so, I can't allow you to destroy your one way home. You've all given up far too much already. But we can't just leave it here. They could be preparing for a full-scale invasion of Earth right now. Whose side are you on here? You do want to have an Earth to go back to, don't you? Besides, I thought you said you were looking forward to raising our daughter on Voyager. You're right. Sorry. These hormones are making me disagreeable. Oh, it's not just the hormones, dear. Why, you little... Please, this is getting us nowhere. If it comes down to it, I'll stay behind at the Delta Flyer and destroy the conduit myself once Voyager is through. Captain, I may be extra disagreeable right now, but I think I speak for all of us when I say there's no way we're letting you do that. B'Elanna's right. Besides, we've done this before, without sacrificing the captain. We will succeed. Wait, when did we do this before? Stardate 52081.2. The Malon freighter was dumping toxic waste in the region of space known as the Void. Captain Janeway tried to stay behind in a shuttlecraft to destroy the wormhole from the side of weakest dimensional radius, but her plan was illogical. All we needed to do was launch time-delayed quantum torpedoes and simply ride the shockwave out once it detonated behind us. Great, so let's do that! Unfortunately, there is a slight problem with that plan. And just what might that be, smarty pants? Even if we utilized our entire remaining stock of quantum torpedoes and photon torpedoes, the blast would be insufficient to tear through the shielding on the Unicomplex. I should know, as my pants are, as you say, smart. There may be a way to increase the yield of the explosion. And what might that be? If we ejected the warp core along with our complement of torpedoes, the explosive force of all that extra antimatter would be more than enough to tear through the Borg shields. No, I don't think so. Are you questioning my math, Ensign? No, ma'am, I would never question your math. It's just that if this doesn't work, we'll still need the core to get home. Your logic is flawed, Ensign. If this doesn't work, we'll all be dead. Good point. I was literally just about to say that thing about Ensign Kim's logic being flawed. Off-screen high five. I never thought I'd see the day when Tuvok gave someone a high five. There is still one problem, however. A blast that large would annihilate Voyager. How do you propose we solve that? We could reinforce the shields. With what, may I ask? We will not even have a warp core to siphon extra power from. Captain, if I may, I believe I may have an idea. By all means, Doctor. 7, do you remember our child? The drone created with my mobile emitter and your nanoprobes? Of course, though I would hardly classify him as our child. The point is, he had advanced Borg shielding, essentially 29th century Borg technology. And we could adapt that shielding to Voyager. Doctor, that's brilliant! Thank you, Lieutenant. I do have my moments. Let's do it! Mr. Paris, take us in. Aye, Captain. Tuvok, activate Borg armor. Aye, Captain. Armor deployed. Target the nearest cube. Phasers only. Direct hit. They've sustained damage. B'Elanna, how's it coming down there? Just about ready, Captain. I'm setting up the warp core to overload now. Excellent. 7 of 9 to the Captain. Go ahead, 7. I have located the branch of the hub leading back to Earth, sending coordinates to Mr. Paris now. Good work, 7. You hear that, B'Elanna? I hear you, and I'm ready, Captain. Stand by, B'Elanna. Tuvok, launch quantum torpedoes, but don't detonate until my mark. Torpedoes have been launched, waiting for your mark. Captain, we're taking heavy fire. Evasive pattern Delta 5, target their main reactor and fire. Direct hit, they are breaking off. Mr. Paris, take us in. Mind you don't bump any torpedoes. Yes, ma'am. B'Elanna, once we cross the threshold, jettison the warp core. Aye, Captain. Crossing threshold in 3, 2, 1. Now, B'Elanna. Goodbye, old friend. You've served me well. B'Elanna, what's the holdup? I can't do it, Captain. Allow me. Computer, activate ECH. Emergency command hologram activated.
Command codes have been transferred to your matrix. Eject the core. Warp core ejection in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark! Warp core away. Tuvok, now! Detonating quantum torpedoes. Shockwave approaching. Brace for impact! Grr, I'm the Borg Queen, and my leg is falling off for some reason. A Borg sphere is following us into the rift. Tom, just stay ahead of it a little longer. We're almost out. Captain, if I may, I believe I can override the cargo bay door on the sphere. It's large enough for Voyager to slip inside, and we can use the sphere as additional shielding from the shockwave. Do it! Well, this is going to look interesting to anyone on the other side. I hope we don't have an armada waiting for us. Where are we, Tom? I don't know! I can't see through this thing! Do you not have sensors, Mr. Paris? Hey, I fly by the seat of my pants! Mr. Kim, kindly take the helm. Hold on, I'll be good. Scans indicate we have come out into normal space. Acknowledged. Tuvok, fire. Oh hey, there's that armada I predicted. They're hailing us, Captain. On screen. Admiral Paris, it's nice to see you. Hi. I wasn't expecting you. Do you mind powering down your weapons? Sure. B'Elanna, did you seriously have emotional attachment issues with the warp core? It never happened! Shut up! Really? Because I could have sworn... I said shut up! Hi, Joe! That's a stupid name, by the way! Voyager, the abridged series, is brought to you by Paramount and their general lack of caring. I mean, it's not good, but it's better! Also, we're not going with the oh-so-generic Endgame. We're calling it something inspiring. Crisis Point 3. Convergence of the Crises. I'm still workshopping the title. Crisis Point 3. The search for a better subtitle. Oh, of course. Crisis Point 3. The Voyage Home. Duh. But in the end, maybe my version isn't actually a better finale. After all, at the heart of it, regardless of any problems along the way, the plot of the finale was, and had to be, the story of Voyager finally making it home. And on some level, I guess that could never really have been a satisfying conclusion. I mean, think about it. The overarching plot of the entire series, at least on the surface level, is of the crew trying to find their way home. But really, on a deeper level, it's about the home they find along the way. I mean, just look at the episode Bliss. Seven, Naomi, and the Doctor are all immune to the aliens' mind manipulation because they don't care about reaching Earth. Voyager is the only home any of them have ever known. And yes, the rest of the crew are still blinded by their desire to reach Earth, but that's just a human reaction, being so consumed by your desire to reach the next thing that you don't appreciate what you have. This idea is reinforced in the finale, with B'Elanna being simultaneously relieved to reach home and disappointed that she won't get to raise her daughter on Voyager. Basically, what I'm saying is that the crew are all so caught up in what they seek to gain that they don't stop to consider what they have, or what they stand to lose. The crew have been a close-knit family to each other for the past 7 years. They've been through hell together. Literally. Wait, no, not literally. That was erased from the timeline. But you get my point. Now that they're back home, they won't all be together anymore. They'll be spread out across the planet, and even across all of Federation space. And yes, we at least know that they'll be getting back together for big events like the 10th anniversary of Voyager getting home, but we also know that it's going to take a big event like that to get them all back in the same room together. And that kinda sucks. It kind of reminds me of the plot to the sci-fi book Tunnel in the Sky, in which a group of Earth kids go to an unknown planet for survival training, but something goes wrong and they lose contact with Earth. Long story short, they all work together to build a new life for themselves on that new planet. But then, in the last chapter, Earth finds them and brings them home. And it's kind of a letdown because they've spent all that time building this new community only to then go home, which was no longer satisfying. That's what they wanted at first, but at this point, it's not what anyone wanted anymore. And yeah, it's a similar situation here. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad that Voyager made it home, but that ending could only ever have been bittersweet. Maybe that's why they botched the finale so bad. That way you can just point to one or two things and say, see, that's why it doesn't work, instead of having to sit with the awkward reality that even a perfect finale would have left you feeling somehow unsatisfied. Maybe what we needed was some kind of acknowledgement of just how bittersweet the ending was. Something like the final shot of The Graduate, perhaps. You know, the one where some guy runs off with some other guy's would-be bride, and the two of them grin at each other mischievously, excited to have gotten away with it, but then quickly switching to awkwardly looking away from each other, as it becomes clear that they did not think through the long-term implications of what they just did. Incidentally, that movie is stupid and I don't recommend it, but a similar final shot could have worked well here. A panning shot of all of the crew standing together in a circle, smiling and laughing, completely ecstatic to have finally made it back home. But then on the second pass of the panning camera, people have slowly stopped smiling as it's gradually setting in that this is the last time they're going to be together in this group. That would have been a powerful final shot. And yes, I know that they'll still be getting back together for the 10-year anniversary, but they don't know that. And for that matter, there's no telling how many of the crew might die before then or be unable to attend for other reasons. This whole group will never all be together again. Hell, they basically already did a version of this shot in the Next Generation finale All Good Things. Which, wow, even that title is really leaning into the whole bittersweet end of an era thing. But anyway, this episode, which incidentally also includes weird random time travel shenanigans, ends with a panning shot around the poker table where the senior officers are playing one final game of poker together. And considering that no one is being reassigned and the Enterprise is not being decommissioned, the Enterprise crew will be remaining together for a long time after this shot. So this is pure fan service. It's the end of an era for us, the audience, but not for the crew themselves. So how much better would a shot like that have worked in Voyager, where it was the end of an era both in and out of universe, for both us, the audience, and for the crew? But we don't get that. I mean, don't get me wrong, the end is good. Janeway saying, "set a course for home," echoing her frequent order.
We did it. Set a course. For home.
Following their escort of Federation ships back to Earth is a great moment, but it's the last thing we ever see, and it really shouldn't have been. It's basically the fairy tale ending of, "and they all lived happily ever after." But while that may work for kids, we really needed something more. We needed scenes of the crew trying to reintegrate back into Federation society, only to find out that they just don't fit in anymore. They've been gone for so long that Earth just isn't home anymore. And what about Naomi? Earth was never her home, so what does she do? I speculated earlier that she must team up with Seven, which I stand by, but it's never confirmed. And what about Tuvok? Is his wife mad at him for cheating on her with the hologram of her? Or is she upset that that's all he did when, under the circumstances, that was pretty stupid? Or Tom Paris? Was he ever pardoned for whatever the hell he's supposed to have done? Or Harry Kim? Does he ever get that damn promotion? Well, according to Lower Decks, only in a mirror universe where he's evil. Seriously, what the f***, Lower Decks? But yeah, we don't get nearly enough closure for any of these characters.
Really, what they probably should have done is wrapped up the entirety of the journey home in part 1 and saved part 2 just for the day after. How do you go back to normal after so long? They've become used to a new normal, and now this Federation culture is completely alien to them. Honestly, they could have had a whole nother season just focusing on their reintegration back into Federation society. Speaking of which, for all of my many problems with the train wreck that is the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the subplot of reintegrating the returned Blit victims back into society was a really interesting idea and handled pretty well. It would have been nice to see something like that here. Hell, even the series Solar Opposites has a subplot of people who have been shrunk down and put in a terrarium where they've been living for over a year, and then at one point 2 of the inhabitants manage to get out and unshrink themselves, but they find it impossible to reintegrate back into society. And that's an animated comedy series! But oh well. You know what they say, hindsight is COVID-19. Well, okay, technically the Solar Opposites thing was all a dream, but still. One final thought. While I was writing this script, as well as the script for my own version of Endgame, I watched Roan Ellis's video on aromanticism and how cis-heteronormative society devalues platonic friendships. And I was struck by the thought that this was a big part of the problem of Endgame as it was originally written, i.e. the version we got in the series. Given how platonic relationships are devalued in our society, it kind of makes sense why no one was given the space to say a proper goodbye. If platonic relationships don't matter, then all of the crew are just co-workers. So them coming to no longer work together is no big deal. Add to that the fact that the writers felt the need to shoehorn in a new romantic relationship just for the finale, despite it making no sense. Voyager definitely suffered from cis-heteronormative assumptions. When my brother was first getting into Star Trek, he asked which series would be the best introduction. And as badly as I wanted to say Voyager, it's just not. It's just too much of a mixed bag. The truth is, Deep Space Nine is as close to a perfect Star Trek series as we're ever going to get. But at the same time, I just like Voyager better. Not all of it, but a lot of it. There are way more of my favorite episodes in Voyager than there are in Deep Space Nine. So, after all that, what's my final verdict? Thing good or thing bad? Well, what I've been trying to get across for the past 6 hours or so is that that is entirely the wrong question. That's a false binary. Things are never that black and white. There is always nuance. Star Trek Voyager is a hot mess of good and bad, and I can't really say anything beyond that. So in the end, as much as I love Starfleet, sometimes the only ethical thing to do is to join the Maquis.
So this was a long one. Way too long. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. But, anyway, if you are interested in an uncensored and generally better version of this video, you could consider signing up for my Patreon, maybe, and getting it that way. That way I don't have to censor everything, because on this platform I have to censor everything on account of YouTube is stupid. Well, I can't even say stupid, for f***'s sake. Anyway, yeah, maybe do that. It will probably be a little while before I'm able to get the better version edited. This is a bit of a rush job, and there will probably be some mistakes in the YouTube version that I need to fix, and some additional stuff to add to the later thing. You probably shouldn't even support me. I'm kind of a mess. But anyway, yeah, you can like, comment, subscribe, become a channel member, whatever the f that means. Yeah. Bye.
This is such a mess.